What is up? It's a new week. Happy Monday, everybody. All right. Archie, thank you very much for the 21 months. It's Custa, my favorite ex-Custa. We ran at a short circuit figuring that out. I got it. Shento has watched 80 consecutive streams. That's a lot of consecutive streams for Shento. Afternoon, Custa. G'day. How's everyone doing? Today, we're going to catch up with OWCS. I also want to do the one hero challenge stuff. I don't know how much ranked we'll get done today. Maybe we'll finish off with some rank. We'll see how the day goes. But I think it's going to be a lot of watching VODs and just chatting about stuff. So, did you hear Jack mentioned you on broadcast something about a Q button? I'm sure it was very nice. I'm sure it was something very friendly. Yo, what's up, Welby? Mauga meta, sadly, yeah. So I at least want to have a look at it because just for our own team, Overwatch and scrims, I want to be able to get a good vibe of everything. So I know the meta's not great, so I'm not going to watch too many games, but I definitely want to watch a couple in mind right now. I definitely want to watch For the Gamers versus Falcons in Korea. I haven't watched that game, but I heard that game was nuts. Do you see the new Overwatch event? What new Overwatch event? I got more fun to watch with Sim, yeah. Did 22k, yeah. I think everyone's starting to realize how good Mauga is. So, Valkyrie, thank you very much. Hello. I said thank you very much, but you're just here. But I appreciate you. So let's look at that. Let's look at this stuff. Oh, the new quick play hacked. Oh, that event. No, I haven't played that. Maybe I'll try it at some point. Ultra Citron, thank you for the 4 months. When is the next team Custa scrim? The next team Custa scrim I think is planned for tomorrow. So we're trying to get a scrim for tomorrow afternoon, 4 to 6 p.m. EST. Then, other than that, the plan is we were going to do Thursday scrims, but that's not likely going to happen because I believe OWCS is happening. I think that's what applying that kind of stuff was saying. I actually don't know exactly what the schedule is just yet. Some things are just refusing to play Mauga. Hell yeah, respect. So what happened in the matches? Were there any good... Wait, was they all 3-0s? Were there any good matches in NA? This happened last week, right? Or was that this week? Yeah, that was last week. The 3-2 timeless versus M80. Were there any good matches in NA that were worth watching? I mean, watching Mauga... Well, that's sort of it. It's like, if it's a Mauga meta, I'm not going to go back and watch matches that unless they were close. Husker Dust, thank you very much for the 3 months. Hey, Custa, finally have a job to support you. Good vibes to you, yo. Congratulations on the job, and I appreciate the support. Much love, much love. Why do you play worse? Where the closer you get to the finish line, the Zen Master asked. I thought for a moment and replied, because I'm afraid to lose. The Zen Master smiled. Are you sure you're not afraid to win? Oh, shit. Facts. I actually had this conversation with my mum recently. She reached out, and she was like... Dude, she plays golf, and she was like, I crushed the first 9, but then I choked the back 9. Like, how do I fix this? And it's actually such a common thing in gaming, and this is actually something that I learned over my time of competing, is it's really easy to get in this mindset of just playing to not lose. Like, you're so afraid of winning. Either you're favored and you're afraid of losing because you're favored. You know how when you're supposed to win something, it's like you're just playing a game with your friends, but because you're more experienced or you're better at these types of things, everyone assumes you're going to win. There's an added pressure to you, and you potentially play worse because people expect you to win. And then there's also playing to not lose. If your team's playing badly, you're playing in a way that is worse than what you would usually play because you're you're going to lose or you're afraid you're going to lose. Yo, what's up, Bamel? In a Game of Tennis is my favorite book about controlling mental. I haven't read that book, but it sounds interesting. Yeah, it's something that I think if you're an up and coming player, it's one of the best things you can do. Funnily enough, I actually think one of the teams that struggle with this mentality the most is like that Toronto Defiant roster or the American Tornado roster or the Team USA roster, right? Those guys, I think they get in their heads a lot, and that's why it always feels like they choke. Like people like, this team should be better. They think they are choking because of something mental is happening within that team where they're not hitting the performance that they probably should for the quality of players that they have. Sports psychology is huge, yeah. Shock the other year too. I think Shock the other year too is, I think that's more of the playing to not lose. I think what was happening is a lot of those players came into a Shock legacy and they don't want to be the reason that they lose, right? So they don't want to be the problem. So I think a lot of people played worse, and I think there was a lot of issues that leading on to that team. Atlanta was bad about it, to be honest. They got used to winning. That one cell fell apart. It's hard to just sort of like broadly diagnose that kind of stuff. It's all usually around something to do the same. Just as I said, sports psychology is a very complex thing. And I think people are very different. Some people are affected by it more than others, right? Some people are just emotionally cold in the way that they don't get nervous or they don't play worse and that kind of stuff. And that's what makes the greats great. Some, like, the people who are the best competitors in the world, you think of the GOATs of any sport, like you think about like your Michael Jordans, like your LeBron James, all that kind of stuff. They have utmost confidence in themselves that when they enter into a difficult situation, when they need to be clutch, they're at their best when they need to be clutch, right? That's what makes them the greats, and they welcome that challenge, right? So that's what makes the greats great. I know it's complex. Owcs also seem notorious for not treating player health well. Well, I think that's a esports issue, because it's like, so a great example, I can do this from my real personal experiences. People always like, and I completely agree, esports players need sports psychology, right? They need, not even just sports psychology, they need someone to be able to help them navigate through top end competition, especially when you get sort of thrusted into the limelight. For young people who don't really have a lot of experience for that, right? Like in traditional sports, if you become like an NBA player, you've been like training to get to this point since you were in like high school, because everyone knew you were going to make the NBA in high school, and you've sort of like had that trajectory. While esports, you can become famous overnight, or you can at least end up in the top level competition overnight. Yes, you've been practicing, but you haven't been trained to handle this kind of level of competition. So I think, yes, esports players need sports psychology, but esports, so in 2018, 2019, we had the money to be able to get sports psychologists. One of the big issues, so when I was on Dallas Fuel and when I was on the Valiant, both offered sports psychology, I'm not even gonna say lessons, like sports psychology, like meetings and stuff like that. One of the big issues is players don't want them. Like, you know, it's kind of like therapy, you know, like people should get therapy if you need it, but people don't, generally the people who need it the most don't seek therapy, right? It's kind of the same thing. These people who are top end competition, they don't want to sit down and talk about their feelings or talk about sports psychology, right? And that's kind of the big difference, I think, for a lot of these guys. And they don't want to use it. But on top of that, a big thing that people don't think about is like these esports teams should be paying for sports psychologists for these players. What do you think the average lifespan that a player has on a specific team, right? Within esports. Like, let's use Overwatch, for example. It's definitely less than 12 months, right? So if you're an esports team, what is the return on paying a sports psychologist, right? They're super expensive. All these, they're very expensive to have. They're important to have, but it's like for these teams, it doesn't really make sense. It's not worth it, right? In esports, because esports is so new, it's so volatile, the turnover is so quick that it's like, it doesn't really make sense for these teams to invest in sports psychology. So you're not getting your return on investment. But Chef, thank you very much for the 4 months. Yo, Mr. Streamer, here's my money. Thank you very much, Chef. So it's just one of those things of like, I agree, but it just doesn't come to fruition. And I don't think it's realistic. Yo, okay, Jose, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Just posting a deep left meme and he ran with it. Well, yeah, the point is like it just sort of triggered that thought. Today is going to be a day of tangents, so just sitting and chilling. You just hope for a London situation. If it happens, that's dope. And honestly, generally, like these London situations of teams coming together and players come together, generally comes from the coach, but also having players that are willing to work together. Like you need a great coach, but you need players willing to work to each other and adapt themselves to be great, right? And I think esports is an issue because you got a lot of young people with big egos who don't know how to work with others, right? Like this 18-year-old kid who's never had a full-time job, who hasn't worked many long days in their lives, is now all of a sudden put in one of like the most difficult situations. And I think people working together is one of the biggest issues that you have in esports, is like people just don't know how to work together. I make it to games. So yes, so if we said no NA games were worth watching, were there any EU games worth watching? I didn't watch any OWCS this weekend. I tuned in bits and pieces and saw Mauga and kind of just turned off the stream. But I was busy this weekend. So Sheer Cole versus Oh Yeah, you said this is a good game? So this is probably the one that we'll want to watch from EU. Oh Yeah versus Sheer Cole. Alright, so maybe we watch that one first. And then we want to watch... I want to watch Team Falcons lost to From the Gamer, or would they Team Falcons beat? Oh, wait, I thought Team Falcons lost. Am I crazy? Oh no, they beat For the Gamer. They won 3-2. But yeah, so we want to watch that one as well. So that'll be good. I'm not afraid to say it. I like these kind of metas over dive. I think the issue with these metas is that the fights are just very repetitive. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of variation to everything that happens. Dr. Zoidberg, thank you for the 4 months. It doesn't feel like there's enough variation in the matches, and it all just looks the same. It's just very chaotic and hard to follow. I think I agree with you. I think these metas are fine for a very short duration. Like if we end up playing this all of next stage for the groups, I think everyone will have a very different tone, right? Because if we don't have a hot fix to Mauga, if we don't have a hot fix to any of these, like this meta, it's gonna feel real bad when this is what we're playing come start of April for the next stage of OWCS. Violet goaded lapped Chio, really? Okay, so we're gonna have to watch that because I want to watch what Violet's doing because I want to pick up from the Lucio as well. All right, let's do it. Is there like what's the best way to watch this match? Do they put them on YouTube? Sheer Cold versus... Oh, yeah. Sheer Cold versus... Oh, yeah, OWCS. Probably... I want to watch on YouTube. I was wondering, do they individually cut them at all? What do you think the chances are they individually cut them? Oh, they did. You are my goats.
What's up, fam?
There are also codes. Are there codes? Is there EU codes? I know there are Korean codes. I didn't know if there were... If there's a code, I would rather have a look at that. I think so. If anyone knows where they are, then I would take that. Because I had... Yeah, as I said, I think I have a bookmark for... I got you 1 second, my go Pioneer. Thank you. Let me get Overwatch open then. It's in the same spreadsheet, is it? Really? Because I think I had that spreadsheet. Let me have a look. 1 second. I don't think I have it. Maybe I don't. Well, if anyone has the spreadsheet, I'll take it. Because I thought I had it. Haha! Nice. All right, let's go. Bookmark added. MEAs. Sheer Cole versus oh yeah. Alright. Double trouble. Quick play hacked. Alright.
Ready for battle.
Oh yeah. Versus sheer cold. Alright. Let's get watching. Yeah, this is probably the right place when I can. You can skip the map. Kaya not in, dude. People. The Kaya hype has been real.
3, 2, 1. Round.
So.
Capture the objective.
1 second before we get started. Let me get some. Things up here. How do I want to do this? What's the best way to do it? Let's go. Just go text. We'll just get a random text box. Oh yeah. NA prod edit again. What can I say? Let's go 0. Oh god fucking damn it. I hate that about duplicating them. You can duplicate it. You can copy. You want to paste a reference, right? Yeah. No, bro. Is that the other one then? Why is this so hard? There we go. I wanted that. Let me sort this out real quick. Let's make it so that it blocks the team ones and stuff like that. So it's good. Let's copy this actually. Paste it, duplicate. That gets that. Go. Oh yeah. 0 chat. These are the things I do for you guys. I hope you guys appreciate it. You guys are making me do some. I hate the way it snaps. I wonder if I can turn off the snapping. All right, there you go. Sheer cold. Oh yeah. Let's do it. So you can get support staff? No. Who needs support staff when you have work? Bro, you're on the wrong hero. You fool! The shades of white aren't the same. I know. I'm not. We're gonna handle that. We're just gonna deal with that. Hi YouTube. This isn't going to go up on YouTube. Plan is not to put this up on YouTube, but let's have a look at it anyway. Oh, wow. A Reaper just absolutely destroys. Just shoot him in the ass. Oh, they end up getting Willow. Good shot by Kaiser. Oh, wow, dude. People are trading back. Whoa, quick EMP from Zyodal. Because he gets back, but the Maugas here should just be the end of it. Damn, that was a lot of trading back and forth. Why no YouTube? Well, the thing is, you can check out these VODs if you just go to my YouTube VODs, like you usually would. So it is on YouTube if you want to just like check out the match. If you want to go back and think, I'm just not planning on cutting it, and I'm not planning on doing like a whole YouTube intro and outro. Maybe I'll do it for stuff in the future, but. Hi YouTube chat. Sorry, Custa hates you. Okay, double rush. Blizzard out. Oh, the Reaper gets caught, but not really gonna do things. Blizzard was not very good. Whoa, they do manage to find Zyodal though. So I guess it just zones everyone out. Death Blossom anyway. Oh no, this is a really bad fight by Sheer Cold. I don't think they needed that overclock as well though from Ken.
Cybernetics regulating.
We'd love to see cut videos for more important matches, and that's sort of it. I think for certain matches, like maybe I'll do it for the Falcons game. But honestly, I don't know. I just like haven't really. I don't know if how much demand there is for those kind of other views right now. So we can have a look. I can do it for the Falcons game, but this one I'm not too worried about. Wait, is it Shui Monday? I do not have beer. Let me forewarning you. I know Ven is going to be very disappointed, but I actually kind of want to take a break from Shui Monday. I'm really not in the mood to get drunk today. So I think we're gonna take a week off from Shui Monday.
That feels much better.
This has been some pretty horrific ult usage by Sheer Cold on this map. Zyodal gets another EMP, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, there's nothing really to be said other than just pretty terrible ult usage. Feels like when you're playing the Zaya, they're kind of having to force ultimates to get into the fight.
Score 0-1.
By the way, NKZ said in an interview that they won with Zaya half a map versus Space Station on scrims. Don't know how you win half a map, but apparently they did. Well, the thing is, like, things can happen where you can win maps. It doesn't mean it's good all of a sudden, right? In my opinion, like, so even like, let's say Mauga's the strongest comp right now. Let's say in the matchup, you're going to win 70% of the time, right? If you're playing Mauga, they're not playing Mauga, you have a 70% unmirrored win rate, right? You're still going to win 30% of the time, right? Doesn't mean it's good because you're most likely in an uphill battle 90% of the time. Sorry, 70% of the time, but yeah, only winning half of a map is also like, that's kind of interesting. But like, maybe they just don't feel good in the Mauga meta, right? Maybe there are definitely teams who thrive off of playing something slightly different.
The objective is now active. Receive my aid.
I feel like they played a little slow there. Wait, the Mauga's still alive. Oh, wait, never mind, the Mauga's dead. I feel like they played a little slow there. I think you gotta be really careful about charging up the Zaya. I guess it's kind of difficult to not charge up the Zaya when they're just kind of bubbling the Reaper into you. So if you don't shoot the Reaper's just gonna melt your Mauga. You see Super say that some heroes Junks in Mauga should never be meta. Thoughts? Well, yeah, I think that's a pretty common sentiment by a lot of different people. It comes from the idea that like these are simple heroes. It's kind of like the Moira, like people who heroes that are very low skill ceiling. Heroes that are very high skill floor, people hate, right? So heroes that by doing very little, you're going to be able to do a lot. You go, bro, I was just trying to make sure I had the wording right. So through very little amounts of skill, you can do a lot of value and get a lot of value, right? That's why people hate Moira. That's why people hate Junkrat. That's why people hate Mauga, right? Is because Mauga, just by existing and just shooting, he does a lot, right? You just win the tank matchup, right? There are very few tanks that can stand up to Mauga, and Mauga doesn't even do anything very interesting. He just stands there and shoots at you, right? So people get really frustrated with that. I agree. Those kind of metas are generally really bad. Do I think that they should never be meta? I don't agree with that. I think in general, they shouldn't be as strong as other heroes. They should never have a super high win rate. I don't think Moira, like I agree, anytime you have a Moira meta or a Mauga meta, everyone's just going to freak out because it's just not fun. It's not fun to play. It's not fun to watch. And I think it's just frustrating for everybody involved, right? It doesn't feel good to play those heroes. So I agree they shouldn't never be meta, but maybe the way I would tweak it is instead of saying they should never be meta, it's they shouldn't be meta all the time. They should very infrequently be meta. But on top of that, it should never be it's especially worse when you're playing that thing and that thing is better than everything else 100% of the time, right? That is the issue with Mauga right now. It's not that Mauga is strong on control, right? It's that Mauga is strong on every single map, period, because he is just that strong. It doesn't matter if the map doesn't suit him. You still just play Mauga, right? That is the issue for me. Yeah, like if Mauga was good on this map and this map, but other maps, oh, you need high mobility, you need height control and that kind of stuff. That's where you want the meta to be, right? And that's why a lot of people really were frustrated because the front half of the Season 9 meta was really good, right? Like there were map dependent heroes, people were doing certain things. There were like certain heroes like Lucio and Tracer who were pretty consistently good across all maps. But for the most part, everything else was kind of up in the air. The big difference as well between Lucio and Tracer is people like Lucio and Tracer. There's a lot of skill expression there. The skill 4 is quite low, right? You can get very little value with those heroes if you're not playing them well, but the skill ceiling is super high, right? And in general, people don't mind when those heroes are meta for an incredibly long time. Like Tracer's been meta since the beginning of time, almost always, right? Yeah, she falls out of metas here and there, like she's not in this meta because we're in a very brawl heavy meta. But for the most part, Tracer's always been good. Same with Lucio. Lucio's always been good in a lot of situations. But people don't mind that. It's just these other heroes that are bad for the game. But I will also go back and say, this game is not competitively focused first, right? It is a game that is focused on it being fun and accessible for a lot of people. So heroes like Moira and Mauga and Junkrat need to exist because a lot of people just enjoy playing those heroes because they are simple to play. You shoot in their general direction, you hope for the best, right? Those kind of characters need to exist in a game like Overwatch. And it's annoying when that bleeds into competitive in such a negative way. And I think the developers are very cognizant of that. They don't want Moira to be hard meta. They understand that Moira needs to exist in the game, but they don't want it to be really strong at the top end. But that's why it can be like a never-ending back and forth of it's hard to make these heroes good and fun to play while also not making them incredibly strong in the right hands. Didn't they say they wanted to focus on the high level? No, I don't think they would have ever said that. I think they would have talked about wanting to focus on the high level in terms of like making it balanced and stuff like that. But Overwatch has never been balanced from the top down. And I don't think it ever will be, right? Like, yes, they want to balance from the top end because that is definitely where you have the most data and it's like the most clear because that's where I think you're starting to see the most refinement of all these heroes. But if you were only balancing from the top down, like heroes like Moira wouldn't exist, right? And like there's a very big thing of the game gets played very differently in silver and gold, where most of the player base is, to how it gets played at the top level. It's a near impossible task, and that's the problem with Overwatch, right? It's a near impossible task to balance for all of those things. Mauga is fine when he isn't mirrored. Well, I think Mauga is fine as a hero. I think there's a lot of knee-jerk reactions going on right now. Yeah, what's up, MKZ? I think there's a lot of knee-jerk reactions going on right now to Mauga, just because when he was first released, dumb busted when they did the buff of him again. Once again, they buffed him, and I think they just went way too heavy-handed on the buffs. I think that 100 extra overhealth that he gets on his shift was unnecessary. I think it would have been interesting to see how he would play if you just remove that. I think when Mauga is balanced, it'll be good. He is supposed to be a very immobile kind of tank buster who is like kind of hard for certain heroes to match up, right? Tanks have a lot of counter swapping. Mauga is going to be one of those heroes that you throw him in the lineup and he will be that. The issue with Mauga and why people hate Mauga is that he's just been overtuned more often since he was released than him being useless. And the other issue with Mauga was that when they nerfed him the first time, it kind of like was an opposite swing. So he was either overpowered, completely useless, and then back to overpowered, right? And I think that's just frustrating to play with because it's just imbalance within the game. I think this Mauga matchup and this like meta is fun, but they need to get on top of it sooner rather than later because people are going to get very upset with it very quickly, right? We've only been in it for a week and people are already starting to get upset. You start doing this for another week, and then 3 weeks, and then 4 weeks. That's when people are going to... The big issue will be that's when people stop playing the game, right? If it goes on for too long, regardless of people watching OWCS and the meta in OWCS, the just average gamer will stop playing the game if Mauga's in every single one of their games and people are not having fun, right? This meta makes me not want to play ranked. Exactly, right? So right now the player base is... And once you get people stop playing, even if they nerf Mauga, people might not come back, right? And so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a hotfix come through this week to the Mauga stuff. I don't think it'll be crazy heavy-handed. I hope the change that they make is they just remove the overhealth, the 100 overhealth. I think that should fix him in terms of other tanks potentially can hold up to him a little bit better. Like Xayah potentially wouldn't be a terrible choice, right? To go into to Mauga, especially because like Mauga is kind of like indiscriminately shoots. You can bubble people, the Reaper who walks into the Mauga. So all of a sudden Xayah can be a viable thing. Right now, I think you're still at like a pretty big disadvantage. Sorry, NKZ. But I think things will get closer to that matchup. Queen isn't a tank buster. No, there aren't that many tank busters in the game. D.Va is not a tank buster. How many tank busters are in the game? I would say Hog's kind of a tank buster, but even then, not really. Like, Mauga's a tank buster. I would say Ramatra's kind of a tank buster in his way. He does a lot of punching that does a lot of damage. But then, yeah, if you talk about DPS and stuff like that, like, there are going to be tank busting DPS. There should be tank busting in every single role, right? Zenyatta's a tank buster. Ana's kind of a tank buster with the anti-nade. Then you have DPS. Bastion's a tank buster. Reaper's a tank buster. Like, you need some of those in every single role. So, like, there's not that many tank busters when you think about it through and true. Queen way more than Ram. I don't know if I would... I like, Queen's pretty good as a tank buster, but I wouldn't say that's her like role in the meta. The damage reduction should be less ammo. The health regen is fine because you can play around it, but the damage reduction is always guaranteed. There is no matter. Just makes it boring. But isn't it like, how would you change the damage reduction? And sorry, we're going to go on a lot of tangents today. That's kind of the day that I'm kind of in. So that's going to kind of be the day as we just sort of talk about a bunch of different things. So let's have a look at what his cooldowns are. So cardiac overdrive, where it is right now. No, sorry, it scrolled up. 30% damage reduction, 60% healing of damage dealt, 100 over health, right? I don't hate the damage reduction. I think that's what makes him unique and what makes his ability unique, right? So, and it provides it to everyone. So I think, yes, I think it can be frustrating to deal with. Maybe, I just think the 100 overhealth, because it's kind of like the Orisa issue, where when Orisa uses Fortify, the extra health you give her is also fortified health. So it's like that health is actually more impactful than just the amount of health that you're getting. So it's not really 100 overhealth, it's 130 overhealth that you're getting because of the 30% damage reduction. And then that on top of everything else as well, right? So I just don't think the overhealth is necessary. I like the idea of like cardiac overdrive. He gets his damage back that he heals, and he has the damage reduction, right? Because if you reduce the damage reduction, you're kind of just, he has Queen Shout almost, right? Yes, but it has some lifesteal. So I actually don't hate the idea of cardiac overdrive, and I would rather see them get rid of the health before they start removing the damage reduction. You could remove the health, and then if you're like, he's still a problem, then you can just drop it 5%, right? Damage reduction down to 25%. I feel like tank buster heroes shouldn't also be tanky, but the problem if you're a tank buster and you're not tanky, then you lose to the other tank, so you're not a tank buster anymore, right? And I also think you need this damage reduction because I think that's the huge part of his kit. Like, I feel like the power fantasy of his kit is that you're, like, incredibly tanky and you can just run into the backline, right? Which, in their defense, this is how the hero is being played, right? Like, I think this is how the hero is being played. They're running in, they're jumping in, they're using cardiac overdrive, they're pulling people into the cage. I feel like he's doing what he's needs to be doing right now. I just think it's a little much. I wish his guns worked differently. I kind of like his guns. I like his guns, how there's a choice between like the two guns that you use from range. You want to light them on fire and then shoot with the other gun. If you're close range and you just want to kill things, you double shoot the guns. I think there's a lot of, it's like a mini game within the game of like how you use the guns, and how you use them optimally will be what distinguishes a good Mauga from a great Mauga. There's not really a choice. I agree, there's not really a choice. It's a very simple flow chart of like which guns get used where, but doing that within the heat of the moment is also a skill, right? Using the right guns for the right amount of time, at the right distance, and all that kind of stuff. It's not just you jump in and then you hold down both guns. Yes, in this specific meta where everyone's just standing directly in front of you and you're just shooting the other Mauga, yes, it isn't that interesting, but it should evolve past that. I think if you make the guns more complicated than this, it just becomes overwhelming. Being able to pressure out an Ashe or Widow with one gun is a pretty good interaction. Well, the Widow Ashe should be far enough away that with the spread, it shouldn't light them on fire too quickly. And I think then you're kind of exposing yourself and standing and just shooting at them from distance. Like, is there a damage threshold? How does the gun work with the damage threshold? I'm going to be honest, I haven't played a lot of Mauga myself because I just don't like, I haven't enjoyed... Well, I don't play tank, first of all, but then when, like, the bits and pieces I have, like, it's just kind of been, like, I don't want to play Mauga because everyone gets mad when you play Mauga. Do you have to do a certain amount of damage to apply the fire, or does it just need to hit him once? I think it's like 4 or 5 shots to ignite. So, okay, let's finish this map, and then I'm gonna. I kind of want to go into a training range with it. You have to hit like a few in a row. That's what I thought as well, right? All right, keep this going. Oh shoot, pull the thing up. Sheer cold. Let's finish this map, and then I want to go into a training range with Mauga, and we can talk more about it. Let's watch some Mauga as well while I hit. Dude, it actually shreds the Zaya, but too much damage. Oh, good EMP. Yeah, this is kind of... I guess this is kind of like a very GOATS style thing, but both of these rounds, like the way the game is played is very much like this, where if you lose one important fight and that one team just starts cycling their ultimates before you do, it kind of just snowballs away from you, right? So it doesn't surprise me that these metas are very just like,
Ready for
or at least these rounds are very 100 to 0.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Last chance to give him everything we got.
Kind of want to, let's watch the Mauga. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, like, I think this is so cool. Like, I think the way Mauga does it, like, that's kind of what he does, is he, like, he runs in, he takes the space, his team follows him, he hits the cardiac overdrive, so he clears them out, right? Area cleared, as you guys are saying. Like, I think this is cool. As long as he's punishable. And I think with the cardiac overdrive, it can be a little difficult. Like, that's how it should work, right? If you can't get value, then you should just get punished, right? After the tank squad I tried, I think they should have upped the ult charge reduction from tank pass a bit too. I actually think support charge is in a pretty good spot right now. Like, I actually don't think supports beat everyone else to ultimates as much as they used to, right? Like, Moira used to be, like, ridiculous, right? With how much she used to get. Yeah, they're kind of giving the Xayah way too much charge right now. Oh, so we actually got they switched off of them. Oh, that's a good grab. Holy grab. Holy Death Blossom. Wow, good combo. Are both of these teams out? No, I believe Sheer Cold, or well, whichever team wins this, makes it out, no? Like, whoever wins this match made it out of groups. Yeah, I think they have too much charge. I think they're doing a really good job of, like, Will and NKZ are doing a really good job of playing together. Like, Will is, because, like, you should just be bubbling your Reaper on cooldown. First of all, because of the cooldown reduction on your bubbles by bubbling other people. Like, I think as a Xayah, the way NKZ is playing it is right. You're not really going in hyper aggressive. In the past, as Xayahs, you were just like, you were the one who was you were bubbling yourself and you were going aggressive. While now it kind of feels like you're sitting in the mid range and you're enabling your Reaper and you're kind of just existing. Oh, they're gonna lose that bubble. There's a CD reduction, yeah. So if you project the bubble, so you put the bubble on someone else, the cooldown is 2 seconds shorter than if you bubble yourself. I think it's still 2 seconds, right? It was introduced in Overwatch 2, like season 3 or 4, to incentivize people to bubble others more. Which, it works, right? Oh, the Reaper's so dead. But they removed that? I do not believe they did. Xayah, I am almost certain they did not. But I could be wrong. Wobble wobble, motherfucker. Yeah. So if you go here, particle barrier, 10 seconds, or you create a barrier around you. Projected barrier, 8 seconds. Yeah. First time I'm hearing about this. Yeah, this was season 3 or 4 or something like that. I think that happened. Yo, look at me. Thank you very much for 31 months. Bubbles. Yep, bubbles. Is there also not also a delay to bubbling yourself? No, I don't think. 7 or 8? Or was it more recent than I thought? But yeah, I remember that it was a change that came through. Yeah, actually, maybe you're right. 6 or 7. Or maybe not 8, because I don't think it came in last season. Maybe it was 6 or 7. The Xayah does look good in terms of you're getting a lot of value, but it's like one of those things where I think the Xayah is probably getting a lot of value, but it's not as good for your team as a whole, you know? It'd be interesting seeing it going up. If Force are yeah to switch off of the Mauga, but I wonder if that would be true all the way through, but yeah, there you go. Sheer Cold, get the first map. No, we're gonna watch FTG versus Falcons after this. All right, before we do this, I want to jump in the training range And this is also a reason why I kind of didn't want to do a YouTube video for this, because I'm just getting distracted. And I feel bad when I'm doing a YouTube video. Yeah, so it's like, how many shots does it take to light them up? I guess it's pretty accurate from this range. So you can light a someone on fire. It doesn't really do a lot of damage, but it's annoying. So the spread's not crazy in terms of lighting people on fire. So it definitely would be annoying, and I actually like that element, right? Like, I think Mauga would suck a lot. Like, he's not, you should, like, if you shoot both, right? Like, and I think this is a cool mechanic of, it's your bullets are actually quite tight unless you're using both, right? Like, I think that's a really smart idea. It's just not worth sparing them down. So it's like you do have some point from mid-range. Like, it's not a lot of damage, right? Like, yeah, if you're... Wait. I thought it was only your right-click guns that crit if you were shooting. Or does it, if you hold left-click, does it just permanent crit? Is there a world in which you're better off just shooting left-click? How much damage, more damage does the right-click do than the left-click? Mauga. Oh, I was headshotting them. Okay, I'm just so talented, I didn't realize it. So that's what that was. They do the same base damage, right. So it's just, the whole point is that you can, you're just critting.
For me.
From distance, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, wait, why am I critting people with my left click? That doesn't make sense, but I was just headshotting them, yeah. You don't, just confirming, you don't do more damage. You don't do double crits. If you headshot and they're on fire, you don't do more crits, right? It's just crits is crits. I don't think you do. That'd be a little ridiculous. All right, sweet. Let's keep it going.
Ready for battle.
Hitting skill with Mauga is mad. I think people have like a blind rage and hatred to Mauga. I think saying that he is a skillless hero is like disingenuous. He's definitely not the hardest tank we have. He's not a thing. But saying he's just like dumb easy. Yes, in a Mauga v Mauga mirror, yes, he's dumb stupid and you're just standing there shooting. But I actually think there's a lot of complexity to him when you're playing him. Like, if you're playing him versus like a dive, I think there's like a lot of complexity that comes with like when to charge in, how to manage your health, how to go back and forth. It's kind of like dumbed down because he gets the 100 health and he has the damage reduction and it's like he feels unkillable. But I think if he's in a good spot, I actually like Mauga for the game. I actually don't think Mauga's a terrible hero.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
As I said, I think this hatred comes from the state that Mauga's been in since he came into the game. When I get solo ulted by Mauga as Doomfist, I struggle to see the skill, but I can tell my bias. Well, that's like being like, when you get grabbed by Xayah, where's the skill? Like, what do you mean? She just threw a grab at you that now you can't move. Isn't that the same thing? But if anything, now you can't even move. You can't even control your grab as a skill shot. Barely. It's like that's like saying the cage is a skill shot. You can jump out of the Mauga cage. They're like, the Mauga cage is pretty small. Maybe they'll get so close to Mauga when he has cage, you know? Like, there is counterplay to Mauga cage. Plus, the cage can be broken. I actually think a big thing that people aren't doing enough is breaking the cage. Like, I think there is a lot about... Like, the cage doesn't have a crazy amount of health. I think people, if they thought about it more, should break the cage more. You're gonna also cage jacks? Yeah, like, I think that... I don't think cage is just completely skillless. Oh, this Junkrat is dead. I like the Sigma, and they're kind of playing a poke comp and like spreading around the Mauga, right? And like, and this is a situation where Mauga's difficult, right? Like, what do you do in this situation? You have a Sigma standing in front of you. You can't really charge the backline because they're just gonna kind of deal with you. So you just kind of like run around and don't do anything. Like, I actually think Mauga has pretty big weaknesses if he can't go in, right? Oh, wrong side. Sorry. Yeah, these guys change on me.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
And we had Sheer Cold won the first round.
What's up? Yeah.
All right, I like the Sigma. So it seems like, okay, in case you here, why do you hate the Mauga? What did Mauga do, dude? Did Mauga kick your dog? Are you ethical gamers? Like, what's going on? Like, Mauga sucks in poke, right? Like, sucks so bad. Like, oh yeah, need to kind of just go. Like, right now they're just getting out poked. Oh, they should go for the Sigma. I think they should charge it for Sigma there, I don't know.
This ends now.
Right, like, it feels like they're just constantly on the retreat right now. They're forcing Mauga with no Lucio. Yeah, I feel like... Because everyone else has almost 100% been playing Lucio, right? With it, they're playing like... People playing like Lucio more. I think you need the Lucio to just run in. I feel like they're just playing way too passive right here. So, they're playing Yeet. Oh my god, I actually think it's going to work. But yeah, I think they're just playing way too passive for the Mauga. That said, I haven't watched a lot of the matches from this weekend, so I'm kind of learning as I'm going, but right now it just feels like they're getting... If someone's going to play Sigma against you, I think you should just run at them, no?
You're completely healed.
Lucio's overrated, speed not needed. I feel like most people are playing speed though, right? Like, you say speed is overrated, but I think you kind of need ways to engage as a whole unit. Like, I agree that you could, there's like a world where you can play like just high healing. Trying to flux a Mauga is a bold strategy. Sim? Yeah. So, like, okay, so if you guys say Lucio's overrated, what are the best teams being playing that isn't Lucio? Are people playing like Moira Kiri? Moira Bap? Are they just playing like high healing? Are people trying to play Zen? I guess you could play Zen and just play far away, and then you have Discord advantage, you have Transcendence for the ults. But I feel like if you try and play a Zen, good teams are just going to play Lucio, speed into you, and just fucking kill your Zenyatta. Lucio heal botting, and Lucio heal botting isn't that bad. Like, I think that's what that was kind of what was happening in the last meta with the Junkrat Queen and stuff like that. You're kind of a heal bot. If you're just using all your... Like, if you're using your amps to heal, it's actually not that bad. Yeah, this Mauga's getting kind of gut. If you're just using all your amps to heal your team and then, like, speed here and there when necessary, I actually think he's kind of good. Sound Barrier is a really strong ultimate. Yeah, that's sort of it. Like, you guys are sort of saying Lucio's not needed, but I from what I saw from the matchups over the weekend, everyone was playing Lucio, so there's definitely merit there for the top teams. I agree, in your ranked games, probably not playing Lucio is fine, right? Like, you probably don't need to play Lucio, but I think at the top level, you'll just get outpaced. And I don't like Baptiste. If they're playing, like, if you try and play a Baptiste against a Mauga Lucio, I feel like he's just going to get jumped on or crushed every single time. Yeah, Dark Side Phil is getting kind of got. How's Hot Babe 35 doing? Yeah, so they switched off Mauga. So it's kind of interesting that in this matchup, it feels like we've been seeing Sheer Cold doing a great job of making... Oh yeah, I feel like they can't play the Sigma. Transcendence is pretty good here. The tire in the air? Oh, they lost it though. Wait, no. Oh god. I will kind of poos on them, but damage is already done. Saw the vision, yeah. Every Zen player can do that of like, they're on the high ground, but you can't get there, so you're just kind of jumping at the edge, hoping you heal them a little. Oh, Crooked House, thank you for 5 months. Always a pleasure virtually hanging out with y'all. Thanks for the great streams, Custa. Y'all, thank you very much for hanging out. We're vibing. You want to get some Junkrat pop? All right, let's get some Kaya. I heard Kaya is the new Junkrat specialist. Jake's taking her back seat. Oh! Oh, he's dead. Ain't no way. Why couldn't that have happened for me when I was falling off the edge? Kaya's Jake's father. You're not my dad! Kaya is best Junkrat EU by a long shot. Yeah, well, yeah. Obviously, Kaya's a better Junkrat than Jake these days because you know, Jake played in like 2018, 2019. So, but yeah, there's some filthy Junkrats out there in the world these days. It's just nice to see a Junkrat player that plays other. Wait, is Kaya a Junkrat one trick or do they play other things? That was a good Blizzard into Diva Bomb to deal with that window. But I guess they used 3 ultimates. What was that? Wait, they're actually a one trick? I was gonna say it's nice to see a Junkrat, a world-class Junkrat player who's not a one trick, but fuck me, I guess. Oh, is this? They also play Torb. Ah, much better. Oh, yeah, it's a one trick team. Yeah, yeah. Oya's always been known to just play funky shit, right? They just never play meta. Well, not meta. Never, but like rarely do. Just like to play whatever the fuck they enjoy playing. Wow. Will did a really good job of baiting that tire.
This ends now.
Because Kaya was trying to get the recall out super early. Oh, never mind. Dunked on. Sayodal just did not find anything with that overclock. NKZ coming up to a grab, maybe. They're going to need that if they're going to win this. Oh, they didn't get the remake kill. I think NKZ needed to throw that grab earlier. They can remake while in the grab, but it should be alright. I think it was like a hair earlier. I think there's no way the Diva gets in the mech. And then at least you probably get the cart moving faster. I don't think it'll really matter. I think it's going to be hard. Oh, they got Junkrat, Bat, May. Yeah, no one's touching. Yeah, it don't matter. I love teams that play whatever the fuck they want. The problem with teams that play whatever the fuck they want, they're never really going to win, right? I guess the only time that's ever not been true was Shanghai Dragons 2019 stage 3. But even then, I'm still not convinced that Pharah was like better than Goats. I'm just convinced that they had a really good strategy versus Goats and people didn't know how to beat it yet. I mean, me and you, NKZ and chat. Yeah, no, but that's like such a minor thing of the remake. I'm sure NKZ probably would have told you the same. They wanted to get the grab so the Diva wouldn't get the remake. London did pretty well, yeah, but there's like there's an expiration on that, right? Like London never won anything, right? They definitely exceeded their expectations, and they probably wouldn't have gotten as far playing meta. But you know, London's comp was never going to win the whole thing. Against the best teams playing the right comps, they seem to always fall short. Yeah, that's it. You know, that's why the Chengdu were fan favorites. Yeah, Brock. This is. Oh yeah, it just makes every team play the worst macro ever. So this is a common thing by teams that play like these like weird comps. The hard thing about playing against these niche teams like the London Spitfire, like Chengdu Hunters, like Oh Yeah, is that Oh Yeah plays so differently to everyone else that every team that they play against has no understanding of how to play against what Oh Yeah is doing, right? there's probably an answer, and oh yeah, knows what that is, but the teams that they're playing against, because they don't practice against it, they don't scrim against it, and no one else plays what they play to their caliber, like it's kind of impossible to practice against. So it's kind of like a, and that's why it's called like cheese strategy, right? Because you're doing something that isn't really the best. You're just kind of hoping that the other team doesn't know how to react to it. It's so chaotic and frustrating. Yeah, because it's like all of a sudden you're forcing the other team to adapt, right? Like, so a great example is Shanghai Dragons 2019 when they beat Goats playing Pharah. It was very easy for them to practice on how to beat Goats because everyone was playing Goats. I assume every scrim that they played, they were practicing how to play Pharah versus Goats. Every other team was practicing Goats versus Goats. So when they went into a match against a team that hasn't been playing Goats versus Pharah, you're all of a sudden dealt with a problem that you don't know how to solve, right? And then you pair that with they have some of the best players on all of those roles as well. Good luck. They're literally playing quick play, yeah. Do you think Season 4 Dallas is a good example of that? No, not really. Like, you're talking about like the Moira Reaper shit. I think that was different because I think other teams did end up playing that and were playing that. That wasn't as cheesy as some of these other things that we're talking about. The sim in May Melee? I can't even remember what that was at this point. Is that the Xayah comp? Kind of. You're talking about the Harmon Xayah with the Xayah. I don't think that was super cheesy. It's kind of along the same vibes of like they just found something different that they played thing and everyone else was kind of slow to react. But once people caught on, like it's not really cheesy anymore, right? No, I've not played Quick Play Hacked yet. I don't know if I want to go back to Double Trouble. I played a lot of that in my time. Flux, great Flux. Oh, this Sigma's so dead. Oh, okay, that was great time beat by Streba. Nano Diva. Oh, great nade. Huge nade by Hot Babe 35. It's my goat. Hot Babe 35. What is Quick Play Hacked? They essentially, they're doing a thing where in Quick Play Hacked, you can play and you can now play two of the same heroes on your team. So you can play like double Lucio, you can play double Tracer. Like, what the fuck is that noise? It's just something outside. We got construction. Surely Junkrat Tire can't get evaluated. It can in certain situations, and I think we'll find out, right? I know that Kaya hits a crazy tire. I saw the screenshots. Can you play double Mauga? No, obviously. I think there's still a 1-2-2 roll lock. Just one bro off day. And that's kind of what, you know, Quick Play Hacked I think is supposed to be that. It's supposed to be something that isn't supposed to be taken seriously. They can have some fun, and I think the developers can learn some things about it, right? Like, I think Aaron said in the dev blog, it's like, hey, we don't expect to bring back 2 hero limits, right? That's unlikely, but I think it can be something fun, and let's see how the player base reacts, right? They can try things that you just can't try, right? It's experimental mode where it's like, hey, this is unlikely to be anything, but we think it's fun. Maybe we can get some takeaways from it. But like, I think the last Quick Play Hacked, the one where they had like quicker spawns and stuff like that, that was an interesting thing that they tried to take lessons from. And I think they said that like there were things that were interesting, there were things that were worse. It's fine, yeah. Did they take over Quick Play with this? Oh wow, that was good. Good job living through that. Did they take over Quick Play, or is this like a secondary card for Quick Play? Yes, they took over Quick Play. Okay, sweet. But for only 24 hours, so it's not too bad. Because I know that was a lot of people's frustrations in the last one, is that there was like, they took over Quick Play, but it was for like a while, right? Wasn't it a few days or a week or something like that? And people were like, oh, well, I don't want to play this, so I'm just not going to play Overwatch. Yeah, several days. Yeah, 24 hours is pretty reasonable, right? Like if you, I think that's enough time that people will play it. Like let's say the casual player, they come on, they play it for an hour, they're like, oh, that was fun, but I didn't really enjoy it. Then it's like, oh, I'll just play again tomorrow. But at least it's not like, oh, I guess I won't play for 2 days, right? The last one, yeah, the last one was like pretty extreme. Oh, yeah. I don't know how I feel about the queen here.
Now you see me? Now you don't.
Oh, I think they might have overextended here. Oh, no, they got the pulse. I thought that might have been another side pulse one, but... The Kaya Torb. Yeah, let's see the legendary Torb. Decided to never play Overwatch when they're refusing to make a different card for the experiments. The Squid, do you think there's a reason why they don't make a different card for experiments? The major reason is that they don't... If you make it a separate card, people won't play it. So it's like kind of a waste of time. So it's like... You either need to make certain people upset by changing quick play, or you need to, or they just can't experiment because people won't play it. Yeah, they explained that in the dev post, yeah. So they just said it, people just won't play. People do be entitled about their free-to-play intent. Well, you know, people are entitled to be like, I want to play my way, right? But I think it's a good solution to make it a very short period of time, right? So people can try it, they can play it, right? If you're a quick play Andy, the rules shouldn't matter that much to you of that kind of stuff. So it's like, if for 24 hours the rules of quick play changed a little bit, that's fine, right? I understand the frustration for the 3 days, but I like, it is what it is. There are easy ways to get people to play, give them stuff, but I also think that's a dangerous... I think that's a dangerous route to go down, because it's like all of a sudden you're just saying we're going to incentivize people to play by like overinflating the market with things, and then on top of that, if people are only playing for the skins, I think people aren't going to take it seriously or try, right? Like if people are like, I'm only playing this for the corgi skin, let's use that for example, I think you're not really experimenting very usefully. And I also think, I wonder if you gave a corgi spin, like something for people to play, how many people would play it? I wonder how much that translates to actual gameplay. Or Queen Ult. The Queen Ult got lifted. It did hit a couple of people, but they have the sound barrier. Oh, NKZ's dead. The Kaya Torb. Oh, Kaya Torb dies. But they should be fine. If people keep playing it, after getting the reward, you made a good change because they like it. If not, it wasn't that good anyway. But that's what they're doing with the experimental, right? Like, it's not about, like, it's about getting people's feedback of, like, what they think of the mode, right? It's like experimentation. And it's not like they're trying to work out if this is, like, a must thing. It's...
Score.
I don't know. Like, I feel like we're going in circles here.
3. Switching sides.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to please anyone. Right? So I think you just got to go for the best option. I think they're finding a good middle ground. The goal of quick play hacks is to make the game better long term. I don't think one day a quick play is a hassle. Yeah, I agree. Like, I agree. And I don't think it's the worst thing in the world.
Ready for battle.
I think it's okay. I think the 24 hour is a good compromise to, if you're going to take over quick play. Like, I don't know, like, we've been playing quick play for the last 7 years. Is it really so bad if things change for a day? Isn't that fun? Right? Like, as I said, I can't really speak to this because I'm not the demographic of people that they're targeting this for. I don't play quick play normally, and I don't play quick play hacked. So it's like, I can't really speak how much this annoys me personally, because it doesn't really change my experience because I don't play quick play. But like, how do you do experiments and get meaningful feedback without taking over the quick play card? Because as I said, we've done that in the past, right? Like, they've done them in the past where they don't take over quick play and they just don't really get any meaningful feedback from it because not enough people play it. And then not enough people play it, so then people don't get games, so then people don't play it. Even the people that wanted to try it don't get games, so it's kind of bad.
Defend objective A.
Why not keep normal quick play as an option in the mystery heroes? Because I think there's a very different group of people that want to play mystery heroes and quick play. I think that you're taking away mystery heroes. I think you're saying like, oh, let's just get the mystery heroes people to play quick play for that period, or the mystery heroes to play the experimental. But I don't know if that's like a one-to-one translation. Also, with an experimental, you can still go whatever support DPS you want. You don't need to copy whatever the other person picked or swap if double doesn't work. And that's it, right? It's like, it's not... I also think this experiment is way less egregious than the last one, right? I think that was a big thing is they took it over for 3 days and the experiment was like a lot, right? Like the experiment was like... A lot of people played it one time. They were like, did not like that. And then just never played it again, right? Well, I feel like, as you said, like this quick play hack is like not really that changing. Like it's, yeah, I'd be curious to see how much double the same thing is being played all the time.
30 seconds remaining.
It's like the April 1st patches. Yeah, the April 1st patches are a lot of fun, right? They probably thought the previous hack changes were good enough to keep players engaged. I think they thought it would be more fun than it was. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's fast, it's chaotic, and it'll be crazy, and people will, like, even if it's not like the usual experience, at least it'll be like fast. But I think for a lot of people, it's just like it was just a dramatically worse experience. As I said, I didn't play it. But for everyone that I talked to said, yeah, it wasn't very fun. It felt like you were either stomping people fast or you were getting stomped faster, right? It didn't feel like your game was happening that much or more impactful. Ooh, the bubble falls off before. I actually think this is going to be cap. Yeah. It made push more. I actually did hear that. I remember hearing that people said push was really fun because like the bot moving faster, and that's like one of those things, right? That it's like, well, maybe that's something that we can take away from the mode. Maybe push would be a better game mode. Everyone would have more fun on push if the bot moved faster, right? Like that's why they run these experimental modes of like, hey, cough is terrible if you make it faster. Cough is fine, let's not touch it. But hey, push, if the bot moves faster, and maybe if we make people's spawns faster, if they're far away or something like that, hey, that's an interesting change that we can implement in the game. And that's the whole point of these quick play hacked events, is that they're trying to take things, not the entire package of what you're testing, but they're trying to take pieces of that experience and trying to apply it to the game to make it better long term. Push is perfect as it is. Don't change it. It's the most honest game mode. Did someone just admit they like pushed? Who likes push? Like, the thing is, I actually like push. I'm a push apologist, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone in Twitch chat say a nice thing about push. I just had to double tag. I thought there was going to be like a clueless emote after that. I like push as well. I actually think I've had a lot of great games on push. I think it's competitive. I think it's back and forth. I think there is potential for comebacks. I think a lot of the biggest issues with push, of why people don't like push, is because people don't like Colosseo. And when that was one of our 2 maps that we played, and I don't think New Queen Street is great either. I just think Colosseo is especially bad with the way that it plays in certain routes. But I think now Esperanza's out, and people like Esperanza, right? And people are like, hey, push is fun, Esperanza's fun, the back and forth is fun, right? Remove the glass. Yes, okay, everyone spam remove the glass. I'm sure it will go eventually. Alright, we got rush, overclock, window. I think that these guys are dead on the way through here. Yeah, that beat's not going to get the value you wanted to. Kill any lamp killers? Yeah, there you go. Colosseo is better than New Queen Street. I just disagree. I think Colosseo has a lot of issues. The glass being one of them. I think there's, in my opinion, the biggest issue with Colosseo is once you get it through the archers and you have to attack the defenders who have the high ground advantage, which you can only access through stairs that are like choke points that are difficult to get up on. and then they can contest the bot from that top bridge and their defensive setup, I think is really frustrating. And I feel like most of the time, every single Colosseo, we're just bouncing back and forth between that. And then like one team who gets one lucky pick, or not lucky, but like one pick, or has like one clean team fight who gets the checkpoint first, generally has a huge advantage. Especially with how close the forward spawns are, I think it becomes very difficult for the defending team who holds them. If they get forward spawns, they're going to get the defensive advantage, so then they have a better opportunity to fight. It just, I think it snowballs really poorly, and I don't think that happens in Esperanza in the same way. Also, 3 maps is too few. Yeah, I wonder if they're kind of learning from this experience of like, if you have 2 maps, only 2 maps. And that's why I don't hate that they're adding more modes. I think the 2 maps feels bad from like a competitive standpoint, where it feels like we play each mode equally. But if you only have 2 maps of each mode, it's a problem, right? But if we have like so many different modes, for the average quick play enjoyer or the competitive enjoyer, you should theoretically be playing so many different modes. Like, I remember, I actually think someone came out on the dev team in the past and said that originally when Push first came out, something was leading to Push being played more than it was supposed to. And I think people felt that. They were like, why do I feel like I'm playing Push every like 3rd or 4th mode when there was only Colosseo and New Queen Street? I also think that's what led to the hatred of the game mode. Because that was at the beginning of Overwatch 2 now as well. So I think there was a lot of frustrations with just having to play so much Push. It's kind of like and then it becomes like the Brig example of like, people hate Brig to this day, but I actually think Brig's in a good state, and I actually think she has a really cool point in the game, but people just hate Brig because of what she was. Not because of what she is anymore, but because of what she once was. And I think people have that for Push as well. When are we getting 5 CP again? Season 11? Yeah, I think it's either season 10 or 11. I don't know when the maps are planning on coming out. First impressions are rough to get past, and that's it, right? And that's, you know, that's a mistake the developers made, and that they now just have to deal with, right? That's how I feel about Mauga, and I think that's it about Mauga as well. I think Mauga's gonna be poorly received for a very long time, just because of how overpowered he was off the rip. And then he was really bad, and then he was overpowered again. Like, he hasn't really found his balance in the game. Even when he does find that balance, I think it's gonna be hard. Wait, Red Team's not gonna try and recontest this, are they? Dude, NKZ's going, this is a dangerous flank. Don't know how I feel about this. If NKZ gets punished, oh, they saved the bat. Yeah, now this is a really bad flank. Oh, never mind, they're not gonna punish. Well, that led to absolutely nothing. That was kind of funny. That was a risk. Is it Flashpoint 5 CP? No.
Stop the payload.
It's a different mode. Like 5 CP is kind of like more control. 5 CP is kind of something that they've been talking about. Yeah, I don't want to speak to it too much. But yeah, 5 CP is essentially just like the mode, like it's going to be similar to like TF2. You know TF2 5 CP? They've said that they're going to create something like that. It's a tug of war control with control points, yeah. They talked about it at BlizzCon? No? They'll probably talk about it in the dev video, yeah. So it's like, I think they talked about it. They introduced it first at BlizzCon. That, like, what 5CP is going to be and the details of that. Oh, they didn't save Kaya. They kind of needed that tire. They get an NKZ, though. Blizzard down. I really wish they had used that on the... Oh, never mind. They got the BAP. I didn't realize they got the BAP. I was like, I wish they used that on the point. Damn, nice. All right. 1-1. Oh, yeah, gets a map. I'm assuming Devon is going to be the Venture test weekend. Yeah, people seem like convinced that Venture's going to have a test weekend, like they did with Mauga. Because they did it for Mauga over BlizzCon, so I don't know if they're going to make that the staple. If they got a lot of good feedback from it, I don't see why they wouldn't, right? Like, I think that's cool. The only issue that I would say that you lead to if you're going to do these types of things is you lose the initial hype of a new hero coming out because people have already played or tried the hero. So I feel like there's a lot less hype when the season comes out and the new hero exists. But maybe at least the more people buying the battle pass. I don't really know.
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
What the fuck is Venture or DPS? Yeah, Venture's a DPS. It's like the drilling DPS character that they've sort of teased in the past.
Let me balance you out. I'm here. I can hear you.
Thanks, Custa. I don't pay attention to shit. You're my news source. Yeah. The issue I have, and the reason I don't really want to talk about these kind of things is, yes, you are right, Spicy Unagi. There was a creator summit a few weeks ago. So there's a lot of things that I do not want to talk about because it's hard to mix my thoughts from what I know was talked about publicly and what was not talked about publicly. So that's why I don't really want to go deeper into these things. We'll get information hopefully in the dev blog tomorrow about it. I'm not trying to get banned. I'm not trying to pull a RuPaul on this. NDA stuff is complicated, yeah. Custa simply hates us, and I hate you guys, obviously, yeah. So we're gonna see the Xayah versus Mauga matchup again here on Esperanza. Last time, Darkside Phil ended up having to swap because the Xayah was just getting too much energy. Interesting that Will isn't on the Reaper. Like, I think the Reaper was the thing that was causing Sheer Cold a lot of issues. Actually, is everyone on the right side? Oh yeah, it's on the wrong side. Custa simply doesn't want to confirm they're switching to 4v4v4 next season. Yeah, you know, I don't want to leak that huge change that they're just adding a third team to Overwatch, you know. Custa's a notorious leaker. It actually haunts me that I'm a notorious leaker. I haven't really leaked that many things. It happened 3 times in a short window of time, and I still to this day blame Sideshow for 2 of them because it was 100% Sideshow's fault. What do you even leak? It was like Overwatch League stuff. It's always Sideshow, bro. The 2 leaks were the two leaks Sideshow fucked me over were egregious. Could have won with this Xayah comp if we had played it just a bit better, cleaning up small mistakes. Yeah, like I think, as I said, I think you can win with the Xayah Reaper. Like I don't think it's terrible. I just think it's harder, and I think Cage is such a good ultimate, right? And I think that's why a lot of people like it. Is like you kind of just win when you Cage.
Your team has lost the lead.
Never forget Sideshow leaked his own to SSN. Did he actually leak it or did he forget it? Did he... He got close to leaking his SSN, I think. What did you leak? Okay, let me tell the story real quick because people... There's thing, but I've told the story a lot of times. So I leaked three things in the off season between 2018 and 2019 of Overwatch League. No, 2019 and 2020, sorry, of Overwatch League. I was retiring as a player and I was going into talent, right? So I started doing a lot more plat chat and stuff like that with those guys. The first leak that happened was we were playing a poker game at the Philadelphia Fusion House, and we were just, you know, it went as normal. But then when the game was finished and we stopped streaming, we were packing up and we're just hanging out, like me, Neptuno, Bren, Sideshow, and we're just sort of talking about off-season moves, what people are doing, salaries, bits and pieces that we're sort of rumors, just things people do, right? When you're just like hanging out during an off-season, right? But when Sideshow stopped the stream, he double-clicked stop streaming, which if you've ever used OBS, it says stop streaming, and then it immediately has start streaming. So he stopped streaming, and then he hit start streaming. So he said, yeah, the stream's off. There's even a point where I go, the stream's off, right? And he's like, yeah, the stream's off. I turned it off. And so we have this huge conversation. I talk about Space's salary, the fact that Space is going to the Gladiators. We talked about Gamsu's salary and like the rumors of what he's going to get traded for. all these kinds of things. So we ended up getting in a shit ton of trouble because that was probably one of the worst ones because we talked about a lot of player trades that potentially might not have happened or had been locked in yet and stuff like that. That's just really fucked up thing to do. And I think it's really bad, obviously inadvertent. I thought we were just sort of having a conversation between friends. Second leak, that one wasn't great. Yeah. I thought, people thought it was so faked with how it was done, right? Because it seems so stupid, but it was actually true. The second one was I went on Plat Chat and when we were doing Plat Chat and we were doing team previews for the year, you have to do them in advance, right? Because we were all getting together during this time. We weren't just doing it online. We were doing them a bunch at a time, right? So we did like 4 at a time. We were doing the Valiant one and I knew a bunch of leaks of what Valiant were doing. Like players they were planning on signing, who, if they were good, all that kind of stuff. So I was like, when we were recording, I was like, I know what a bunch of the rumors of what this team is going to be. And I was like, so I will talk about them. And Sideshow was like, that's good. If these things aren't announced by the time we're planning on doing the video, which was like a month for what it was, they now haven't been announced in a month. I'll just cut your part out of the video. And I was like, sweet, sounds good. Took forever for them to fucking announce their team. So when we released the Valiant video, we couldn't show my leaks and what I had talked about, right? So Sideshow cut it from the VOD that they uploaded to YouTube, okay? But during this time, we were also uploading to Spotify, which has an audio version. And Sideshow didn't cut that part out of the Spotify of the recording. So I talked about the entire Valiant changes that were happening. One of those, which included the, I can't remember the player's name, who ended up getting like canceled and was like no longer a part of the team. So I ended up getting in trouble because Sideshow didn't cut it out of this Spotify. So that's 2 in the off season, both which are Sideshow's fault. And then the third one was just me. Like, this is just fucking stupid. I was streaming. I got an email as I was starting streaming. It was talking about the talent summit that was coming up. And there are a lot of talent who hadn't been announced yet, who were CC'd in the email thread. And then when I was streaming, because I had unplugged my monitor at some point, and then replugged, when I hit display capture, it actually went to a monitor that I don't usually use as a display capture. And so the email was up on a different monitor. So when I used display capture, I think I minimized something or it went to that screen and it showed everyone CC'd on the email. So like it announced like Jaws was coming to the Overwatch League. It announced Avril was coming to, Leg Day was coming to the Overwatch League. There was like a bunch of people that announced that were coming to do talent for the Overwatch League. I also think it might have leaked the address for the talent summit, which was more problematic for the doxing, but yeah. I'm sure that was that one's not Sideshow's fault. As I said, I will throw Sideshow under the bus as much as I want, because those other 2 were actually his fault. Maybe I should just not talk about things ever. The email one is obviously just me being fucking stupid, and I have very much learned my lesson of I do not open my emails or important Discord messages while on stream, and I'm very careful about when I go to display capture and stuff like that. So we get Custa. Well, I haven't leaked anything since. I have not leaked anything since. So I'm a good boy, okay? You guys can trust me with secrets. Except your address. Oh yeah, that happened recently. That was pretty bad. But we're not going to talk about it because people don't know. Your email? Oh, I don't care about my email getting leaked. I do not care about my email. I have leaked my email so many times. You guys want to email my main email? Fucking go the path to you guys. Like, I don't care. I'll just make a new email if worse comes to worse. Like, it's like one of the reasons so many as a big streamer, I would 100% recommend you use dual PCs, because the issue is this is my personal computer, and something that the internet does these days is they save your email everywhere and they plaster it fucking everywhere 100% of the time. Like, I obviously try and show it the least amount I can, but it's just, it exists. Like, yeah, you cannot use your personal PC and hide certain information. Wherever you are, Sideshow will leak it. Dude, Sideshow is notorious for doing stupid shit. As he said, Sideshow showed his wallet You want to know something? Like, if you don't know this one, Sideshow showed his wallet to the stream, and it had his social security card in it, and he almost pulled out his social security card while on stream. Who the fuck keeps that in their wallet? As we always say, Sideshow is the smartest the stupidest smart person I know. Sideshow is very smart, but he's so stupid. Oh my god, bro. Some of the shit he's done is thing. My man let his passport expire while living within the US. Just let it expire. He works on visas. He needs visas to stay in the fucking country. He needs to stay in the country, and he just let his passport expire over COVID. I'm English. I don't understand the social security number. If you live in a different, it's kind of like your tax file number. If you wanted to steal someone's identity, if you have their social security number, it's kind of possible. Like, if you leak your social security number, it's very easy for them to literally just steal your identity. And that's why if you give that up, they can steal your identity. Your national insurance, yeah, I don't know where you come from, all that kind of stuff, but. Feel like we're seeing Sheer Cold have a huge issue getting it any further than here, right? It just feels like the Maugas just walking up and they die. So that hacked quick play is full of joy, mercy, pocketing each other, and double far mercy. Yeah. It hasn't even got obnoxious yet. Like it's worse when you think about it. Like, why if you were a good team, you would just play like double Kiriko, double Tracer, like ball. You could even play double Lucio, double Tracer, Wrecking Ball or something. I kind of like the idea of going back Kiri versus the Zarya, because I feel like you realize that you don't need to go fast, but the Mauga's just kind of never gonna die. Double Sombra, yeah, you can go double Sombra. Yeah, double Lucio, double Reaper, yeah, Queen, yeah. There's so many things you can do, right? Oh, not a great grab. Yeah, I think I like this. Oh wow, just instantly EMP'd out of the thing. Oh, the Blizzard's really good though. What's a lot of ults? So like this is just even if lose this fight, which they are going to. That was so many ults. Like that's EMP, grab, sound barrier, like 3 very important ultimates. Like you just accept that it's over. Yeah, I feel like Sheer Cold could have, like, I agree, Sheer Cold can definitely win this. I just think it's an uphill battle, and if they throw away a couple of ultimates like they haven't got the value, Mauga gets a kill every now and then, you kind of just lose. And that's why, like, Mauga is just picked by so many teams, because it's the path of least resistance. Was that Nene level? Not really, because they were trying to get the Mauga on the corner of the point, but as they threw the grab, the Mauga charged. So it's not like unavoidable. Also, I'm with a lot of people, and I think the Nene grab gets like overhyped. It's kind of like the AKM blade. Like people do this shit. It's kind of like me fat fingering my ults as well. It's like people, they think this thing was like one of the most egregious ever. It isn't really. It's just the most memorable one, like of all of those things, right? It's just been so storied at this point that like the thing, like the Nene grab wasn't that bad. The grab was a good idea. It just missed. If they caught the Sombra there, they potentially win the map. Yours was pretty bad. People do that shit all the time. Mine was just like the worst because of like the situation that we were in, and it happened twice in a series. Is the thing. Just glad this game wasn't a 3-0. Yeah, from what I sounded like, the matches this weekend weren't great. It's just one of the reasons I wasn't all good EMP. That's 2 big ultimates again though. It's gonna be hard, like rush the thing. Yeah, oh yeah, it's just gonna come back with ult. Let's see this how this grab goes. What was I gonna say? That's why I didn't watch this weekend, as I knew the matches weren't gonna be super close, and I was just busy. So I wasn't too upset that I was just like, I'll just come back on Monday and watch the best matches. But I'm hoping to be here this weekend. Do I have anything on this weekend actually? I'm hoping to be here this weekend and watch coach stream all the games, because I think this is when it gets the best, right? Now that teams have something to play for. Because we have double elimination bracket starting on Thursday. Yeah, we're watching the Korean match, FTG versus Falcons after. In your terms, what is the most egregious play in Overwatch League? I think it's like the C9. I think it's some of the C9s of people who stepped off the point in overtime when like nothing was happening. Like who was it? The one who did that one? The Shanghai Dragons Dorado second point. Is that Luffy? You know, Youngjin. Yeah, the Youngjin Shanghai Dorado I think is probably the most egregious thing that's happened in the Overwatch League. He literally just stepped forward to pack someone and just walked off the point in overtime. In a fight where they were in a good spot. But as well, yeah, Shanghai have some of the worst ones. I'd give a nod to some of the terrible EMPs. Yeah, but EMP, like, the thing is, like, EMPs are hard, right? Like, obviously, it's easy in hindsight to be like, that was a terrible EMP, and, like, that was what the fuck, and that kind of stuff, but it's a pretty hard thing to hit, right? Yeah, they just walk into the cage, Blizzard. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Like, EMPs are hard to hit. Like, the C9s where they're, like, so unforced is the crazy thing. That's it. A mechanical failure versus mental failure.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, no, they weren't in a fight, Ultra Muffin. But they were, like, I think they needed to win one more fight to win the map or something. The OG Ajax is pretty bad. Yeah, they're the 3 Ajaxes in a map or something like that. What about a fat finger ult with nothing happening? Well, that's the thing is, it's like, that's another one where it's like, I didn't, like, the reason I don't think, and maybe this is my personal bias, like, my Custa moments where I fat finger, like, I obviously didn't mean to do that. It's not like I did something with intention and then it was bad. It was just like, I just accidentally pressed my buttons, and I still stand by, I was using a keyboard that I had to use on stage that I hadn't been using anymore. So it's just like different switches and stuff. But as I said, like, I think that's just like dumb mistakes more than anything. So I don't think it's that bad.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
The Jimmy flank? I don't think the Jimmy flank was that egregious. Like, it was stupid, especially the fact that he went for it twice, but, like, you know, trying to make a play. Oh my god, Kaya just killed someone. The Violet jump on King's Roy. Yeah, but that's just another dumb one. Like, you don't expect to get punished for that. All right, Sky Tour in. Worst comes to worst, Mauga mirror. I remember my baseball coach growing up saying, I will never yell at you for dropping a ball you should have caught. I will yell at you if you don't know where you should throw the ball when you catch it, because that means you weren't paying attention and didn't think it through, and that stuck with me. Literally, right? Like, people make mistakes all the time. The things that are like, it reminds me of the, what was the J.R. Smith play in the NBA playoffs with LeBron James, and it has the meme of him thing? Was it he ran the wrong way in playoffs or something like that? In like the overtime or something? He did. It was so egregious. I can't even remember what it was, but he like, oh, he thought they were winning. That's right. That's right. They were 1 point. They were like 1 point down, and he was killing the clock. They were 1 point down, and he was killing the clock. And it's like, no, we need to score. Like, what are you fucking doing? As a Cavs fan, yeah. He was tired. Oh, that's the 5K. How does this happen? That's kind of crazy coincidence. Oh my god, that's fucking wild. The 5K tire. Rare 5k tie. Yeah, it doesn't happen very often anymore. The Maywall trapped them. Yeah, there was a lot of things that led to that, right? Because they were like, they dropped a blizzard and a wall, so they were all trying to funnel out of the room, and then the tire came through. All right, let's see this Will's Death Blossom. Let's see if Death comes. I asked this question in Flat's chat before. I'm just wondering, do you think it's possible to scrim at a 4.4k level with your rank and comp being diamond? You can definitely try. You'll probably get the shit kicked out of you. Like, there's so many things that happen at that level. Like 4.4k, like, you're gonna get got, right? And it'll be way worse than what you think it will be. Like, it's completely different to you being a diamond player in a 4.4k ranked game. If you go into a scrim, you're gonna get bodied because there's like so many little things that you get punished for, especially 4.4. If you said 4k, I'd give you some wiggle room, but 4.4k is very good. Also, death did not come.
That lesson was free.
LeBron broke his hand punching something in the locker room after, yeah.
Your end is within my reach.
There's one that was the opposite of that, which happened. Yeah, actually, I saw that. Didn't that happen in college recently, Quadruple? I saw a Reddit thread about it. That a guy, they were up 1, and he fouled someone, and then, so they went to the line, and then they ended up, like, I think hitting both free throws, and then they ended up losing the game. Also, Cleveland. 4.4 is people who gift customer in their sleep. Okay, that's just factually not true. Yes, in the past. I am currently, I'm at like 4.4k right now in my rank. Like, that's my equivalent of where I would have been. But like, to that point, if I haven't been playing a lot recently and I end up in a 4.4k scrim, I will get owned, right? Because like, there's so much nuance that ends up there at 4.4k scrim that if you're not on the top of your game, you'll kind of just get fucked. God. Am I the only person who finds Season 3 of Al the most forgettable shit ever? You mean 2020? Yeah, I feel that way about the entire year. Don't worry, that's not an Al problem. We saw what happened in the timeless trial. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Wait, yeah, you mean the timeless trial, where I hadn't played in like a couple of months, or at least tried, and I just came back from Bora Bora? Yeah, that's what I mean. Also, I would say timeless is a little bit higher than 4.4k. Like, I think I would be much better in the timeless trial than I was recently. Like, I didn't even know what the meta was. I'm playing like Lucio Genji, where the Lucio and the Genji run together. That shit was weird.
Pull your own weight next time. Sizzling. Who's ready to have some fun?
Timeless is like 4.6k. Yeah, like timeless trials had like usually some of the best players. They usually have like all like top 100 players. I remember 2018, 2019. After that hits a blur. Yeah, honestly, me too. It was fucking wild. Mauga mirror. Bop, 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 bop. Oh Lord, he coming. This kind of feels like sheer cold trying to play Oh Yeah during game. Oh, actually, also, Oh Yeah won the last map, right? It is 2-1. Tries to drop the cage, dies. Oh, whoa. Yeah, I feel sheer cold is just like, well, time to fight fire with fire, and now they're playing the Mauga of their own. Would you recommend Bora Bora for a honeymoon? 100%. It's Bora Bora is like unlike anything else that you'll ever do. It's like, it's the definition of like, you know, Paradise Island, where you're kind of like, you're just stuck on an island, and it's nice because you can't really do anything other than enjoy the island, and it's obviously stunning. So it's expensive though. Oh, good beat. He's gonna cage him. Didn't even need to. I think 2020 just has nothing memorable other than hero pools being shit. Yeah, but that's what happens when like the grand finals have to be played like pretty much online. There were no stages. We like didn't compete for like a month in the middle there when like COVID was first shutting things down. Everything was scuffed as fuck. Online tournaments through and through, right? Like, my brain, please, bro. Yo, Jaws. What do you mean? You don't love Mauga Mana? It's actually, this is one of those times where it's like, you know, I'm glad I'm not working because I was just like, I'm just not going to watch this weekend and I'll just catch up on the best matches that happen. So my sanity is intact while everyone else who seems to have been there is kind of dead inside. Jaws has a Malgrain. Also, I'm back in the US. Can we play soon? I miss you. Oh, hell yeah, bro. I'm down. I'm down. We game. Unless you mean in ranked, where I'm super busy all the time these days. Unless you want to play Moira in my ranked games. Been watching Jen just because Helga one tricks? Yeah, bro, hell yeah. I think the Mauga meta isn't that bad. It's just the cast analysis, how it rush and dive. But why do you think the reason casters and analysts hate it so much, right? The reason is because everyone hits 10 ults. It is impossible to do our job. Oh, well, their job now, I guess. It is impossible to do their job because it's just like overwhelming amount of numbers. It's impossible to say what's happening on the screen because what's happening on the screen doesn't matter. People just don't die. And I think it's difficult for the viewer. And it's like, if it's that difficult, it's just not good to watch. And I think it just ruins the game. I think the meta is just boring to watch. And I don't think that's on just the casters and analysts. And there's not a lot of analysis that can be done at this point of the game. Of like, it's just like, oh, they use more ultimates, they press Q. Like, there's lots of little things that happen here and there. It's kind of like the goats thing, but it's so like nitty gritty and minutia that it's kind of like impossible to speak to. Unless you want to go down a dissertation, which most people don't want to do and most people don't want to watch. It's new meta with new ops team, so I think it's extra hard to watch. I just think it's hard to watch. Like, I don't think it has anything to do with the ops team. Like, I think it's just a clusterfuck of information and sensory overload. We haven't really seen that in this series so far, because both these teams are kind of playing a little weird things. But we'll probably get it in the Falcons match. You couldn't tell what map they're on because of the ult and effects, yeah. Career production is ass. Hey, yo, no, we be nice. Oh, dude, the Kaya Junkrat is just unstoppable. They're gonna cage. I guess if they cage, they kind of just die. Honestly, you could cage to force ultimates. All right, well, the ultimates were forced, but then they caged them themselves. Yeah, see, like, I actually think they shouldn't have beated that. I think you just cage. Like, if you recognize in that situation you're at such a huge ult disadvantage, if you just cage, they cage Blizzard and Rush, you fucking take that. You go to next fight. Because they're not going to win that. They're not going to win that. And that kind of goes to, like, that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? As an analyst, that's not a fun thing to talk about, right? it's not fun to say, hey, you should have just pressed one ult and died and hope that they use more ultimates, because it is literally an unwinnable situation because of their Qs. Their Qs literally are just out Q your Qs. And I think that's just like, that makes for a boring watch. And there was no mechanical skill done there. That was just the Skytor getting the shit kicked out of him by like more ultimates. Here is some Soldier Sombrapov. I'm going to go overhead for a little bit. I think this meta, as much as I've been going individual because I've been like zoning out and talking about other stuff, I think overhead is the best pov for this meta. Because it gives you the best view of everything. If you look at individuals, it can just be a little overwhelming. Oh, nice, Susie. And like deaths like this are so bad. Like this is such a bad fight. Like think about it. They're coming into this fight. They have an ult advantage because they've just used 4 ultimates. They have EMP, but then their Sombra, like their Sojin just dies. Like that's such a huge swing off of like one little mistake. So now like for the next fight, oh yeah, it's probably gonna have ultimates coming up. Now they're gonna get a delay on their EMP. Yeah, Yoham has the rush, but Hot Babe 35 might get to the rush. So is it like the micro of the gameplay just doesn't matter? The macro is what matters by like a ridiculous margin. And I think as soon as you take the micro out of the game, I think you lose a lot of the entertainment of it. Don't mind this meta as long as they introduce a new one. I said I actually don't mind this meta for what it was this weekend. Oh, good EMP, Suzu. They kind of. I feel like they didn't have the follow-up on that EMP that you wanted. Okay, they do get the... Oh, Skytor. Yeah, okay. That was not bad. I think the meta's okay as long as we're not here for too long. I actually think if we even get all the way to Season 10, if we do this for the next... I think we've got another 4 weeks going to left. All right? If we do this for 4 weeks, people are going to stop playing the game and people are going to lose interest. I think they need to hotfix him a little bit. I don't think you need a huge hotfix. I think you just need a small hotfix to make him less obnoxious. My one is just take away the 100 overhealth. I think that's good. I think that will solve the problem. Oh, nice slide. But I think if we do this for 4 weeks, people are going to get really upset. Oh, they got the cage. I don't like the cage where they can drop off the edge here. Oh, that Blizzard. The fact that Blizzard just like perfectly fits in the cage is just so obnoxious. People have been running the sim, right? Because you can TP out of the cage. Oh, Kaiser. Right? You can TP out of the cage. Am I right about that? Or can you not TP out of the cage? Are people just playing sim because sim's good? Because as I said, I haven't watched the matches, but I assumed that's why people are playing sim. Plus, I also think the sim turrets are like low-key broken right now. The fact that they have 50 HP is crazy. They can't even be meleeed and break. I was playing Zen, and it takes more than one left click. I was like, bruh. And Wallet, yeah. A Venn diagram of pain. I don't like how early this tire was. This tire was way too early. I think this was a big mistake by R, yeah. They must have assumed people were in there. Oh, wait, they got Yoham? Huh? Oh, people need to be shooting that. That's not on Yoham. People need to be shooting that tire. Well, that tire ended up being really good because they ended up getting 7. Alright. They have EMP cage, so this should be a winnable fight here for Sheer Cold. Final fight, 5th round. I think you go in with cage, yeah, and then wait for them to use ultimates, then you follow through with the EMP. Yeah, that was perfect play. Like, that was exactly how you play it by Sheer Cold. They lose the Mauga, but I don't think it's going to matter, yeah. How about that junk 5k? Yeah, that junk 5k was pretty sick. Oh my god, the Mauga got the Kiri. That's so funny. It could have eating pact. I don't think it will. Yeah, there it is. Damn. All right. 2-2. One more.
Ready for battle.
All right. Is everyone in the right spot? Yeah. Sweet. Let's go. Sheer cold. 2. All right. While this starts, I'm gonna be right back.
The doctor is in, and he's looking good.
Mission readiness protocols engaged. I'm good to go. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers
Barrier
incoming.
appears.
Stop the payload.
Toes and ready to go.
We must end the payload's journey. Get you all. The barrier unsuccessful.
Fixating on target.
Destroying the barrier.
All right. Yeah. Falcons FTG after this. All right. Wow. So Sheer Cold's gonna play the Sigma double flex with the BAP Zen, so they're gonna go high damage. Now we're gonna see. Oh yeah, play the Zarya. Kaya's still in. What a weird matchup. You have like a one-trick team that like likes to play random stuff, and you have Sheer Cold who don't like playing the Mauga. I wonder why this was like one of the most interesting matches of the weekend.
Lost to the cosmos.
Because I also like, I assume I'm right by this, but this is generally how metas, like hard metas go. I assume most of the matches this weekend was 2 teams playing Mauga, 1 team's better than the other, and that team just wins. Probably pretty hard just playing the Mauga because they're a better Mauga team. Right? And there's like no alteration because people don't know how to change it. Except for Falcons, well, FTG, yeah. So I'm excited to watch that. Well, they're probably just like 2 good Mauga teams, right? A few teams have brought out the arrest. Yeah, some teams are like, some teams are gonna start losing and they're gonna try different things, and people are gonna try to not play Mauga. Yeah, I expect DPS changes. I just don't see much. Like, as long as Mauga stays, the core concept of what they're trying to do stays the same as well. What's my phone? Smurf sucks at Mauga, surprisingly. Really? I feel, okay, I will say, does he suck at Mauga, or is it one of those situations where it's easy to say someone sucks at Mauga, but it's probably dependent on how your entire team plays? Oh, good trance. That trance, like, oh yeah, kind of like all in for that. Oh, the Widow gets the man. This Widow needs to go crazy to win this. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're gonna give him the chance. Now he's got a feed to get value. Well, also your success is going to be based on how your team follows up on your job as Mauga, right? Especially in a Mauga v Mauga matchup.
Actuating the barrier.
No one can hide from my sight.
The barrier cannot withstand much more.
Someone already saying Bernard top 3 tank 2020, bro. We're like half a stage in. Playing a Mauga. Oh, you're so dead. What the Zenyatta? Where are you going?
Let them up.
Duplicating name.
Bruh. Dude, this Zen actually got value just by existing. Oh, and they got the... That was toxic. Oh, damn, they wanted the blizzard. I actually don't know how you say the Zen's name. Jaws, how do you say the Zen's name? Did you guys get like... Ipoli? Illipi? I'd probably just call it Ilply.
Busting off.
It's like apply, but ill. Oh, it's easy. It's Ilpy. Ah, yes, of course. Ilpy. Yeah, both these teams, like, somehow we just end up on the weirdest shit over time. Like, both teams are just, like, switching. It's actually ranked. You're right. It's just ranked. Wait, they're going to keep the Echo alive? Does Echo get duped soon? Wow.
Team kill.
Huge fight win, actually. Is it Lil P? Yo, Lil P.
30 seconds remaining.
Ilpy? Ilpy? I think it's Ilpy. So now proper is medium P. Lil P been going crazy. Yo, people been saying that Lil P's been popping off.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, they missed. That's so bad. Alright, Tyre has to go, chat. Junkrat Tyre has to go. I fucking hate Junkrat Tyre like so much. It's such a stupid ultimate. When we're doing our one hero change later, we gotta consolidate our thoughts about Junkrat Tyre because I fucking hate Junkrat Tyre. It is so easily killable, but it isn't. And it lasts too long, and it does too much damage, and it's just a silly ultimate. I feel like it feels so like. It feels skillless, right? Like that 2K, he just ripped it, held it against the wall. The fight started. They like did some juking and dodging. The opposition team missed it a little bit, and then it just.
Circuit engaged.
And it just, I just don't like Junkrat Tyre. It just seems so silly. Have you seen the bastard? Yeah, I like our alternative to what we want to make Junkrat Tyre. We'll talk about it later today, but I like our change. We'll flesh it out a little. EMP is way worse. No, but EMP makes sense as an ultimate in the game, right? That's the difference. Like EMP is a cool idea of like it's this big EMP that disables people's ability to use their ultimates and cancels their ultimate, right? That makes sense. Junkrat Tyre is an RC car. People didn't like RC cars in fucking what was it, Black Ops or Modern Warfare 2. They're such a weird design. They're either super useful or they're super useless. The swing of the ultimate is crazy. They'll probably get rid of the whole character. Honestly, if you get rid of Junkrat, I'd be okay with it. Take Junkrat. I like Junkrat. Alright, so here's my point. Junkrat Tyre, in my opinion, doesn't feel good to use and doesn't feel good to play against, right? It just doesn't, right? Yeah, obviously when you use it and you get a 3k, that's great. But when it breaks, it's like the worst thing ever. Like, it's just a huge swing. Like, and that's what I think the worst part about the ultimate is. It's just not fun for either side to use. Sniping with Sojourn Rail feels pretty good. Yeah, but it's like you guys are talking about like the opposite swings of those like those ideas, right? Like for the most part, someone is having a bad time. When the ultimate goes out, someone's gonna have a good time, someone's gonna have a bad time, and it doesn't feel very interactable, in my opinion.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Taking flight.
Escort the payload.
How's that different from any other ult? So, overall, like, let's use the High Noon one. High Noon has a place in the game in the way that it's used, and it's interactable, right? If you die to a High Noon, you don't feel like you were hard done by it, right? And if you use High Noon at the right place, you can find value. While Junkrat Tire is, they pull it, they run it against the wall for 4 seconds, and then they run it at people and hope it doesn't get shot. And they fucking move their mouse around like this as they go so that it can't be shot. And then it just reacts. And then they get to people and they blow it up and hope it wasn't Immortality Field. Like, I'm actually shocked that there are so many Junkrat Tire defenders in this chat. I don't know a single person who likes it. So I'm kind of confused why you guys are defending it. Like, do you guys like Junkrat Tire as an ultimate? Or are you guys just saying, well, I think this ultimate is worse? I'm a Tire defender. Tire is a skillless pulse bomb. That's a good way of putting it. It's a skillless pulse bomb, right? Like, I think Junkrat players would probably prefer to have an ultimate that's more consistent. Okay, yeah, like, that was more consistent. That can't just break. Like, I think ultimates that have huge swings based on value, based on, like, something so minor, like it getting shot by something, like, random, is just terrible for the game. Because, like, the ultimate, especially, like, let's talk about throughout this series as a great example. Kaya has had a 5k tire, right? Crazy value for an ultimate, right? But they've also had tires where get absolutely nothing from it. And I think that's, the swing of that is just like a couple of shots or like a something small lining up. Or like even that like 2k tire they got here, like I think this one, like the one that they got back here is like the epitome. All right, what time are we at? 11:17. All right. Of why I hate Junkrat Tire. Please. Like, look at it. Let's look at this gameplay and be like, yeah, this was, everyone had a good time. Wait. The Sigma, like, just misses it. They hide. Whoop. Kills 2. Like, it's just so frustrating to play against. And that's just such a weird way to play the game of, like, Overwatch, right? By using terrain to not be shot, but that doesn't, like, it's frustrating to play. If it would use terrain to get around, then sure, but just the way that it uses terrain, the way that the sound works, and the fact that it just insta-kills people, I think is just so unfun. In a world in which it feels like we're trying to remove one-shots from the game, I just think Tire is something that needs to go with that idea. Like, there aren't many other ultimates in the game that if you hit them with it, they just get one shot, right? Like, they've kind of removed a lot of those from the game. Like, what other heroes have that? Where it's like, but you didn't, like, hit a headshot, right? Like, Sojourn Rail, you have to hit a headshot. There's a skill there, right? Bastion, also not true. You can actually take usually one hit of Bastion on unless you get hit at the epicenter. And there's, like, kind of counterplay there of, like, you can move around it and you have to get hit. I think it's fine because the hero is impermanent, but that's not that's like an issue, right? Because that's what happens is like these niche heroes. Maybe if Tyre wasn't as bad, people wouldn't hate Junkrat as much. And we're just gonna leave Junkrat. But I don't think you can say it's fine just because the hero isn't common. Because if the hero becomes common, then everyone's just gonna be upset. It doesn't mean it doesn't need fixing. I feel like Custer's on a personal vendetta versus his countrymen. I don't think it's a personal vendetta. I just think I think this has been a thing since the beginning of time. Like, I think Junkrat's been, and Junkrat Tyre has just been terrible since the beginning of time. I just don't think it fits within the design of the game. I think it has one shot. I think it's the interaction of the ultimate is just very poor. One shots are fun. Okay, well then we're just not going to agree to things. Then if that's what we're going to say. I think this is a hot take. I can't believe there's so many defenders for the Junkrat Tyre. Like, I think this is like you guys would all completely agree with, like, is this just something at the top ranks that is stupid, or like do we just like blowing things up? Like, or is it, as Jaws said, where it's just because it doesn't happen that much, we don't care about it? Like, yeah, like, I'm trying to understand why there's so many defenders for Junkrat Tyre that Junkrat Tyre should have a rework. I think there is a way to make Tyre fun without removing the iconic part of it. I don't think you can make the RC car. Are you saying the iconic part of it is the Tyre, or the iconic part of it is the RC car aspect of it? Is the Tyre itself? Well, how would you guys feel if I sold you on my idea then? So, okay, maybe instead of just yelling into the void about what it is, what if I told you what our plan for it was and what we were cooking up? So what we want the Tyre to be, what we talked about, is instead of the Tyre being an RC car, it's something that the Tyre is pulled, so it still functions the same way. He's going to do the thing where he's going to get down on the thing, he's going to rip it, but instead it's going to go in a direction and it's going to shoot shrapnel in all directions, right? Like around it, kind of like Junker Queen in the way that she spins her thing. It's kind of like the Junker Queen Esker Radius. It applies high damage, but it applies burn, and it leaves a burn trail as well. So then it's kind of like leaving a dot on everybody, and it does damage and it burns people. It will also explode after a certain duration. It either goes a certain distance and explodes, or if it hits a wall, it'll keep going for that thing, and then it'll explode. It'll probably be less. It might be same one-shotty. I kind of haven't thought about this. So kind of like Bob, where it's thrown out, but it's faster. It burns people, and then it does have an explosion at the end. People saying Junk Tyre is OP. I don't think Junk Tyre is OP. I just think it's bad. Like, I don't like the design of it. Yeah, it's kind of like a mix of Junker Queen ult, plus it keeps the idea of the Tyre still exploding, so it keeps the fantasy of the character. So, but it does more, but it only goes in one direction now. So it's more of like you rip it and it goes. So you're sort of shooting it into the enemy. I feel like that'd be a wild zoning ult. Well, I feel like it's a cool zoning ult compared to a zoning ult where they pull it and then they have 10 seconds of looming death and the sound of a motor that it is right now, right? It's kind of like a Mario Kart Green Shell, yeah, the way it's thrown. And yeah, you would keep playing Junkrat. So you would pull it and you wouldn't, like, you would run around and you would follow your Tyre, right? You shouldn't take I think you would take you to third person. I don't know, like, how susceptible he would be to death if he, like, peeks and then pulls the Tyre. Like, there would have to be an idea there to, like, fix it. Wouldn't it just be an ult with Suzu as a major counter? Yeah, but that's this ult. You can't say this ult is bad because another character has something that's really fucking good against it, right? Like, there is going to be counterplay. Like, that's Overwatch. And, like, That's like there are ways to mitigate it. There will be ways to mitigate it. It's not going to be super strong. Have you seen the alternative ult that Junkrat has in Heroes of Storm? No. Does it go up walls? No, it doesn't go up walls. Because I think that would be really annoying to deal with. It would be hard to use if it went up walls. You know what you could do? If you take away the third person aspect, what you could do is you could double mine jump, rip the tire in the air. So it's just like a haha, and he pulls it, and the fire tire of death would fly through the air and go towards the ground. I think that could be a cool mechanic as well. That could be fucking wild. Obviously, it wouldn't be very good most of the time, but it'd be funny. You can bait Suzu now at least and get a kill. Saw that last map, but yeah, I don't know. I think this all goes back to what I was talking about, where it's like I just think the interaction of the Junkrat pulls a tire, doesn't have control of his character for 10 seconds. RC car runs around hoping for the best, can get randomly one shot by things, or like the swing of the ultimate is based on like aim. Then it's like all it's trying to do is bait out immortalities. It's just jank as hell as it flies around. I just think tire is bad for the game, and I think most people agree with me. So I don't think it's a crazy idea to want to have this rework. You could make it destructible. Like you can make adjustments to the tire, like the adaptation of what I want the tire to be, where like if you shoot the tire, it will still blow up. So it's like if it's flying towards you, you can blow it up. But then it goes into that idea of I don't like the swing of that. Of like maybe you'll just pull it and someone will shoot it instantly and it won't do anything. Like I think that's a negative thing. As I said, I actually think the thing that I'm recommending, this isn't about being a buff or a nerf to Junkrat. I think it's just about making it more interactable and fun and feel more the way Junkrat should work. Another big thing about Junkrat's ultimate that I think is very lame is there's no synergy with the rest of your team. It's something you pull and you hope your team goes in with, but you're essentially playing a solo experience and hoping you one-shot multiple characters, right? That's what you're doing as tire. Sometimes you're pulling the tire and just protecting your body for the people that are going to try and run at you when you pull the tire, right? Like, it just doesn't flow in the way that I think Overwatch flows. So I think tire rework would be good. I don't know, man. Junkrat is fun. And I think that's just a disagreement between us, right? Like, you've been very negative of this whole thing. Like, maybe you just like Junkrat tire. And that's fine. Like, you know. I think there would be some there's always going to be disagreements. Everyone's not always going to agree on anything. There is synergy. Your team distracts and you kill. How is it more interactable than shooting the tire? Like, I feel like we're having the Reinhardt Zaya negotiation where it's like, I don't know. I really enjoyed playing two tanks when we had Reinhardt Zaya. There was so much synergy going on. I was like, yeah, so much synergy I had in my ranked games when we went Roadhog Diva like 90% of the time. Like, you know, most of the time the way that interacts doesn't happen, right? And I think having a situation where it's like a I'm trying to think what it is, where everyone hides in a corner hoping the tire doesn't go for them and everyone takes a couple of shots at the tire as it peeks the corner like a horror story. I don't know if I agree with that fun.
On the move. The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Yeah, Neon Mooch, you can chuck it in here. I'll have a look at it. Hug and Ball Torture was synergistic because everyone had fun. All right, wait 1 second. Let's see what this is. 303, this is the junk tire stuff.
Unless you like to live dangerously. Since Junkrat is vulnerable while his rip tire is out, be sure to activate it from a safe location. Unless you like to live dangerously.
It still kind of plays plays the same way. Of like, as I said, my big thing is I don't like the idea that Junkrat loses control of his character. And he controls something else. Oh, Rocker. Oh, there's two ultimates. I forgot there's two ultimates in. Oh, sorry. I forgot that's how HOTS work, that you get two ultimates.
Junkrat's second heroic, Rocket Ride, brings the explosives in an all-new way. After taking a couple seconds to hop aboard his customized rocket, Junkrat blasts into the stratosphere. His landing location is controlled by a movable targeting cursor, and after a few seconds, Junkrat lands smack dab in the center, dealing damage, activating his Total Mayhem trait. After
So
a
it's
short
Predator
rest-
Missile. So Junkrat is either RC card or Predator Missile. Two famous things within COD that people love. It's
Junkrat
yeah, it's essentially
reappears
Doom.
no worse for wear at the Hall of Storms, and can cruise his missile back into the fight with incredible speed. Causing
Just
chaos.
giving him an AC-130, yeah. And he dies after the ult, returning to reset. Wait, so he just dies after the ultimate? Yeah, I don't think that would work very well in Overwatch. But that's interesting, I'll give you that. I'd rather he just rides around and becomes a flying hero, yeah. That's an interesting idea where he gets like a skyrocket where he can just shoot grenades from the high ground. And then he can eventually crash it and kill himself and do damage in an area. We need a slow-moving aerial tank. So we're just going slowly towards AC-130. Enemy AC-130 above, yeah. Let's get a UAV going. He has a reduced respawn and can Lucio zoom back to the fight. Yeah, as I said, I think that works in like an RTS style. Not RTS, MOBA style. I just don't think I don't think anything that sends you back to spawn is good. It sounds funny, but I don't think it would be good for the game. It's like another thing where I just don't think it's good for the game.
The barrier has fallen. Het universum zingt voor mij.
You worried at all that the change you're pushing more towards Overwatch feeling gameplay will push out other players who may prefer a different style of gameplay? I don't know. That's an interesting question. I don't think so, because I think Overwatch 2 has done a good job of moving all these heroes to be a more complete idea so that the gameplay flows in a better way. And like, I don't know a lot of people, like, I feel like a lot of the Junkrat players I know, they don't like Junkrat because of the tire. Like, I don't know many people who are Junk players who really like Junkrat because of the tire. I feel like they like the left click spam in the general direction. Make a raise, but it's homing. I think you want to stay away from one shots as well. Like I think in general that you want ultimates that have counterplay and back and forth, right? So if you had a rocket, it would have to one shot people. I guess if it depends on the casual. Okay, well, do we have a bunch of casuals in here, right? Like, how many do you guys? Let's take away the element of it's not fun to play against, right? I'm a huge believer. I don't think Ty is fun to play against, especially as a support player. I feel like I have no control over it just fucking killing me because most of what I do doesn't do enough damage to pull up the tire, right? So let's take that out of the equation. People who play Junkrat, do you like using Junkrat tire? Do you think it's fun using Junkrat tire? You take the good with the bad. When you get the 2Ks, the 3Ks, and also when it gets blown up. And when you lose control of your character and the tire runs around. Like, put it all encapsulate together. Clip of incendiary grenades that lay down persistent fire. It's fun to terrify people. I think it's silly and funny. I like the idea of playing a second character when I'm in my out, but in practice it sucks. Everyone I know that likes Junker because he's rewarding even if mechanics are terrible. Yeah, and as I said, like I'm not really messing with that. That's how I feel about Junkrat as well. The people who play Junkrat, the tire isn't like the part of the kit that they really enjoy, right? The thing that they enjoy is like as you said, they can just spam down chokes. Like, obviously, horrible game, and all that is horribly annoying, but he is fun to play. Yeah, but I'm not talking about him as a whole. I'm talking about his ultimate, right? Like, I don't want to... I actually like Junkrat's kit. Like, it's frustrating with the one-shots, the grenades, and the satchels, and the trap. Like, they are annoying, but they're part of his kit, and I think they're an interesting and unique design. The only thing I want to change with Junkrat is his tire, because I think I just have a vendetta against his tire. A lot of times, tire is the only reason I know they have a Junkrat. I mean, there are so many things in Overwatch that are annoying, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't strive to make it better, right? And I think the idea of, you know, they've said they want to remove one-shots. Like, how many other heroes in the game have just a one-shot, right? How many other where's the hero roster? I don't want to leave this game right now, but how many other heroes have, like, just like a one-shot ultimate that has no counterplay? Hog, that's not a one-shot ultimate. And his hook isn't a guaranteed one-shot anymore either. Do you think a one-shot that kills you is not fair? I think a one-shot tire that blows up from like a pretty big area away from me that has no risk to the player using it in terms of like they're just like full sending at me is annoying. Tracer, yeah, Tracer with Pulse Bomb, but I think Tracer has skill element to it, right? So I'm down for that. Diva is easily avoidable. Like, there's a lot of counterplay to that. Ryan isn't a one-shot. Cassidy isn't a one-shot, right? Like, they're all, like, I don't mind one-shots if you misplay and you end up here and they use the ultimate, then you die, right? But I don't feel like Junkrat has that. Like, I don't think that... So, a lot of times when I die, maybe it's when I die to the tire, I don't feel like I've been outplayed. I feel like I just got chosen. I was chosen by the Junkrat that he's gonna run his tire into me and just murder me. Other team to shoot it. I've made my point. I think I'm definitely gonna stick with this rework of this tire. Because I think that's what's interesting. I think that'd be good for the game. But it seems like we got some disagreements. So that's interesting to know. The counterplay is shooting it. I just think that the idea of a counterplay of shooting it that either completely negates the ultimate or well, let's have a look. That either fully negates the ultimate or it just kills like 1 or 2 people in a one shot. I think is like I just don't think it's good.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Zarya.
The barrier appears. Barrier unsuccessful.
Agony for the soul.
Oh, that was a lot of damage through a window. That was a good window. Holy window sig. Easy peasy, easy for NKZ. Never seen window get so much value. Yeah, because they just couldn't disengage from it. Why didn't they rotate to the other side of payload? They wouldn't have made it to the payload. If they tried to cross, they would have died. Well, that's a good flux. Oh! Ooh! Oh, right. I thought he killed someone with that, but it was still a good rock. Sheesh, they're schmoving. That was a lot of ulti. But, oh, actually, it was only Bob Flux. I thought they used more for that. Oh, that was their rush. Right. All right. Lucio, Hot Babe 35 coming on. Lucio. Mercy, Lucio. Diva, I don't think they can win this. I guess the only way they win this is if the Blizzard's huge. But I think if you're... Oh, the wall's good. Oh. I think if you're sheer cold, you just play slow here. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, Oh, they couldn't follow up. But yeah, that's kind of the problem with the comp they have right now. They got Diva, Lucio. Like, they kind of got to go in. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, they got the BAP though. Yeah, they just have the trance so late in the fight.
Connect, repeat, improve. Score
All right.
3. Switching sides. Initiating match.
Necros would have won. All right.
Three, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the barrier initialized. Everyone.
Let us halt that payload.
Oh, Junkrat. Oh.
30 seconds remaining.
Now they can go aggressive. This is such a bad problem. Oh, if the Zen dies. Oh, yeah, it's Jova. It's Jova.
Now you don't.
10 seconds remaining. Let's keep it that way.
Diva's gonna get rocked on the fly. Oh my god, never mind. They're schmoving. Still gonna get rocked though. Yeah, it's Mac. Why did Genji drop off? Is he that bad? Then people aren't playing dive. Like, Genji's good in dive, but dive isn't being played. Hello? Was it update agent? Yeah, I'm sure they can hold 30.36 meters for 3.5 minutes. Yeah, no, 100%. Winnable.
Score 3-3. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle.
Numbers exit teams? Yeah, it's 2-2. This is about 5.
I've known a few of you.
I'm only guilty of stealing hearts.
Scanning. With each step, my burden lightens.
I did see the ALGS stuff with the pro players who, like, there was a way that people were getting onto their clients and then putting hacks in their game. That's fucking crazy that happened. I feel for ALGS. That's such like a weird thing to happen. Like,
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
I wonder how that happened. I wonder if it was a tournament client thing. Someone worked out how to hack the tournament client because did they play on a tournament client, or did they ever like come out with like how it was being done? Probably not, right? Apparently the anti-cheat. Wait, they were getting in through the anti-cheat? And you shouldn't even launch the game, really. So it's like the entire game's anti-cheat is being compromised. Yeah, because that's dangerous, because that means people can put anything on your computer. Yeah, right, anti-cheat is dumb. No reason to give a kind of accent. I go back and forth on like this, because I agree, like obviously from a thing of it's like, hey, there's no way to give anti-cheat, but I think I will say, I feel like Riot anti-cheat is very good, and you have like very few hackers. So it's like, yeah, it's bad because it has a lot of stuff on your on PC, but if you trust the developer, or at least the software, which is obviously always up for debate, but I like the idea that there's just no hackers. Kernel access is wild and dangerous, yeah. This is taking longer than I was expecting it to, Gag, by that. The kernel things compromise, you're screwed. Yeah, exactly, right? I don't know. This is probably a bad take, but I have a personal belief. I have a personal belief that if people really want to do that to that many people, it is what it is. Like, I can't stop it individually. So it's just kind of like, well, what are you going to do? That's how I feel about like cookies and stuff like that. I'm like, I know I shouldn't accept all cookies, but it's just easier to accept all the cookies. I can't be bothered not accepting all the cookies and going through that process. All right, there they go. No, it was for Apex, the kernel. As I said, if it happened in if it was the Vanguard, like if it was Riot Vanguard that got hacked, that's very dangerous. I agree, right? But like the LGS is like one of those. Cause of a cookie man, yo, why not? You know. All right, huge win by sheer cold. They managed to get through the fucking chaos that was. Oh yeah. I feel like once they stopped trying to force, like, as soon as they were able to sort of, like, play their own game and stop playing the Mauga and they could just play, like, the Sigma, they just were in a better spot. Apex is also kernel. They can install cheats too, but they can put malware or ransomware on any client. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy they got like that. Hey, fuck it, you know? What are you gonna do? All right, let's go. Let's watch the game that everyone's here is waiting for. Team Falcons versus FTG. Let's go, baby. Links was on Odo too because he can't play Apex. Yeah, I saw that. I saw his tweet. Let's change my title. What do we got? Team Falcons versus FTG. Please play anything else until EAC is fixed. Hell yeah. Wait, what did I had it, then I got rid of it. Hell yeah, visual clutter set to the max. Yeah, so you guys have fun playing watching things that weren't Mauga? The fun's over. We're watching Mauga. So let's see how the goats play it. Score reset. Oh shoot, yeah, good shot. So we got let's go FTG. Zero. I'm just gonna go Falcons. I just open like I keep stop. I just open the like 20 different calculators. I don't even know what the shortcut is for that. Here gamble, who wins? Hell no. All right, let's go. So what? Team Falcons versus FTG.
5, 4,
Obviously, FTG, both these teams are filled with like some of the best Korean Overwatch League players. Garfi, Flora, Bernard, Finn, Violet. Very good team, but versus the stacked Dallas Fuel, Chio, Hanbin. But you added a crazy-ass DPS duo with Proper and Stalker. Hanbin's actually going to start on the horse versus the Mauga. And they're playing the Kiriko horse. Playing with a Sojin Echo as well, so they're playing a lot more pokey in their approach. They're probably going to try and absorb the pressure from Bernard. Like, he's going to go in with the Reaper and the Sombra, and they're just going to try and live through it. And they're going to look for picks with Proper and Stalker. Oh, nice javelin on Alfie. Forcing Wraith early is really bad for FTG. Alfie still probably doesn't have Wraith. Yeah, there he goes. Meta reminds me of Apex Season 4, Goats was the best comp but teams refused to play until they were losing. Yeah, well, I think people, the thing is, it's like, it's easy for people to say they're not going to play it until Mauga gets proven that it's the best meta, right? I think we're still in the development stage of this Mauga meta of like people trying to work out what the counters are, because people don't want to play Mauga. People think like Mauga is like very one-dimensional, so I think there's going to be a lot of teams experimenting to try other things. Like, I think the Orisa is interesting, other things are interesting, but if people start to realize that, hey, Mauga might just be the best, people will probably commit to it, right? Orisa's ultimate is also very good against Mauga. Oh, he overheated his gun. That's kind of interesting. Oh, Flora gets railed on the EMP entry. Oh, wait, they're still going to commit. Dude, Mauga ult charge is so slow, it's kind of crazy. I guess he might just not be doing a lot. He's just kind of stuck not going in. I had Proper Pop? Yeah, we can go Proper Pop. Sorry, I kind of wanted to see how the Orisa like was playing against the Mauga. Oh, after he dead.
Feeling better. Railgun charge.
I really like this idea from Falcons, where they're kind of not taking the brawl. They're kind of just like playing against it, and you can see FTG's felt they have to swap, but Proper, they're just absolutely crushing them. Or wins the duel, but I don't think it's gonna matter too much. Can you turn on stats to see how they are doing? No, I think you're talking about scrims, right? I think you're talking about scrims when you're seeing like the stuff on the side. I don't think as a spectator or in the replays you can see stats, unless that's something new that's been added and I just don't know.
Ready for battle.
But if you're talking about the red and blue stuff that ends up in the top left of the screen, that's scrims. It's a scrim code, yeah. It's a part of the scrim lobby, so when you're spectating the scrim lobby, you can see those stats and stuff. A lot of people hyping up this game, but it's just Mauga gameplay. Yeah, well, you know, it's Mauga vs Mauga. It's the best Mauga play, so. Alright, so as we go over to Night Market, I wonder why they like Orisa more. Maybe Orisa's more defendable on Control Center, but we're going to end up in a Mauga mirror here. Oh, wow, Flora just fucking dies. That kind of sucks. All right, we got the Sim. We literally got mirror comps. Kiri, Sojourn. I feel like the Symmetra is just so good with the turrets. It's just so hard to fight into this. Like, the turrets are just so hard to deal with. I'm trying to work out how I want to spectate this. Yeah. Yeah, I think the 50 HP turrets are kind of crazy. Because they went from 30 to 50, right? I'm surprised they didn't go to like 40. I feel like 40... Like, Chio's just making it his job to shoot them, but like, they can't do it. Kitsune rush, they walk in. Whoa, Kitsune rush of their own. Soundbarrier, oh! Was that an Ajax attempt from Chio? Did they know that the sound barrier was going to come? Or was it just... Oh, that was just time and place down. Chio almost got it. Yeah, Chio's just chasing Violet. Yeah, it was just more ultimates. They had the wall. They had they did a great job of baiting the rush. Go in with their wall, rush, guarantee the fight win. Yeah, Q takes 2 shots, Lucio job. It's definitely a Lucio job. It just feels fucking bad. Favorite flavor of shapes? I like barbecue. I'm a barbecue fan. Where are the other turrets? I'm kind of curious where they put the sim turrets. Why do they only have 1 sim turret out? They just don't have them on cooldown. I'm actually kind of curious why he's not using more turrets. He's got 2. Maybe he's waiting for the dive.
This ends now.
Or, okay, so Venn diagram of pain. Agree. Okay. All right, good job, Falcons. You did it. Cool. Did Violet get 2 beats while Chio got 1? Yeah, I think Violet got the beat at the very end there. I like it kind of goes to what I was talking about earlier, where I think Mauga metas are just so snowbally, right? Like, what happened is that one early fight where they lose the Sojourn off the bat, really bad, because what happens is that means Falcons, wait, let me make sure I don't need to change. Okay, so wait, that means Falcons get the point for free. Then, because they were able to chase, they get ultimates first. They then kite the first ultimate, use more ultimates in the second one, and then they just like hold out for the next fight, and then they end up having a double cage fight. I don't think they did get 2 sound barriers, actually, now that I think about it, but... Would you rather watch this or Jodes? I think I'd like to watch minimal amounts of both. I'm kind of interested to see how the Mauga meta works.
4,
But as I said, I don't want to get too intimate with it.
1. Attackers incoming.
Is Flora Flower? No, Flora is Flora.
Objective A.
Flora is an Overwatch pro. Flower has retired, as far as I'm aware. Nah, bro, full year of Mauga, bro. We go a full year of Mauga. We're going back to 2020 days of darkness. All right, so the sim TP to the high ground. Oh, just kills Violet. Cool. Proper kills Flora.
Thanks for the help.
Wow, he almost killed Finn with that as well. Finn was 1 health. If we go even 1 more weekend of this, OWCS will be struggling. Here's the thing. I think it'll be fine for this weekend. If we end up going to April and the Swiss stage is all Mauga, we're gonna have dwindling interest. That's for sure. Violet's ult charge, yeah. Violet, I think, plays in a very like heal body way of like he just like spams a lot and just amp and heals. Get ready for this dream hack. Oh god, please no. Maybe mole meta? Mole meta? It's kind of funny. Rush, rush, wall. Violet dead first again, but they're gonna live. The wall is just too good. Just 1 ultimate better than 2 ultimates better than 1 ultimate. They just couldn't punish behind the wall. Even with Violet going down, it didn't matter. Is that why Violet builds it so fast? Yeah, so we'll watch Violet for a bit, but because I haven't watched it myself, but this is something that Violet was known for as a Lucio player when he first made the transition as well. is he plays like very smart in the way that he uses all of his things. He does a lot of healing amping. Is he gonna beat? He's in a bad spot. Oh, he got out. That's kind of crazy. He got out there. Good disengage. It's actually a surprising amount of... Oh, yeah, I don't like that by Violet. Violet was so late to that beat.
Cooling down.
Yeah, I think Violet needs to be closer for that sound barrier. Like, I know they were trying to push... I can't remember who that was out, but I think because they were so late to the cage fight, they just didn't have the sound barrier, so they lose. All right, so we've got double rush. Alfie's gonna get to wall first, which is a pretty big deal. TP back. She was dead. Dude, that's just so sad. Sojourn play is just killing people from out of nowhere. There's so much strategy in the double cage. Yeah. The thing is, there's so much strategy in the double cage, but there's also not a lot of strategy in the double cage if it's like it's more about just responding with your own ultimates and having more ultimates. Ultimates are generally going to be king rather than the mechanical play with inside them. Overwatch at a peak when it's neither pure mechanics nor pure strategy. Yeah, it should be a mix of both, right? And that's why a lot of people like Dive, right? Because Dive has a lot of strategy, but it's also a lot of mechanical play. Right? Like, see that amp? Like, he's just like, there's a fight going on, but he's just heal amping. He's just staying on healing like most of the time, right? Dude, playing Lucio in this seems like hell. It feels like as a Lucio, you just die. No, it's just like mechanics and ults. Yeah, even mechanics aren't that important. The only people with really a lot of high mechanics is the Sojourns. See how Proper uses this overclock. They're gonna need this.
What happened? I'm ready to overclock.
Or Flora.
Thanks for the help.
What would you say is a comp that's over reliant on mechanics? I would say like sniper metas. Sniper metas are over reliant on mechanics, where it's just like whoever has the better sniper just wins, right? Strategy doesn't really matter. Ultimates don't really matter. It's just who's hitting. Yeah, like poke.
Cybernetics regulating.
People said Healbot Lucio ain't the way. Well, it wasn't in the past. It is now. Like, it definitely is right now in the current meta, especially with Kiriko, because Kiriko doesn't do good AoE healing, right? While Lucio does, right? So Lucio just heals up a lot of the nitty-gritty healing that like happens as time goes on, right? So the thing that Violet does well is he's always poking, he's always prodding, he's just sitting on heals, right? But almost everyone's been playing Healbot Lucio lately. Oh, they literally amped to dodge that rail, I think. They need to get these turrets down. Oh, that was a little aggressive by Violet. That was a mistake. For this combo with Moira and Kiri, personally, I would think Moira, but I've been more of a Moira simp lately. But Kiri Rush is really good with Mauga. Like Mauga Rush is really good. Oh. But Moira plays the counter Ana. I don't think many people are playing Ana though. Whoa! Later beat by Violet. That was good. That's an interesting TP strat. Touches.
I'm on fire.
Dude, the TP has so much HP. I feel like Sim and Mauga got the same treatment in these patch notes where it's like if you put like the TP HP buff plus the turret HP buff just feels like overkill. That's how I feel about Mauga when they gave him the buff to the cardiac overdrive because it has more uptime in terms of like how often it can be used, plus the HP, plus the charge. Like I feel like they just changed too many things at the same time.
2, 1. Attackers in. Defend objective A.
Hustle up.
Sim also got a damage buff to the beam, yeah. How do we like the Sim over the Reaper? I haven't watched as much Mauga meta. I'm kind of getting a feel for it. I feel like I would like the Sim more, especially on maps like this where you can play around the turrets and the TP. Filthy. The fact that Slam can crit his gross just does so much damage. It's like, yeah, if you land on them, it does like 120 damage. Which, I don't know, I feel like if you land on someone, 120 damage should work. Otherwise, the charge is kind of useless. Maybe you could nerf it just a little bit, but...
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
Does Adventure release full finals? No, if Adventure's coming out in season 10, then it's... no, it's before finals. Yeah, it's definitely before finals. She comes out before Dallas, 100%. Oh, Mauga's so bad at killing this. Oh my damage. Kind of crazy seeing this, right? Like they're both just like throwing shit. Yeah, that was a bad wall by Alfie. Yeah, that's a bad. Oh, I also don't like that wall. Why did they go this way instead of this way? That seems weird to me. If you go this way, you can do a lot of different intersecting. While this, that's kind of a weird wall.
Clear out. Cooling down.
Venture they them. Oh yeah, sorry if I misgendered. That's on me. I was aware of that.
Not so fast.
These characters also glows around. Dude, there's just a lot of like glowy visual effect characters in this meta. Oh, the boop into the wall. Oh, that's a feels bad for Bernard. Felt bad for Bernard. Yo, just helping a homie out. Yo, what's up, Rash? I do read YouTube chat. I'm just talking about silent stuff right now.
What's up?
They just wanted to draw boobs on the map, dude. That was harming me. Like, hey, don't worry. Let's have some honest Mauga gameplay. I'm gonna also whip my. Oh, good boot by Chio. Almost died for it, but that was good. Rush. That should be a disengage. Finn rushes as well. I don't really like Finn's rush there. I feel like you just disengage and then you re-engage with yours, but they disengage and then re-engage in a way that doesn't make sense. They do get fielder, so it's not a big deal. Beat, wall for Stalker. Brawl in the corner. Proper gets isolated. Here comes the Mauga. Stalker dead. Alright, there you go. That was a pretty big fight win there for the Finn rush actually ended up getting value, so but that was a huge fight win for FTG. Because that was wall, rush, sound barrier for Falcons as they tried to turn that around. All right, proper.
This ends now.
Good presence of mind to pull back there. I think a lot of people would have got that one pick and gone aggressive. Knowing that they were about to go all in aggressive because they lost one is something that I think a lot of lower ranked players make the mistake of, right? They get one pick and they're like, oh, we're winning the fight and go aggressive, but then it's so easy to, oh, that was such a bad TP. Whoa. Stalker, what? Stalker's TP baited proper.
Here I come.
Is it me, or are these old timers in these games a little bit more sloppy than you'd expect from these players? I think it just goes to show how new this meta is. Like, this meta is very early. Oh, good. That's good luck. I think people are still working out this meta. Like, we've only been playing Mauga for, what, a week now? I think a lot of people don't know exactly how they want to use it. There's a lot of mistakes happening. All right, so they're going to play the Mauga Sombra Moira. Interesting. I actually kind of like this choice. In overtime. Majority ults is charge fast. I also think it's almost always better to respond with ults. I think turning... Oh, proper just dies. I think it's almost always worth using an ult to try and turn the fight if you think you can win with that, right? And trading ultimates. I think if you hold on to your ultimates, you're playing this meta wrong. You need to try and charge your ultimate, use as many as you can, and get them as fast as you can. Yeah, this is the first week of matches after the patch. Second... No, we didn't play Mauga. I'm pretty sure it's first week. No? We didn't play Mauga last week, did we? Or did we and we just didn't know Mauga was super broken yet? Am I crazy? Korea? Oh, Korea played Mauga? Oh, that's right. Korea was playing Mauga, but everyone in the West was still kind of chilling. Huge beat. Gets them to rush. Yeah, they're going to hold now. Huge. You think there's a little patch? I would be surprised if they weren't hotfixing tomorrow. I'd be surprised. I think a hotfix is likely to come, and Aaron will probably talk about it in the dev blog.
Score 3-3. Switching sides. Initiating match.
There's a dev blog? Yeah, it's like scheduled on YouTube. It's like a video one, it seems like.
Ready for battle.
What do you think about the subbing strategy between Smauga and Smolben?
Everything's online. Functionality looks good.
I don't like changing,
last diagnostics
you know me,
check
I hate the idea of changing players to play the same hero. I think it's stupid.
This will be an evening to remember.
Ah, remember me, Captain?
You see Jake's Mata S tattoo? No, I didn't realize Jake got a tattoo.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
We still have our chain guns, I see.
Yep.
How'd you patch it? I'd remove the 100 temporary hit points he gets, and I would lower Sim's turret damage, HP to 40. Those would be the two hot fixes I would do.
Attackers incoming.
if they really want to make sure Mauga's not good, you can reduce his damage reduction on Cardiac Overdrive by 5% as well. But you might just put him in the ground if you do that.
Carried on the wind.
It's just going to be the same comp with Xayah, but the same comp doesn't work with Xayah, I don't think. Like, yes, Xayah is good against Mauga, but then all of a sudden I think you open things up to people to play other things. People are playing Xayah because it's good against the Mauga, but I think things are good against the Xayah. So, like, it comes back to the rock, paper, scissors, and, like, people playing different things at different maps. Which is what you're trying to do.
Be resplendent.
I don't think you're going to play Sojourn's... I don't think you'd play Sojourn's Sim Xayah on all maps if that was thing. I could be wrong, but they're playing Xayah 4 patch. Yeah, and like Xayah can be a good pick, but that doesn't mean they're gonna be good everywhere, right? Oh, damage. That's rush down. You don't need to rush this or like force it. They only need to get one tick. This is so hard, yeah. Builder dies to Flora. Not Sim, but Reaper Surge, yeah. No, you know, like, I think, like, it's not bad for a rush comp to be good, right? Like, I don't think that's a big problem. The issue right now is that Mauga is good everywhere, right? So if you can find a way to not have that be the case, then yeah. How do I open
This ends now.
Oh, Ajax.
This ends now.
Oh, they're in a bad spot. Yeah. Chio kind of had to rip it there. They're kind of dying anyway. At least we got some variability in the team around him. Yeah, the issue is the longer this goes for, the less variability you'll see. As people start to come to a conclusion of what is better, the longer it goes for, the less people are going to have the same, their own identity of how they're going to play these things. More scrim time, more practice. We'll see. So it'll all come down to if we see a hotfix tomorrow, in my opinion.
Ready for battle.
Anybody to give Overhealth, Fortify, Torb, and Mauga? I don't mind Overhealth. I don't like Fortify and Overclock in terms of... Like, I think Cardiac Overdrive right now does too much. It gives you damage reduction, it gives you Overhealth, and it gives you Lifesteal, right? I think that's too many things, and I think the Overhealth is unnecessary. In certain cases.
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Butchered this Masubi. I gotta work out how to open Masubis. Alright, let's get some Flora Pop. True update? Oh, thank you. FTG, 1-1.
Empowered and ready to fire. Move the robot.
There's a difference between X should never be good and X should never be good at pro level, 100%. Anyone who says X should never be good, they are talking about at the pro level. Or at least the top, the high rank meta level. And I think that's fair. Like, I think like the idea that Moira should never be hard meta at top level, I think is pretty fair and true. Like, Moira should exist. I think it should be good at lower ranks. People like playing that hero at lower ranks, but they should never have a super high win rate. And I think heroes like that shouldn't be too oppressive at the highest rank. But that's a hard balance to get to. Guess it's a rice ball, it's a Masubi.
Let's stick with it.
Not Masubi, fucking... I can't even think of what it's called. It's called rice ball, but don't they have a different name? They have a different name, I'm pretty sure. Onigiri. Onigiri is what I was going for. Holy fuck.
That feels much better.
Our efforts yield progress.
Nice trail. Real tasty is good. Went to the Japanese market this morning. Picked up some stuff. Got some sushi. Got a onigiri for later. Good TP out of the rush. There's a huge TP out of the rush. Now they've got the bot. Okay, they're going up against double Mauga though. They do get the copy before the thing goes through. Oh, that's really bad. The Flora fell. All right, that's going to at least force. Dude, it's so chaotic looking at this from first person view. Dude, Flora's kind of fucking right now. They should have waited for Kitsune and gone second though. No. So I think if you TP away and then you wait too long, what's going to happen is they're going to take the bot, right? So if you do that again, right? Like, so you have to fight them, but you're in a better spot, right? Because of where you turned around, right? So let's watch this. So Kitsune rush goes through. Oh wait, sorry. No, we haven't gone far enough. So red team, Kitsune rushes in, right? So they actually played this perfectly in my eyes. So TP, they kind of rush on the TP, but so what actually happened is FTG tries to go in with the sound barrier TP play, but then they rush into their backline. So they kind of like traded a little bit. So they actually want to fight for this because they have the sound barrier, right? If they don't use their rush of their own, they're probably going to die if they stand around here, right? And so they're not going to be able to contest the bot. So the bot could end up getting pushed all the way back. And then this is really bad for them because all of a sudden they're losing positioning. So I think they need to use the rush, and the rush allows them to deal with the copy, all that kind of stuff, and it lasts longer, and they're in a better spot. So I think they have to, the ordering in which they did that was pretty good, especially reacting to the fact that they engaged with a sound barrier TP that ended up sort of mitigating a rush inadvertently. So this is sound barrier, yeah. You know why Smurf is playing? Yeah, Smurf is in for Harbin. So I can't tell you why, but it's true. Okay, it looks like they're setting up to disengage. Who are they waiting on? Sim. So they don't even have TP, so they're playing it very safe. Alright. Disengage, we're gonna get a fight onto here. It's very hard to eat and spectate at the same time. Overhead is by far the best for this map. Smurf in. Good beat to keep Smurf alive, but it's not enough. Good wall into the cage. Bernard catches. Sound barrier just doesn't do enough to keep people alive. I think if your teammate gets caged, unless you're all gonna go in with the sound barrier, I think it's just not worth using. That one player is gonna die. It's probably capped for them, right? Smurf doesn't have his cage of his own. He's gonna go for it? No. Holy damage. Especially with the Sim TP setup, it's just impossible.
Now go get him.
Ah, Smurf is a push map specialist. Ah, my favorite kind of player.
Pass into the ass.
Flora fucks, but compared to him, Jimmy is a porn star.
Yeah, true. Jimmy's just not playing because he wanted to give everyone else a chance. So fuck. He didn't want to overshadow everyone. That's a huge fight for us, for Falcons to win, because Smurf didn't have to use their ult. So that pick by Proper like just opens everything up. So now they are able to swing the ultimate advantage back in their favor. They need to get value from these ultimates. I'd love to see Smurf go soon, yeah. Sick. I like it. Oh, they could just get into that TP from the cage. That's so sad. Doesn't seem like it's gonna map.
Barricades on the move.
Good fight, but cost you 4 ults. They use both support ultimates to try and mitigate through it, but this is gonna be a hard fight to win. Laura's going to pop this overclock, and they're not going to really want to do anything about it. You don't want a sound barrier on an overclock. It just doesn't feel very good. And they're also going to get Coliseo'd, where it's just going to feel really bad to try and step up here. How can someone donate money to you? If you want to, there's a PayPal link that you can donate, just like Jimmy Lover 69 just did. I think there's a donate button below my channel. Go click on that if you don't want to go through bits or subscriptions.
Look at that. We're almost caught up.
Yeah, under the stream. It used to be how like everyone used to get money back in the day, like back in like 2015, 2016. But then, yeah, Twitch added bits and gifted subs, and that kind of like dominated the meta. Say 1122, that's the number of subs I have right now. I got a crazy number of subs because of Custa Mondays. But we're taking a Monday off. PayPal for your tax-free income? PayPal is tax-free to a certain degree. Like, not completely tax-free, but it comes down to how much you, how many donations you get in the year and stuff like that. You get taxed like crazy if you get a lot of donations. I was about to say kinda, yeah. It's tax-free unless you hit a threshold, and then if you hit a threshold, you get taxed the fuck shut. But oh, there's a bait. Yeah, Smurf just gets got. So again, a lot of ultimates used by FTG. Those wall rush, yeah. It's just like I feel like it's so macro, right? Like that I think that's why a lot of frustrations come from this Mauga. It's like these fights don't really like they don't have a lot of interesting things happening. Maybe the Sojourn's hitting rail is, but outside of that, it's just it really just feels like who's using more ultimates than the other. Bits and subs have a Twitch take a cut. Yeah, so you'll also get taxed on that as well. It's tax season. I very much know. All good pull on the Smurf. Rip. I like the TP in and out of the cage. But yeah, so Twitch takes a cut of bits. So when you buy bits, Twitch takes a cut. Same thing with subs. Twitch takes a cut of subs when you give a sub. But you'll also get taxed on bits and subs. You get taxed on anything. Yeah, there's no way to make income and not get taxed on it unless it's below a certain threshold. Yeah, this is like even though they're losing this fight, this was such a good series of events. Like they have such a huge advantage. It's gonna be so hard for Falcons to get up over this bridge. Interesting they straight away from Moira. Yeah, it seems like Korea has decided that they don't want to play Moira. I think it's because they like the rush over the Cole, which I can actually agree with. Like, in general, I really like Cole because it's very versatile in the damage and the healing that it does. But I feel like the damage and the healing of Cole is kind of meh with how much healing and damage and everything that's already going out. Like, I think a rush just, like... Rush is better if you're already planning on staying in the same area and doing a shit ton of damage and healing. The rush just... it's kind of like multiplicative of that, while Coalescence is just additional, right? So... The Coalescence is an additional damage, but if you're doing a shit ton of damage already and healing, then you'd rather have the rush.
This ends now.
Right, yeah, that's a good point as well. Rush also gives everyone else more ultimates. That's interesting. I do not have a PO box. If there's something there that says that, is there something that says I have a PO box? If that's true, I need to get rid of that because I do not have a PO box anymore. Do not send me stuff. Why not? Because I just wasn't getting anything in my PO box, and PO boxes are expensive. Like, I had PO boxes when people wanted to give me stuff, and I've done them in the past, but yeah. Say you bagels, but yeah. Where I said all the ladybugs? Oh, good question. Dude, Smurf just goes so far past that wall. Feels like Falcons are getting a little antsy here. Hot take, OWCS format is way too hard for casuals to understand. Hardcores will love it, casual fans will fade. I agree. My other fear with the OWCS format, it's just not clear what's going on with the OWCS format. I think it's cool for people participating in it. I think one of the bigger issues that I see with OWCS, and this is something that, you know, we didn't deal with that much with Overwatch League, obviously to some degree, is I think way too many of the matches right now are one-sided, and we're not seeing the best teams play against other good teams enough. You're not seeing good matches, which is why I'm excited for this upcoming weekend, because I think you're going to see the best teams from NA and EU face off against each other. But I think there's just been too many one-sided matches that are just not very entertaining to watch, regardless of the meta. That happened in Owl too, but even then, like, yes and no. Like, we weren't getting, like, tons and tons of 3-0s all the time. Like, yeah, there was the top end of Owl and the bottom end of Owl. Yeah, there was sometimes one-sided, but in general, you saw a lot of good teams playing a lot. It's almost only 3 Overwatch, yeah. Good disengage from the rush. So Falcons get metered, but dude, this is just 5 ultimates. Like, Falcons just, good luck, bros. They'd have to fucking botch this so hard, but because they have to touch the point. Yeah, they can literally, it literally doesn't matter. They can just fucking... I didn't even think they were very tactical with those ultimates. They just dropped and had more. I think at these beginning stages as contenders, yeah. But so that becomes the thing. Like, this is the beginning stages of OWCS, right? Like, we haven't even had, like, this. We're about to have our first, like, NA stage finals and stuff like that. So hopefully that'll be cool. And then, like, we haven't had Dallas or Stockholm. But at the end of the day, Dallas and Stockholm are only going to be 2 games, right? Like, sorry, 2 tournaments throughout the entirety of the year. We'll see how competitive the Esports World Cup is. The event in Riyadh, how many teams are going to show up and that kind of stuff. That could be a cool tournament, another international tournament. If you just look at it purely from Overwatch tournament perspective. Yeah, we were talking about LGS earlier. Gumba has an interview with Commander X really about the volatility of the system, but overall optimistic trajectory. I think it's always going to be volatile at the beginning, right? Because it's like you're trying to sort all these people that have no history, right? All these teams have no volatility. The point system can be volatile. Yeah, shit like that can happen, but anytime you add a new system, it's going to be volatile.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds. Flashpoint unlocked.
Breaking them down. Your day just got made.
All right. Bunch of poking and prodding. Both teams playing the exact same comp. Come on, do something. Okay, Smurf goes. TP behind. Push them away from the TP. Alfie is the first one to die. It really feels like Rail is the thing that opens these fights up. Like, it feels like Sojourn players are, like, by far the most important people in this. It doesn't feel like people are bleeding out. Like, the only other people who are dying to damage are the Maugas, right? If they overextend. But overall, it feels like the Rails are important. More important than anything else. I wonder when ALGS will be rescheduled for. Still no word. This event is a plan for the next LAN, which isn't too far away. The issue is that they have to fix their anti-cheat before they can do that, right? Which is probably a very complex systems problem that you probably can't rush. Forgot scoreboard again? Wait, what do you mean scoreboard? There are no scoreboards. Right? Are you guys talking about the scrim scoreboards again? Oh, that scoreboard. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about someone like the stats scoreboard. Forgot the scores. Who won that last one? FTG. Sorry, my fault. I was confused. Oh, Bernard goes so deep.
Not so fast.
This match was so good. Yeah, it's been good back and forth so far. Get some Violet pop for a bit. Wonder if they'll have to delay the land. It'll be interesting. I feel for ALGS. That's such a weird problem to have. Feels like FTG is the same tier as the top two, which, you know, people already knew was probably going to happen. Alpha E Flora are both very good DPS players. Violet Finn, very good backliners. But now obviously has questions, but he's definitely been good in certain metas in certain situations. So maybe this is just a good meta for them as well, right? Like Flora is really good at Sojourn. Alpha is like everyone is very good at what they do. Oh, that's a feels bad. Yeah, that's just gonna be a team fight win. That's an Ajax. I have no idea, Rukaran. Can you give us a 5-minute rant on training Kitsune Rush in the same spot? Kitsune Rush is actually an incredibly complicated ultimate that is like very easy to fuck up and like lose your team fights. There's no way they go for this. This could be really bad. Dallas didn't get one? No, Dallas got a skin. Dallas got a championship skin. Remember, people were really upset about it because it didn't have enough Dallas branding.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds. Flashpoint unlocked.
Right. What do we got? Bernard's got his ult. We got rush. 1 rush, 2 rush. Should probably cut. It's probably going to lead to absolutely nothing. Proper kills Flora. Funnily enough, this meta does feel very... What was the meta in the Grand Finals 2023? Where you're kind of just hoping your Sojourn just starts railing the hell out of people. That was Winston, Kiri, Soj, Lucio... Reaper? 2022, sorry, yeah, I meant 2022 finals. Where it's just like the Soj... Because nothing ever really dies within the fights... You're kind of just relying and hoping that your Sojourn kills something. Like, I feel like the reason that we're seeing, like, so many of these fight swings is based on either ultimates, either one team uses more ultimates or the Sojourn gets a pick. Oh. I feel like they didn't give it... I don't think they were expecting as many people to go through that TP as they did. I think they thought that it was going to be the Symmetra to try and like push them away, but it ended up being a lot more people. Genesis versus SPG. Genesis are massively underperforming. I wasn't planning on watching that match, at least not today. Poor standby. All right, Bernard's still holding onto this cage. Bernard's had this cage for a while, but I guess never really needed to use it. Coming to 5 ultimates. So they're just gonna slow this fight down, right? They are not the ones who really have to do anything. As long as someone doesn't die.
This ends now. This ends now.
Oh! Is Violet having an Ajax game?
This ends now. It's go time.
Oh, let's break it up.
That, bro, people told me Chio got fucking hard dipped in this series. Who is spreading this narrative that Chio got hard dipped in this series? Like, I think they've been going back and forth, and I think Violet's been playing well, but those are 2 pretty big mistakes that were just made by Violet. Literally cost them 2 rounds. But is still not a great Lucio. I think he's good. He's definitely not like the most mechanically crazy one we have out there, but I think the way he plays is very smart. He ints, yeah, he inted on King's Row earlier when we were watching it as well. But it was diffing in beat charge, yeah. Which also, like, I don't think you can say someone's diffing the other one when they're just winning in beat charge. They're kind of just using heal amps more effectively, which is good, but... See how the sim feels. Oh, nice dodge on the charge. Yep. Oh, Bernard just blows up in the cage. My eyes? Dude, you kind of farmed this fight though. That was kind of all alpha-y. Does need to be a behind the wall, yeah. Like honestly, both. I think the first one was worse than the second one. The second one is like, the beat is the right idea, but he was a little late on it. But also the timing just sucks. Like it's not like Smurf knew that Violet was gonna do that, right? That's just an inadvertent Ajax. Let's see if we can get a third Ajax going. They can beat to turn this around. No, it looks like they're just gonna slow, just gonna get to 99 and win the, try and win the next fight. Oh, the term Ajax is getting distorted? I don't think so. I feel like the term of Ajax is very clear. Just losing your ultimate while casting it, right? Anyone that says something else is just kind of lying. People have been doing like calling it like Anajax and stuff like that, like on like saying you're like Ajaxing a different ultimate that isn't sound barrier. Ajax is dying while casting? No, Ajax I think is just losing your ultimate more than anything. Like I don't know, like maybe you could be a purist and be like, no, it's only when they die. I think it's just losing your sound barrier. I don't know if I agree with that different definition of Ajax, where it's only when dying. I think that's just how good old-fashioned Ajax did it back in the day. Ajax didn't die for this slander. I don't know. I feel like it's, well, if it wasn't, then I feel like it's evolved to that of just like losing your sound barrier. Ajax furious of ruining the Ajax community. Like, yeah, like why do they have to die for it to be an Ajax? That's not really the important thing of the change. I guess, as I said, I guess you're right, but does it need to be like that? Do we need to be stuck in our old ways? Do we need to keep beating up on Ajax? I played with Ajax in rank before. He was toxic as fuck. Yeah. Well, Ajax was kind of toxic, I think, when he was in the community. I think he was just like, he had a lot of confidence and, you know, he liked to talk his shit. But then he lost 3 ultimates in a round and I think he kind of just disappeared. It's kind of, that's like one of those situations where your career just kind of dies off of one player. Well, not dies. It's just like your career's identity is just forever going to be that from now on. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, Violet. All right, nice beat. Get him, mate. It is very silly with the cage how people can just enter. It almost makes you wonder if it would be a better change for Mauga if people couldn't enter the ultimate. So it doesn't promote just when Mauga ults, everybody get on in. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't it be cooler if it was like actually just a cage fight of everyone who's in there? I don't know if that would just feel worse and clunkier to play. Like Maud, yeah. Because I'm just trying to think of like, how do you stop this from happening where like Mauga just ults and then everyone just runs into the ultimate and presses all their abilities and ultimates? So then you just die in cage. Well, don't grab 5 people. And you can also close your cage. So if you grab 5 people, just shoot your cage down. Or now it's incentivizing your teammates to break the cage more than just run in. Like it adds more counterplay and difference and like I would say skill to the ultimate. But yeah, I feel like that you know, that's kind of like, you know, let's use Mordekaiser as a great example, right, of how he uses his ultimate. If you get caught in if you get too close to the Mauga and you end up in a 1v1 and he ults you into his cage, that's kind of on you, right? And then they like, oh, it should be like live long enough for the rest of your team to come help, right? Like is that a bad mechanic? I don't know, maybe it would feel bad. TP. Smurf's charges have been really good. Oh, Prop's killing everyone, no. Make it chain teammates. Yeah. So like when teammates go in, like they're having to make a choice as well. Because I guess teammates being able to bounce in and out is kind of the problem. How are Falcons so stacked? Well, that's what happens when you have like a vacuum of all these best players in the world able to join teams and make their teams without having to worry about like contracts and franchising and stuff like that. And Saudi money. But they were a team before the Saudi money.
Who's your favorite hockey team?
I'm more of a basketball person.
Not a fan of your home team, huh?
Don't put words in my mouth.
Stay in sight, and I'll keep you safe.
I saw Vishkar is opening an office in Toronto.
Yes? Are you interested in applying?
I'd rather clean cattle pens in Alberta.
5, 4, 3.
Good to see how the team's competitive. Yeah, I don't think you'll ever see one team just be like outright dominant, right? There's always going to be players who are going to compete. Ajax walks so we could run. Thoughts on allowing sub movement abilities so they within cage just can't leave the walls? I feel like you're going away from the idea of like they're stuck in a cage. Like I don't like some people have been like, oh, Echo should be able to fly. Like I think the whole point of the ultimate is that he's dragging people down to their level, right? Of like, hey, now you're stuck in this cage with me and you're stuck on the ground with no movement abilities. It's interesting that they didn't just like commit. Also, I'm gonna change these things. You know, like I think too many times teams just like commit to the forward hold and then just like die for no reason. When it's like if you can disengage,
Let's make a scene.
if anything, just make it easy. Yeah, like I just think I'm starting to think that maybe it would be better if people can't come in or out of it, other than the people who are initially caught. The problem with the ultimate is you can't have it so that it just like breaks super easily. That if they just like break it 100% of the time, it needs to be something where it's like the number is like, they can break it, but if they're stuck in a fight, they don't have the opportunity to waste their time to shoot it. But I don't know. I like the idea of the Mauga thing. I'm just thinking about like little tweaks that could potentially make it more interactive and less, as I said, everybody come get in. Maybe it's only so bad because of Mauga versus Mauga and everyone's playing these brawl comps where like literally both Maugas just ult, everyone runs in, presses all their Q buttons and all their abilities and then hope for the best. Cage, TP. I think teams are going to get very good at TPing out of cages. I also think, what do you guys feel about the TP health change? I don't know if the TP health change was necessary. Yeah, like, maybe you could give it a little bit, but I think it might have been a little bit too much HP as well. Oh, she hit the sense.
This ends now.
Because I think from looking at all these pro players as well, they're essentially making the same conclusion, right? Like, they're all in and playing close, yet I don't think I've seen a TP broken that isn't, like, in the middle of a fight. And I think that in the same way of a cage, right? The amount of HP it has need to be the equivalent to the value of killing it in the middle of a fight. Like, if people are saying it's never worth killing a TP in the middle of a fight, then I think the HP is too high. Yo, what's up, Matt? What is it now? How much HP does the TP have? 250? 300? 100, 200, 300? Oh, it looks like 300. Yeah, I think 300. It has 100 health, 200 shields. Right? 100 HP, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So 300 HP. And I think 300 HP with the head hit box. Just too much HP. What was it before? It was 200? And then they increased it to 300? Didn't get in. Goes in. Nice Suzu. Oh, oh, Builder. Could almost turn that around. Sim carries around things tougher than Zed. I don't think that's a great comparison, but yeah, I think it's just too much. There's a rush. Oh, good move. Are they gonna hold? Looks like they are. Oh my god. Hunt him. There's a lift there. Be careful. Yo, Massfest, thank you very much for Prime sub. Matt is a Mauga fan. Good. Oh god.
0-0.
Teleport is harder to kill than Doomfist. Oh well, let's not go too far. Doomfist is impossible to kill.
Initiating match.
My favorite Mauga move is when he hits the button that makes everyone on his team invincible. Yeah. Yeah. I think if I was trying to hit him with a hammer that puts him to the ground, but not too much, I think I would go remove the 100 overhealth and I would reduce the damage reduction by 5%. And I think that's going to make Mauga not very good, but I think they need, with how negative the reaction is of everything, I think they need to put him to be not very good for a bit. Talk about LGS, yeah, we talked about it a little bit. It's kind of crazy that happened. It's like,
getting some good
bruh, what do you do? Mauga has a shorter cooldown than Baplamp? Yeah, but Baplamp is like immortality. This is Mauga's tank ability. The thing that you should compare Mauga Cardiac Overdrive to is Junker Queen Shout. Because those things do theoretically accomplish the same thing. They press the button, it enables their team as a unit to go in, right? It's what Mauga needs to do. They both need that ability because they need to go in. That's part of their kits. The problem that exists is right now where it's just like, it's doing too much. So it's like, yeah, as Matt said, making everyone invincible. It is way more busted than Shout. It's not way more busted than Shout when Shout first came into the game, right? As I said, I think they just overtuned it.
3, 2, 1.
What if they made Cardiac Overdrive last 1 minute, but you had to kill a teammate to get it a minute? We're sorry, teammate Genji. You needed to be chosen, as they just consume Genji. Like it's the Jujutsu Kaisen fucking turns him into an energy ball and just eats them. Proper just kills after you. Dude, how many times has Proper just like one-shot someone going into fights? Mitch called it cardiac arrest. That's funny. I like that actually. Yeah, I was. Oh, bro, Hamid's cooking. Oh, no, money's running. Imagine being sacrificed in your game. I volunteer as tribute. There's literally beta shout on steroids. The thing is, it doesn't give you speed boost. Like, it doesn't give your team speed boost, but people are just offsetting that by having things that go in their own. It's just one of the... It's like Brig. It's like Queen. It's the thing. When you give AoE anything, the issue you run into is that it can potentially stack when you pair with absolutely everything that gets value from that. And I think it's fixable and it's balanceable without too much, like without reworks, which is good. Like, I don't think original Brig could be done without reworks. The same thing as Queen. Like, Queen is in a good state right now, right? Like, we can all say when Queen first came into the game, she was broken as shit. Bad for the game, right? But they were able to balance her without reworking her to a way that makes sense. And now everyone likes Queen. Like, people like playing Queen. I think Mauga's in that same spot. I think he'll be fixable. Wow, that was just fucked up. Flora just came into that room, accepted his death, and... Oh. They can make a cutting over... No, doubt, Matt. See, here's the thing that people are forgetting. People right now people are overreacting because Mauga's shift ability already did this. It was just on a slightly longer cooldown, and it didn't give the overhealth. And Mauga was trash. Like, he just died. He wasn't good. He couldn't keep up. They've just done too many things at once, right? That I think end up making him really good. On top of that, they just buffed Sim. Like, Sim also got buffed. Someone who heavily enables Mauga's playstyle. So I think it's just like a combination of things that led to this, like, very toxic and aggressive meta. Is Violet gonna... No. Let's get an overview. I have no idea what's going on. All right, Bernard has ultimate now. Falcons can lose this. Oh, Bernard trolled. There was no reason for Bernard to go for that. Like, they're chilling. They're on the high ground. Bernard's getting put... Like, why does Bernard expose himself and cage? They have wall cheer. If cheer gets this beat, it's over. Bro, who told me that Violet diffed the fuck out of Chio? Like, who set this seems like an Avril thing. Did Avril set this propaganda that Violet hard outplayed Chio in the series? Where is this? It was a Reddit thread, bro. There's just no way that this is true after watching the series. Like, yeah, Violet gets incredibly fast beats, and that's what makes him great. My man Ajax 3 times in the last 2 maps. Chio just put him in the fucking dumpster. Just stuffed him in a locker. Like, that. There's no way this narrative is true. Look at this. Just boops him. Gets him. Violet was getting beat fast, but he made a lot of mistakes in this series. I think if Violet doesn't make as many Ajaxes in these last 2 maps, I think there's a world in which FDG wins. Violet ulti with 1 HP. He has to ult. The fight's losing. Hey, don't, and that was a good play by Chio. That's not really a slide against Violet. But I came into this being like, yo, people said Violet fucking popped up and he was going crazy. So I was like, oh shit, I'm excited to see this. And that's just, Violet made a lot of mistakes in that series. I remember reading that in the post-match thread, right? It's just like, it's gonna be a swing at Reddit here, but I feel like every time something like a narrative, like a really big narrative forms on Reddit, it's usually come from a streamer, like Super said something, Spylo said something, Avril said something, the casters said something, right? Like a narrative was set by someone and Reddit has just run with it. So that's why, especially if enough people do it and it feels wrong, especially when I feel like Reddit's usually very critical of Ajaxes. You know what I mean? Like Violet Ajaxing 3 times in the last 2 maps to then lose makes me feel like that's something that people would have been like, yeah, Reddit would have been like, yeah, Violet sucks. Custa trying to kill Violet's good. Bro, Violet's a fucking phenomenal Lucio. Like, his mechanics aren't Chio. Ain't the best in the world, but the way he plays is really good. But he made mistakes. It's just real. Like, Violet's Lucio is kind of nasty when he's tested. What is Ajaxing? Ajaxing is when you lose your ultimate as a Lucio when you're using the sound barrier and you lose the ultimate as you're casting by getting hacked out. It is not when you die. Okay? It is not. People are going to call it an Ajax whether you die or not. Matt, do you think Ajaxing, you have to die when casting it? Oh yeah, we found the guy. This guy. Groundbreaking job 857 has set the framework and the narrative. And if you lose and you don't die, it's still an Ajax, right? Any beat cancellation is an Ajax. I feel like that's just that. I feel like you guys are trying to gaslight me into thinking this isn't true. I feel like I've gotten like stunned out of casting my beat multiple in the past, and everyone yells Ajax. Like, especially because I get punched. Get one guide. I think the caster started it because he got fast beats, right? What does Ajax mean? Let's see what the people say. Okay, we know he died. But I feel like, yeah, just because Ajax died in all of his, like, that doesn't mean. Yeah, I feel like when the beat tries to get dropped and it never drops. When you're at a concert and the beat just doesn't drop, it's just no bueno. That's what an Ajax is. I'm an Ajax purist. Well, you guys can go die on your Ajax hill. We're going to go over here and have fun as we laugh at people who lose their sound barrier. Edging is Ajaxing? Huh? Huh? No, the DJ has to die while dropping the beat in order for it to count, yeah. This is the first I've heard that people don't think you have to die for Ajax. So, why have I never, like, I've gotten punched out of beating and EMP'd out of beating all the time, and everyone always yells Ajax. People always yell Ajax. Where are you purists then? Being like, it's actually not an Ajax because he didn't die. He only got stunned out of it. I got Gray on my side. No, you lost because Gray's on your side because Gray is just trying to poke fun at me. He's just trying to make me mold. All right, let's do this. Let's do this one hero change stuff. Failing to cast beat is an Ajax, yeah, that's how I feel. Like, and as I said, like, it's the kind of thing where it's like I think both can be true. I think it can be right. Originally, it was, you know, it was based on dying during your casting the beat. But I feel like Ajax has just evolved to just the beat not dropping. The beat don't drop. It's over. Hey, Custa, just curious. Do you talk to Brandon Sideshow much, given they're not a part of the Overwatch W scene anymore? Yeah, bits and pieces. Like, we play games together here and there. Like, I've played stream games. We did a charity event with them just like like a month or two ago. Raised a bunch of money for charity. So we're all like still in the same like gaming plat chat kind of thing. But I'm not like great friends with them to the point that I'm like chatting with them all the time. All right, be right back. I'm gonna leave you guys with this real quick. You can look this over, give your thoughts. We're gonna close out this list. We're gonna do the support category. We're gonna go over. We're gonna talk about this. And we're gonna like go through and fix all these up, touch all these up. The TLDR of what we're trying to do, as it says at the top, change one thing about every hero in game. It could be a buff, nerf, quality of life, bug fix, anything. The whole goal of this is to make heroes more fun and the game more fun and feel better, right? So it doesn't even have to be a buff, nerf. Like, I don't want you to get stuck on like which hero is really strong right now, which hero is really weak right now, because those things can be changed by just like turning the dial of the numbers, right? What type of like minor change or rework could come into the game that you think would be beneficial for every hero in the game? Be right back 1 second while I go to the bathroom. All right. Okay, guys, we need to flame the Junkrat tire change. Oh, yeah, you guys are done. Triple Rhine swinging range so you can compete with poking tanks. Okay. Good. I like where your head's at. We're not going to write that one down. But, yeah, like, keep them coming. Okay, so let's go Ana. I actually like the one that the thing that you were talking about, right there. Anti-nade reduces healing significantly. Not 100%. So what do we think? 90%? Because I wanted to do. It should feel like it's like almost impossible to die through it. 70%? I don't think that's enough. How about would you meet in the middle at 80%? Because it needs to be something where it's like, if you get hit by this, it's still incredibly problematic. But I think 100% is bad because it feels like there's no way you can do it. But like, if you're in a Transcendence, I want to be able to give him 100 HP. 75. No, this is not a negotiation. We're gonna get 80%. Uh, 80%. 76% is the lowest I go. No, we're going to 80%. Didn't anti-nade used to do that? No, anti-nade has always been fully removing. Whenever Tor pops Molten Core, have him instantly reload his bullets. I didn't know that. Is that not a thing? I feel like that's something that should exist. Torb reloads when cooming. After cooming. Give Reaper a right-click ability. All right, let's stay focused, and we'll go over these ones as a thing. Let's keep going on supports. I like the way we have Ana. All right, Baptiste. What do we want to change with Baptiste? So we've talked about having a damage reduction in a similar way, removing immortality field from being purely immortality Make his gun fun? Wait, you don't like his gun? I thought I think a lot of people like his gun. I think his gun's interesting. It's different. It's unique. It's so unsatisfying. Is that because you're not hitting anything, Gray? I hit everything. I don't think it's in a bad spot. I'm actually the best. I think the gun feels pretty good. I don't think it's in a bad spot. I think, okay, so obviously they've probably tried this, but how would we feel about immortality doing so, like changing it in a similar way for Ana and Bap where it doesn't make you immortal? Do we want to try and tackle the immortality issue, or would we rather think of like his regenerative burst? How'd that work? So the reason I would change the immortality, I would do it similar to the way Ananate is changing, where I would make it below a certain threshold, you take 90% less damage. So instead of them just going and staying at 20% HP for the entire duration of the lamp, like you could even make it higher to offset the nerf that this would be, but like below 30% HP, you take 90% damage reduction. Even higher, like 40, like you just reduce the amount of damage they take in this. They're still killable if you push enough damage into them. Yeah, so it means that like the lamp is not all saving and all knowing. In the idea, it kind of has a soft damage reduction. That makes it like, it's most of the time you're going to want to kill the Baptiste lamp, but there's a world where you don't have to. How about Vispy's idea? Have immortality destroy after it saves a life? That's an interesting idea. But like, I feel like that happens quickly. And that doesn't wouldn't that not solve the problem? So if you were going to do that, where it saves someone life, so let's say we keep it where it is. You have the 20% damage threshold. It hits that. I think if you're going to destroy it, it has to heal them. Because otherwise it's just, they're going to get to 20%. It's going to break. They're still going to be at 20%. And then they're going to die, right? So what if it was, they hit 20%, it heals them for 200 health, and then it disappears. Now we're describing Suzu. No, but it has more of a trigger. Still worse than Suzu. Yeah, but Suzu's its own problem. We'll get to Suzu in a second. 200 is a bit much. I just feel like that's going to be so useless for tanks. Like, I feel like that makes immortality useless. Like, you're a tank. You're taking a shit ton of damage. You need help. They threw immortality field at you. You hit 20. It does 100 health. You go up to 200 health, and then you just die anyway, right? Like, I feel like it needs to have a save mechanic, because that's what it is. Like, I understand people get frustrated at the fact that it is a save mechanic, but I think you need to keep it somewhat there. Maybe a percentage then? Yeah, so we could go, could we meet in the middle and go like 50% max HP, so it's not too crazy for supports, but it's better for tanks? Lamp blows up after 300 damage to players. We've gone back and forth on that idea as well. I don't know, like that might just be useless. Like 300 damage in Overwatch in an area could just blow up. So it heals Roadhog 400 HP if it triggered on Roadhog, right? So it's like, now that seems a little ridiculous, right? 33% HP. So, we're all trying to solve the same problem, right? The problem with Immortality Field is when someone is taking 18 bajillion damage and the lamp is in a spot where it's somewhat unkillable or your team doesn't shoot it, right? That just feels bad, right? Like, you should be able to just damage through it if you have enough damage. Like, that's what I think feels bad about lamp, is when it feels like it's unjustifiably outdone its value. Could be less for tanks. I think you're making it too complicated then, right? One thing that I really try to focus on when I'm doing these heroes is like, you don't want it to make it something that people don't understand, right? Like, even like today, right? Let's use today's example with the Xayah bubbles, right? The projected barrier gives you a shorter cooldown than if you use it on yourself, right? People don't know that, and I think that complexity creates this like weird thing in the game, and it's not really obvious. So it's like, the more you can keep it simple and just like obvious for everybody of what it does, and like not convolute it based on role, I think the better. Can it be ramping damage mitigation? Like the lower the people inside it, the higher the damage percentage taken? It's too complicated. That does sound too complicated. That might just be a hard thing to like code in its own right. Right? Especially if there's multiple people in it. Can it die after absorbing X amount of damage? I think that's been a lot of people's takes in the past of like, after it's mitigated this much damage, it breaks. So that like, let's say it gets to like, how much, what's the HP of the lamp? Baptiste. 125. What if you made it like 250 damage? Or do we think that's not enough? You could even make it higher. You could even make it like 400 damage, right? If you really don't want to kill the lamp, but you're just pumping damage into the one person it's saving or the people it's saving. That's no damage. That's a 400 HP swing. Like, I don't know if you can say that's no damage when that's a 400 HP swing on one target. That's, well, I talked about healing a hog for 400. That's essentially doing the same thing, right? Yeah, it's like the lamp is like redirecting the damage. Get rid of the lamp, turn it into a shield generator with breakable shield. No, I don't like that. I don't want to add more shields, right? And I think the immortality field is a cool, like, the disc is a cool idea. I feel like it should save at least one target from dying, regardless of damage pumped in. But I don't know if I agree with that in that sense, right? Of it's like, if the targets in that take 400 damage of excess damage, that is a 400 damage swing that is coming out of it, right? That's damage that isn't going to be healed. I think the problem that I really want to solve is if you can't kill the lamp for whatever reason, because that does happen from time to time. It's in a weird spot, it's out of line of sight, behind a doorway, all these kind of different reasons. I think there needs to be an alternative way in which it can break. And I think just putting a high damage threshold onto it is pretty good. That would just make Suzu better. Yes, but I think Suzu's his own problem as well. But it's also like, I don't want this to be a nerf to the lamp, right? I want it to feel better in situations where it's not getting that, right? So it should still be strong. What if we reduce the cooldown of it, but we gave it that damage, right? So let's say the lamp is on, what's the 25 seconds. If we made immortality field 20 seconds, but it had that ability to be broken through damage mitigated, how would we feel about that? Make lamp boopable? Oh, that seems awkward. That seems awkward to move around. Almost like a support skill shot? No, that's too good. I think it's going to be too hard to use. I don't think I want to change the way immortality field works. So at that point, we're like hard reworking in the ability. And I don't think... I want this change to be realistic. Like, I want it to be a change that makes sense in a way that's like, hey, this isn't that difficult of a change to bring into the game. Honestly, lower the cooldown more to like 12 seconds and make it break at 400. So if we did want to make it break at 400 damage, would it only absorb damage at 20%? Or would we want it absorbs 400 damage and then it goes away? So it's like an AoE damage prevention. But yeah, and if you shoot it, that might make it really strong though. Because that means in a 1v1, I think they have to get to a threshold. I think they would have to get to the 20% threshold and then mitigate it. I think, because otherwise it'd be super strong in 1v1s. Because you would lamp yourself, and then they would have to kill the lamp other than shoot. Because what you can do right now is like, they lamp, you just bring them down to low health and then you push them out of it, or you do damage to them and then you wait for the lamp to disappear and stuff like that. I think this is a simple change. Lower cooldown of lamp. It breaks after absorbing 400 damage at the 20% threshold. And this essentially allows you to brute force through a lamp. Maybe a different round of mitigation based on number of allies within range. No, I don't think you need to even complicate it that much. Like, if there's 4 people at the 20% damage threshold, like let's say you've been grabbed and the lamp is doing God's work, but you do 100 damage to all those things, it'll break. Like, it would be cool if it was cumulative of everyone inside, because I think then at that point you're, as I said, it adds a level of brute force that I think would be nice to add for lamp to deal with a lot of the frustrations. It loses its health. That's an interesting idea. Loses the 125 HP as the threshold goes down. As the damage absorbed goes down. So it could be something in which they have like a joint health pool. That could get a little fucky. You know what I mean? In terms of like, I don't know how easily that is to make it go. What does saving from dying mean anyway? Because even Xayah bubbles break after so much dying. Wait, what do you mean saving from dying? Well, it's like the idea, the issue, like, things should break. Like, I think we're in agreement that things should break if it takes enough damage. Right now, the issue with lamp is it just doesn't break. That's a dev issue. Yeah, I think that's a dev issue if we did that, but I don't know if I'll add that, but I like where the idea is. Damage mitigation decreases it. No, as I said, I don't like the idea of, like, if you're trying to add damage mitigation based on the amount of hate, like, lamp's just going to become this incredibly complicated thing where the number values change so much as damage is coming in and out of it. Like, yeah, it just needs to not absorb infinite damage. I like that one big burst. It would still be, yeah, it's still useful, right? Like, it will save you from one instance of damage, right? Like pulse bomb, all that kind of, it will save you. It'll still do exactly what it currently does. I think this idea removes the big pain point where it just absorbs an absurd amount of damage, right? Which is what the fix that we were really going for in this situation. Okay, Brig. Let's keep it moving. What do we want to do with Brig? Oh, that's actually just a good, yeah. Indicator of Inspire. Active. So, I think the issue that you run into with Indicator of Inspire being active is... This was something that I didn't know for the longest time. And I don't think they've changed this, right? Is that when you hit something, the way you need to think about Inspire is it's like an AoE field like Soldier. It's still like this, right? That you leave on the ground. So it doesn't... When I thought Inspire, the way Inspire worked is... The way I thought Inspire worked is that... No, it doesn't come with you. The way I thought Inspire worked is that when you hit it, it was like an AoE around you, like Lucio, and you would heal. But I found out it wasn't like this. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know if it's changed or if Overwatch 2 has messed with it. But when you did it, that instance of damage was like an AoE healing in that area. And I don't think it moved with people. And then you could walk out of the Inspire, right? Yeah, it's like Rally Cry from the point of origin. And then the buff heals, right? Yeah, so it's like... Once you've hit it, you can't run next to someone and give them the healing. It's like you hit and it heals everyone around you. And then it's like regenerative burst where they will get that heal. I don't think they can run out of the heal at that point. It will just heal them for that duration. It's very unclear of how do people not know this, because it's not clear, right? Like it's never really given, right? Of once you hit is thing. So then when you hit something again, it reactivates it and reapplies it to everyone within your radius, right? But that means I'm pretty sure you can heal, you can hit it, someone gets healed, they move out of your radius, then you hit it again, then they will be getting healed by the old set of ticking healing, and then you'll reset a new tick of healing in near you. And that's why Brig is very strong, is because she does a lot of healing, constantly proccing this AoE around you. That's how it works, yeah. So that's how it works. So I think that would be a huge change. And here's the thing. When I said Brig, everyone said delete. I think Brig's in a good spot. I think she has a very set niche within the game. I think she is like a counter dive. She pushes people around, but she's kind of susceptible to dying herself these days. I think they've done a good job of like nerfing her shield to where she's like survivable, but she can be killed. And I think with the DPS passive, she's gotten worse because she can't heal herself as much and she just dies. So I actually think Brig's in a really good spot. So this could just be a nice little quality of life change. Invisible soldier heals at every hit. I actually think a better way to describe it would be an AoE regenerative burst every time she hits. So because that's how like regenerative burst works for Baptiste, right? You press shift, everyone around you starts getting some ticking healing. Forget about the instant healing. But everyone gets the healing, so if they run away from you, they're still going to get the healing after they've run. I would revert the rally changes with a small thing. Either keep the instant armor or give the overhealth to her instantly. Oh, like the thing. I like that she gets armor. Like, I kind of like the instant armor. I think it's kind of good. I don't think she needs to be getting overhealth like that much. I kind of like that there's counterplay to it, and she's not just a raid boss anymore. Like, she can die if she pops it in the wrong spot, because it's still a really good ultimate if used correctly. And yeah, green health is very dangerous. It's a dangerous thing to have ticking up. So I kind of like that. All right, so Inspire healing is very unclear to most people. How would we make Inspire more obvious without adding more UI elements? Inspire aura like Sombra. No, so because it doesn't work like that. Inspire aura doesn't work like you're talking about Sombra's AoE aura. It doesn't work like that. That's not how Inspire works. So it's like you can't have it glow. No, it doesn't glow on the ground, guy. It's not a ground effect. It's like an AoE pulse. It would have to be a visual particle on your screen. Maybe a ring that... I think that a ring that propagates when she hits is just... There's going to be so much particle. I don't think you can give her a particle effect every time she procs Inspire. Because she procs Inspire a lot, right? It just needs to be something so that people who are healed are aware they're being healed. Just fill the player's screen with inspirational quotes. It would have to be in the little UI thing, right? Let's just go add a yellow plus to the heal indicator. But what happens if it needs to be populated by something else? The health bar is going up? What? Well, I'm just trying to like make it so that it's more obvious for everyone. Like, does it? Well, that opens the next question: does this need to be done? Like, does this need to be fixed, or do we just need to are we just happy with people just accepting that their health is going up? Can't we just do the health bars go golden? No, because that already exists for Ananade when people are getting more healing. You can't do that. Oh, were you guys talking about Brig would have an AoE aura on her own so she would know what the radius of the healing that she's doing is? Just like it shows up like a little bit. It could be too much flashing. You know what I mean? Like imagine... Let's go. I don't think I want to change the health bar. I said like so like this little purple aura. How would you feel if this like there was a lightly glowing? It doesn't always persist, but it like when you hit something, you see what the radius of that was. Just like only Brig would see it, so she understands who's being healed by it, and like anyone who was in it gets it. But just like a light ring that shows up, that could just be too much. Funny Astro said, if you press Q and lose beat, you got Ajaxed. Let's fucking go. My goat. Because I'm starting to believe and agree that I don't think the people being healed need to have an indicator that they're being healed. Their health is going up. Is there an audio cue for when you're being healed by Brig AoE? Anyone know? There is, right? It's like a little like shh. Ooh.
Somebody call.
Yeah. Alright, sweet. But if you're hitting stuff, are you really paying attention? Yeah, I just think it would make it clearer how it works. Oh shit. What the fuck is that? I've never seen that in my life. Bro, they have an indicator for this. Hello? Wait, why did that not happen again?
Don't underestimate me.
I don't think it's very clear of like thing, but because I guess it's showing Inspire. Why does it only show up sometimes? I guess they didn't want it to be too visually. Oh yeah. It doesn't really do what I was asking it to do is my thing. Of like, I don't know who's in my radius, right? It was kind of the idea. But then it goes, do you need to do that? That was sort of what I was starting to come up with of like...
Shouldn't have come so close.
Oh, there's an internal... I didn't realize there was an internal cooldown of Inspire. So if you hit twice really quickly, it doesn't reset the Inspire. Interesting. So it only thinks... Wow, that's actually interesting. I've never noticed that as a Brig player. In my defense, I haven't played a lot of Brig, but I just accepted... I guess I've just never looked at the aura. That's interesting. Huh. There you go. Isn't Inspire big in that? Well, that's sort of what I was asking for is this doesn't tell you how big Inspire is, right? Like this doesn't tell me am I inspiring them? Wait, what the fuck? How was I healing them? Yeah, so I'm trying to work out how I can like show this to you guys. So you see what happened there? Like, wow, Inspire's actually huge. That was way bigger than I thought it was going to be. So the way I can explain it to you, so you see how I got Inspire up, but I don't heal them as I get closer, right? That's not how Inspire works. Inspire works of, if I hit something within range, everything around me, like think of it like that yellow ore comes in and it starts healing them. I could move away at this point and they would be healed for that duration, right? That's how the Inspire works, right? So it's you put it's like regenerative burst on everyone around you when you hit Inspire. I wish there was some way for me to know what the length of that is, because I feel like people are just winging it at this point. So that opens up the next question of, do we think it's necessary to tell people that range? Or do we think it's just fine as people just fucking figure it out? I'm pretty sure the ring goes out to Inspire Age. Do you, if you're watching Brig, do you see the yellow Do you see the yellow thing go out?
I'm fired up right now.
Do you see the yellow circle come out from them then when they're triggering Inspire? Because I feel like I've never seen it push out of a brig. So I'm indicating, well, I don't think the indicator tells you what we need it to tell, right? Because the thing is I'm realizing is I don't think you need to tell the player they're being healed by Inspire. That doesn't matter, right? That you're being healed. Congratulations, you have the audio cue. I think the bigger thing is as a brig player. Give a constant ring. I just think that might add clutter. It exists for Lucio Aura. Yeah, but I think if you leave it permanently, people might get the wrong idea, right? So you see it all the time for Lucio Aura, right? So like that's essentially what we're asking for, right? Is this idea of like, is it beneficial? Is Lucio Radius the same as Inspire? What's Lucio Rage? What am I looking? Where would it tell me the range of it? Was it there? Am I? Oh, 12 meter radius. I'm blind. So 12 meters, brig. Inspire would be the thing is 20. Dude, it's fucking huge. That's actually crazy. It's that big. It's actually crazy. It's that big. If it's that big, it might just be like, you what fucking, who's seeing things on the ground 20 meters away? Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to see the ring. So it's like, maybe we have a non-issue here. Maybe this is just isn't that deep. Yeah, if you hit someone, assuming a thing. Well, what's the range of flail? Is that 20 meters? Yeah, so it makes sense that Inspire is the same range as the flail. You can see the brig, you're in range. You can put an indicator or layer on teammates. Yeah, I don't know. People don't realize that brig Inspire has so much range. Yeah. Had the same indicator as Lucio? Well, we were just saying because it's 20 meters, it's going to be hard to see. Suggestion I made, wasn't it? What did you say? I don't know how to proc it again. I don't want to actively risk my life. Oh, so you want to know... You want an indicator for as a brig if your Inspire healing is still going. So when you hit something, you want to know, oh shit, my thing is still healing. I understand where you're coming from now. I understand what you're asking for. That's it. That's even a pretty easy UI element of you could put it like below the brig packs. Right? Like you could just have it as it glows slightly yellow when you're when it's active. Like that's a pretty easy UI fix. It doesn't tell you who has Inspire. It doesn't tell you. It just tells you you have an instance of Inspire going on at least one person. Well, it's on you, right? Because you're always going to get Inspire. So you have Inspire right now. And you don't know who else has it around you, but I think that if you try and answer that, I think you're giving too much information. You hear healing sound? I just don't think... I think in fights, like... You hear healing sounds all the time. Don't you hear healing sounds if you pack someone?
Helping you recover.
Yeah, you hear healing sounds if you pack someone as well. So it's like, it's hard to distinguish that between healing as well. Thoughts on giving Brig a shorter cooldown on Flail if she hits it, like Junker Queen? No, I think that's... Flail's already up a lot. Like, I like Brig. I think Brig's in a pretty good spot right now.
I meant to do that. You can do better than that.
I like that change. I like that change. Visual indicator below packs to show when Inspire healing is active. I think that's a very easy little change. It's a nice little quality of life thing that I think would help players understand. But being able to use self packs, no, that would make her broken. If she could heal herself, she'd be broken. Kind of like the Anna nanoing herself, she'd be broken. And I think you're promoting her to just play aggressive on a thing. I think she has clear weaknesses. What if you had a little number under the UI tell you? Yeah, I don't hate that as well. Can add a number to show number targets inspired. I can get behind that. Like, even if it's like a small number, like you could put it below the packs here, and you could even have like a small number that says like 5. In the same way that with Lucio, right? Lucio tells you how many people you have within your radius. Like, just something similar to this. Similar to Lucio with an aura. I like that change. I like that. We had a Brig shield surf mechanic. Yo, that'd be cool. I didn't know Lucio had that. Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, it's like the indicator that we have that you're like DPS passive. People say they want it. People act like it's important. It gets added to the game. Nobody looks at that shit. I don't think I've ever seen it in the middle of a fight noticed that I have the DPS passive active on me, right? Because if I'm getting shot at and in any meaningful capacity, I'm not looking at the bottom left of my screen, right? So it's like, it's a number that's nice to have. It might be unnecessary. And maybe as a tank, like if you know, you do a lot of shit where you're just playing Ramatra and you're AFKing on the point. You're just holding up your arms. I use it when I'm being burned. Yeah, I think it's interesting and I think it's a cool addition, but I think it's not as impactful as some people like to make it seem like it is. It's not clear enough to pay attention in your peripheral, but you don't want to make it too much so it's in your peripheral and you notice it a lot. Like if you're noticing it too much, that's just really frustrating. Like you're just, as you don't want to bombard people with information on your UI. Like we're not playing World of Warcraft, right? We're not trying to like look at the screen and be like, I don't know what I'm looking at. All right, Alari. Is the Lucio numbers a setting? No, I don't believe so. Allow Alari to move pylon or self-destruct pylon. Well, you can self-destruct the pylon. But if it's been shot recently or if it's healed someone recently, it goes on cooldown. All I want is her shift to go higher. So chat, I've talked about this in the past and people have said I'm cooked. Okay? Hear me out. 2 pylons, half the healing. Come on. Who's with me? Same idea. Pylon is boring. Well, get out of the kitchen, man. I'm just, guys, hear me out. Hear me out. Like, the biggest issue with Alari pylons, right, is that it's hyper effective, but if it gets broken, you're just a cosmetic character who just hopes you can hit shots, right? With 2 pylons, it allows you to cycle it of like, you have 1 pylon out, right? And it heals you. But if they break it, then you can move it and put it in a different spot. It's half as effective, so it's not doing a lot. And if you really want to bunk it down, you can drop both. Then it has an external cooldown for each one, right? In the same way that Blink works or Bubble works, right? where if you use one, you can start getting the cooldown for another one, so then you can place another one. So then you get, all of a sudden, the timings of when you use the pylons is good. If you really want to get a little spicy with it, you can have it that they destroy on their own after a certain amount of time, right? Like, they break after 10 seconds. No one wants to shoot more turrets. Well, the idea is that you wouldn't be shooting more turrets. But yeah, I see where you're coming from. Is like you're adding more deployables. Make it so it's ready to be replaced as soon as you need to reposition it, but lower healing, sure. 2, no. But you guys are, like, the thing is, like, you guys are asking for a pylon that's just, like, super strong. Like, I will give you, how about this? How about we mean them at no 2 pylons, okay? I feel like that's going to be a tough sell. I hear you out with the idea of, like, too many breakables. How about it does 70% of the healing right now, but the cooldown after it's broken is lower? Would you guys just like to be more flexible with it, but it does way less healing? You have 2 charges of pylon, but only 1 deployable at a time. But I think that's gonna, what people are saying is that when they break one, you're just gonna throw another one up, and then they're gonna be like, well, I'm just breaking pylons for the. What about a pylon that has an option to give a damage increase? No. Bad as of air. That's mercy. And we don't like mercy in this channel. No damage boosts. Better mercy. We're not giving better mercy. Bro, we say better mercy. It's literally just a mercy that can damage boost themselves. You're like, you're taking one person out of the equation. You're playing like damage boosted soldier, but you're just like, I'm just damage boosted Alari. I don't need no man or woman to empower me. I'll empower myself. Leave pylon, shift and right click. But okay, so when we're talking about we want to make these changes to heroes, one of the big things that we always talk about is like, we want it to feel... I want to make the hero feel better. And in my opinion, I think the pylon feels the worst. Is the worst part about Alari's kit. I think it's just really frustrating to play, and if your pylon gets broken, you just lose all of your healing. And like, your healing swing is so high. Like, if your pylon's able to stay up and just like sit in a spot and just heal people, it's giga broken, right? It just does way too much healing, and it's like they're unbeatable from that position. But if it's broken, you have a short piddly little heal that's close range that feels just terrible to use. I think you need to rely on pylon if right click isn't bad. But so how would you feel about reducing the healing of pylon and making the right click longer? So she's less dependent on the pylon, and we reduce the size of pylon. Pylon's 60% as effective. The size of the pylon is 30% smaller. The right click is 30% longer. And you can reduce the right click HPS a little. I don't think you can reduce the HPS. Maybe you could reduce the HPS, but you would have to give it longer duration and charge time. What if the pylon cooldown is based on your healing with your gun? I think if I was going to do that, you can reduce the cooldown of your pylon by hitting shots. By doing damage, what I think would be interesting. But I think Ilari needs to go more towards a position of like, yes, she's offensive focused, but I think she needs to just have some healing capacity outside of the cooldown. So like, how about this? How about every time you hit a left click... Wait, it has to charge on it. Every time you hit a left click, it reduces the cooldown of pylon by 2 seconds. Would you guys prefer that? Fully charged left click. Yeah, we'll go fully charged left click. Farming against tanks. Well, it's only if your pylon's on cooldown, right? Like remember, this is only if your pylon's on cooldown, right? Like yeah, that's not gonna happen a lot. Her right click can repair pylon. I don't think repairing pylon's ever really an issue. And I sure as hell don't want to be diving a pylon and then the Alari and the pylon are just healing each other. Just fucking crossing the beams as neither of them die. All right, 1 second. How do we feel about that? All right, how about we go to an idea of like reduce size of pylon by 30%. Healing of pylon reduced by 20%. Shooting enemies with left click reduces CD of pylon by 1 second. 30% is too much? 20%. All right, we'll go to 20%. Range of right click increased by 20%. So it allows you to heal more. So you're going to be doing less healing with the pylon, but it will be up more often, and we're giving you a little bit of something on your right click. Because yeah, like I think you want to stay with the archetype of Alari where she is a pokey damage support, right? 1 sec feels too much. Feels like no counterplay when turret is dead. I don't know, right? Like how many times are you shooting people with your left click? Remember, you can miss. Like, how often are you shooting people in the middle of a fight? Like, if you're hitting people with 5 shots outside of a fight where your pylon, like in a fight where your pylon's down, I feel like that's rewarding, right? I hit them constantly, bro. Why don't we got lip in this chat? Like, remember the cooldown's like we can increase the cooldown of the pylon, right? Like, what's the cooldown of the pylon right now? I just want it to be more interactive, you know. 12 seconds. But have it on top of you like a little healing drone? Nah, you're cooking too hard. Well, be like as I said, I'm not trying to like redesign Alari. I'm just trying to like mess with some of her numbers to feel better, right? Like. What is the thing? I think it's gonna be like, yeah, we gotta do with fully charged. That might create an incentive to shoot the tank. That's true. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not in love with the shooting the enemies to reduce the cooldown. Because I feel like even between us who we're just sort of discussing, it feels very contentious. Seems a little accurate. Yeah, it definitely has the lore accuracy and sort of plays into the style in which Alari wants to be played. Shift buff over CD reduction. What would you guys want to change with the shift? Remove the boop of shift? I don't feel like why are we nerfing Alari? Like I feel like the boop of Alari is just not that strong, right? I don't think that's. It says right at the top we can buff or no. Yeah, but Alari is currently like the worst support in the roster. Like, why are we trying to nerf Alari? Yeah. The shock amount of high ground Alari can't get to with shift. Getting a headshot is no, that'd be broken its harmony. Because then you could literally shift headshot, shift headshot, shift headshot. The shift feels fine to me. I understand people want to go higher, but she doesn't need to have that limitation. Shift is like 1 meter short of most high grounds. I wonder if that's intentional though. Like, could that be intentional? Let's go into it. I don't think the shift is what makes her unfun to play. Like, I feel like I really want to focus on a change that works with the pylon. Like, I want to find something that makes the pylon feel better. Because right now, I think the pylon is the crux of the issue with Alari, that it doesn't feel good to use. Doesn't feel good to shoot and play against. I feel like Pylon's always going to be boring. Yeah, but I think it can be boring. It just feels clunky. To me, it's a right click that feels awkward. Yo, what's up, Ben? What do we have here? We're changing Overwatch. We're changing the game. Yeah, okay. So something we can all agree on is her heal beam range needs to be increased. Right? Range of the right click needs to be increased. Are we happy with 20%? What's the range of it right now? $15 meters. What if we make it 20, right? So we increase it by 33%. $20 meters. Let's go to 20 meters. If Brig can inspire someone 20 meters away, I feel like the right click should be able to go 20 meters. Yeah. So we want to increase the range of our right click, promote people to use it more, because I think we can all agree one of the biggest frustrations of the Alari is that you just can't go anywhere. Or like, you want to heal people, you're trying to shoot people, but then your teammates are a little out of range, but you don't want to move your pylon, but you don't want to move away from your own pylon, so you're just kind of like stuck not helping anybody. Okay, you want to lower the HPS? Lower HPS of right HPS. What's the HPS of it? The HPS is how long does it take to run out? So it's like 105. So let's go down to like 95. Slightly longer duration. Let's say 10% more resource. So it does the same amount of healing. Just over a longer period of time, but it has more range. Because that's like 10%. Right? How do we feel about that? So we're buffing the range. We're lowering the amount of healing it does, but you have more healing. Do we want to change the pylon as well? Like, Maybe we... And then maybe we go... Pylon healing... CD... to 5/10 second cooldown. Was 6 and 12. How do we feel about that? Does heal actually feel strong at her? She does a lot of healing. If she's in the position to do healing, she does a lot of healing. So we'll change the pylon we reduce the size of the pylon by 20%. The healing of the pylon is also reduced by 20%, but the pylon cooldown is down 1 second each. Because I think something that we can all agree on is that the issue with pylon is it just feels so clunky. Like, it just feels very clunky to use. It feels hard to move around. Once you put it down, you just don't want to move. I feel like if we can buff her right click to make it feel more engaging and have her pylon be movable, and I also just don't think her pylon needs to do as much healing as it currently is. Her right click functions a lot more like Moira Orb, so it does a lot of healing when it's up. But the issue that people have, right, is, so let's say your pylon dies, your tank gets dove, you put all your resources into the tank, then you have nothing, right? Like, it's like, imagine if Moira Orb you use your Moira Orb, but then you don't have any other way of healing people, right? So you just like, I think there are too many instances where you just can't help people. And then remember, this is also, it's not a Moira Orb that heals AoE either. This is a Moira Orb that just, you can heal one person at a time. Make a pylon a cute drone that follows your team and makes cute noises. That's a good idea for another hero, but I don't think it's good for this hero. I want you to go compare Alari's heal reload to any other support reload. Support heal reload. Maybe hit shots amps healing of a right click. So finally, like, I don't really want to add that to the element. Part of that is because that's kind of like a big design change for her. But my big thing is, as well as like the support hero that I'm making is literally designed to do that kind of stuff. The Whisper hero that I'm adding is going to be her her healing abilities, and one of her shift abilities, which is an AoE, is going to scale based on the amount of damage that you've done with your damage. Like, that's the cool thing that I want to add. So I also... So it's like... So, like, it does a lot of healing, but then you just gotta, like, wait. And it just doesn't feel like you have enough healing. Like, you do a shit ton of healing if you have pylon, right? Okay, well, that can't hit that. I think the pylon does a lot of healing, but yeah. That feels awful. Yeah, it feels awful. Like, I think we can all agree the right click feels awful. But I think it's supposed to feel a little clunky, and that's supposed to be filled in with the pylon. But I think that's one of the big issues with Alari, is that she doesn't feel like a support hero because both of her heals feel clunky and awkward to use. The best thing about Alari is just her left click. Her left click feels so fun to use, right? But both of her heals don't feel good to use. Her beam doesn't pass through teammates? No. I wish burst only got air team if I jumped when I started. Oh, you wish you could stay on the ground? I feel like the burst needs to give you some vertical movement. I agree the design of a gun makes it feel less clunky. So would we like a... How about we just go over the top? Also reduce gun size on screen by 10, 15%, 20%. How do we feel about that? Just like, just a nice little, just quality of life. Can we have the gun be a little bit smaller? I'd take it. All right, let's leave Alari here for now. Get rid of pylon. Have a heal beam. Give teammates chargeable orbs that heal over time. As I said, I think you guys are. I'm not looking to like rework Alari. That's like a pretty big rework of completely changing the fundamentals of how she plays. And I'm not looking to do that with any of these. Like, as I said, it's supposed to be like slight changes. The only thing that we've like reworked is Taya because I fucking hate Taya. But also like changing Taya doesn't change the way that the character's supposed to be played. But a pylon is annoying. I know, but these are the constraints that we're working with it, right? All right, Kiriko. What do we want to do with Kiriko? How many Shui? We haven't done any Shuis, man. We've had a Shui. I said I was gonna do a Shui-free Monday. I gotta stay responsible today. What vent is like personally offended by this? All right, so something that I remember being completely shocked by was I think for me one of the biggest issues is Suzu just does too much, right? I think we can all agree. I actually think Kiriko's kit is really good overall. I think Suzu is the crux of the issue, right? Suzu, frustrating as shit to play against. I don't think it needs to do as much healing as it does. I don't think you can get rid of. I think it needs to cleanse. I think it needs to make people immune. And I'm not the one who wants to be the one coming bearing bad news, but I think it needs to do those things. I think it should do less healing with no cleanse. I think it should do 50 and 100. I think it should incentivize you. I actually don't mind if it does 100 healing, as long as it cleanses something, because that means you're using it at the right time. But I think the fact that it does 80 healing feels a lot. Instant cleanse and little burst, no immortality frames. I don't think you can get rid of the invulnerability. I think the invulnerability is like the identity of it. If it's just a cleanse, it is useless. Like I would rather get rid of the cleanse than get rid of the immunity, because I think if it's just a cleanse, they're not running Junker Queen. They're not running Sombra. What does this ability do? Like a small heal? Like that's not good. No healing but cleanse and immunes. I think you need to get, it needs to have some healing to it. Otherwise, it's just going to feel bad. You're going to throw it at people and it's just going to be like, okay, great. You're still dead. I made you invulnerable for 0.65 seconds and now you're dead. There's just an ability that does everything. Well, I think it's just like, how do we fix it without removing the invulnerability? Because I don't think you can remove the invulnerability unless you make it heal a lot. But I just don't think that's a fun button to press if it doesn't heal. I'm not gonna lie, Suzu's a fun button to press. You guys can hate on me all you want. I like pressing Suzu, but I am very aware that it just does too much. Yeah, I agree. I think it just needs to do these things less well. And, okay, how about 4080? 4080, final offer. Anyone? 4080? Any buyers? What if cleanse an ammo but a quick speed boost to get out of trouble? Wait, you just added something, Marlo. Marlo in YouTube chat. You just said, what if we keep it cleansing and immunity, but we also give it a speed boost? How about that? Yeah, I found the Kiriko player. Cleanses immunities but gets 40-80 overhealth. That decays. No, I think yeah, it's just too much. 80 seems low. It makes you immortal and cleanses. Suzu only heals allies, not self. No, she needs to be able to heal herself, otherwise she's just gonna die. You want to increase the projectile speed? I don't think you need to. I think it already goes pretty far and pretty fast. Make it 70. We got a deal. I think that's too much. Burst health plus CP escape is for the thing. But that's why we're going 40-80, right? She's only going to heal herself for 40 healing now. She can still TP. What if it's a radial burst versus a projectile? I think that just becomes too easy to use. I think like the idea of the skill shot is really interesting. Like I think they both need to be on a skill shot because Suzu is missable. And I think that needs to stay that. 10-20. Veds just really try to get me to go to 10-20. 45-90. $42.5, 85. I think it's definitely... I think the issue with Suzu is the heal. Like, I think it does... It's really good right now. And I don't think you... I think you need to keep the cleanse. Like, I think the cleanse is the identity of Suzu, right? And it's like, you can be upset about it, but it's cool to have a character that, like, works well, a support character that works well against certain things. It might suck as that, and I think it kind of sucks that it gets rid of cleanse, like Queen Ult, but there's skill built into that, right? I think it has to have invulnerability. You can't just keep it with a cleanse, because if it's just a cleanse, it's useless against things that aren't Queen Sombra, right? Like, there are so many things that just don't apply dots, that if it's just a cleanse, then it's just a small AoE heal. So you need to buff the heal to make it better. Is the CD an issue? It's already pretty long. 15 seconds is already quite long. 50-70. $50-80. So we keep it as a 30 difference. How about that? 50-80. So there's still a 30 difference between them. We're doing 50-80. Reduce healing. Uh, 50-80 down from 80-110. Yeah, sorry. You're right. You're right. All right. Life Weaver. Oops, I gotta put Susie. Oh yeah, let me move my cam. Actually, let me just do this. My boy needs outfit changes. What? Make people damageable during pull or be able to break pull. No, I don't think you need it. Like, I think the pull needs to stay strong. The pull is like the entire character's identity. I think we need to deal with pedal platform. I think pedal platform is incredibly useless. Thoughts? I think pedal platform just doesn't do what it was supposed to do. I don't think it's ever really viable or ever or just useful by any means. Make a platform a jump pad or make it go up and down. Yeah, like... Make it useful as a shield. Change the Wi-Fi. The character does not come together. Yeah, I feel like overall... Actually, here's the thing. my hot take is I think Lifeweaver is a cool hero. I actually think Tree is a really cool ultimate. I think it's fucking crazy as shit to look at, but I think it's a cool ultimate. It's hard to fight into, but it only has defensive capabilities. Like, and I like that identity of the hero. Of it's like, this is a hero that only really does healing. This is my vibe. This is my jam. I'm just gonna heal the fuck out of people and hope that they kill everyone, right? So it is another simple hero. They said they want to have heroes that are simple. So I actually don't mind the healing. I agree, like, fix the clunkiness of DPS / heal forms. Reduce weapon swap time. Like, I could get behind that. But I think the pedal is the big issue. Would it be better for his heal to passively charge like a Larry? No, I don't want it to passively heal. I don't think you want it just charging up and then they press one button and it goes out. I think there's something nice about holding down the button and then letting it fly. And I also think there's a limitation of, like, you're charging up a big heal. Like, I don't think I would use the Thorn Volley. Like, it's a really... I actually think it's a pretty good gun. I think there needs to be incentive for people to switch. Thorn Volley auto reloads if you don't use it for a certain amount of time, right? Pull is terrible and low elo. People have pulled me out of my teammates. Yeah, but that's just... We always knew that was going to be a thing. What if heal boost while on the pedal platform? No, because I think the whole point of the pedal platform isn't for Lifeweaver, right? It's not supposed to be for Lifeweaver. And the problem is, standing on the platform usually exposes you more than it helps you. So it's not used defensively because, first of all, like, from my experience of playing Lifeweaver, is if you go up on the platform, you're so susceptible to dying when you're jumping off the platform or when you get caught on top of the platform. So it's not a great use. Yes, it can be useful for counter dive, but that happens so infrequently. It's not good offensively. People don't use it, like, stack onto it and jump on. So obviously this has been mentioned before by so many other people, but how do we feel about, like, a flower jump pad vibe? Because that allows you to use it defensively. You can jump on it. It sort of boings you up. So you can use it to counter dive, so you can mess with it. You can throw it more aggressively to get on the high grounds faster. But everyone can use it. I think flower pad that you deploy or boop enemies back. Oh, and then you can break it. Check grind rails that pumps heals when you do for use it. Like a bumper. Oh, you could put them horizontally. Like, you could put them on walls, so then you could, like, jump into it and it would bounce you. That's a pretty cool idea. No? It's like, yeah, it's like a sonic spring that you can put on walls, you can put it on the ground, you can put it anywhere, and you can break it. When would it be useful? Like I think it becomes more useful as, like, you put it somewhere and then your teammates can jump on it. Like, you can all use it for a short amount of time, so it, like, adds a level of, like, hey, you have a jump pad here. Like, I don't know, when do you use the jump pad? Probably more than I should on Oasis, because it's fun. I don't know, I just like jumping on the bounce pad. So it could be obnoxious. That is the point. Imagine Rush was... Can you imagine you have a Kiriko Rush and Lucio speed boost, and then there's a Lifeweaver just, like, bounce padding people around, and people are fucking boing, boing, boing. Should be like a trampoline, so you have to jump to get on it. For jump to bounce, you can't just walk over it. Have a cooldown on the bounce? I like the idea of being able to shoot it. Yeah, and it's breakable by enemies. I think a simple change is be able to remote activate pedal. I bet, like, I see what you mean, like, of like, hey, how do you make Petal? I just don't think Petal is ever useful in its current form. Like, regardless of when you can activate it, how you activate it, all that. Like, what are you gonna do with the remote activate of a Petal, right? How does that change anything of how we're currently using it? As long as it's breakable. What if we kind of thought of it more like Octane Pad, but more verticality? Like, just think like that. So it is breakable. Like, you can shoot it. Has a maximum uses, 3 or 5. You can have it so it can only bounce 5 times. So everyone on your team can bounce once. Yeah, so let's go. Petal is now a flower pad. Lasts 5 seconds. 5 jump. You actually, if it only lasts 5 seconds, you might not do that. Last 5 seconds and jumps you a certain distance in the air. Usable on walls. Breakable by Life Weaver or damage. Let's go like 200 HP. Make Life Weaver say gotta bounce. Oh my god. I don't think you need to have it only bounce 5 seconds, but I think you can make it short. Like, I don't think it's something that you want to be able to leave there permanently. I think it's cool as something like it should be something that like he can use to like drop to help his team move, or help him move, or disengage, or all that kind of stuff. And I think there's a lot of fun play, like counterplay stuff where like you can drop the pad, you can jump, someone trying to follow you takes the pad, but you can break the pad. Like, you can just break it like you currently do, so people can't follow you all the time. Yeah, it's gonna be, that's it. It's kind of like Sim TP, where it's like, if it's used in coordination with your team, it can be useful, and you can use it for just a couple of people, but it gives you more verticality. And I think that would synergize well with his dash. Like, I think it's just an interesting idea. What about a deployable ladder? I don't think you can do ladder because people would need an animation to climb a ladder. And I don't think they're going to make an animation for every single character of how to climb a ladder. So it kind of has to be something that already exists, which this is why I kind of like this jump pad idea. They just go to space and die. Okay, I like it. Ben's cooking. Wall climb to a reel. I think the jump bounce pad would need just as much coordination as TP. Well, yeah, like, but you have it for 5 seconds, right? Like, it doesn't need as much coordination as it currently does in Petal form. The problem with Petal right now is that if you want to go high ground, you have to coordinate when everyone jumps on it, right? While this you wouldn't. You could just drop the pad and everyone could jump on their own times. I like it, chat. I like it. Maybe we can cook a little bit more, but let's leave it there for now. Lucio. No more Ajax. Twice as many Ajax. Okay, so I've talked about this before. I don't think Lucio should be able to Ajax. I think if he's on the ground, it should instantly beat. I think if Lucio is on the ground, he doesn't need to jump. So very short duration to drop beat, similar to Ana Nano. Can beat while wall riding. Considered hitting ground. If dropping beat from the air, it works like normal. You can do a leap, right? Like, and jump into the air. I kind of feel the same way about like Earth Shatter at some points, but Earth Shatter kind of like needs to have some counterplay, I think. It can't just be like an instant stun. but I don't understand why sound barrier has to have this idea. I think the other cool thing, just from like a Lucio thing, I think it'd be really cool if you could wall ride and drop the beat by hitting a wall. Like, you're wall riding, I'm dropping the beat. As long as you're in physical contact with something like hitting the ground, you could drop the beat from the wall. And I think that would add such cool skill expression and such cool moments. He's dropping the beat, not lowering the beat. What the hell? Nano can get cancelled. But that's what I mean, right? Like, I think this can be cancelable, but it's cancelable in the same way that most ultimates are, where there's like a short window where it can be cancelled. So if you get hacked in that like microsecond, right, then I think that's fair, right? Like, but my problem with Lucio is that he, like, how long does it take to drop the beat? Like half a second? Even if you perfectly play it, like, I just think it's unnecessary that Lucio has this limitation. I've already said this to devs, but I'm gonna die on this hill. Cause this was my thing. The higher you drop, the more shields you generate. Kappa, yeah. I reduce shields given if this is too much of a buff. Alternative. Same thing, but you get reduce shields provided by 30%. Gain more shields based on based on height the beat was dropped from. And how many sweet 360s you did. Shields provided up to 130% of current given. So here, okay, let's get rid of the 360 because it's just annoying me. But so here was like there's a risk versus reward of dropping the beat from a high distance, right? So by default you get 30% less shields. If you want to jump from a short distance, it'll give you like 100. But if you go from really high, like not super high, but like you go from a thing, it gives you 130% shield. So you're adding a risk element to dropping it from high, but you're gaining something. Like it does. It's probably not going to be super high as well. Yeah, live we have a Lucio comms. Exactly. You can do the jump pad and then he gets up the jump pad and then he drops the beat. How would you do that if you beat off a wall? I think this wouldn't involve beating off a wall. I think these are different things. These are very different changes. This one is more of a meme, but is kind of cool. This one's more realistic of what I would want. My biggest issue that I think we would run into with this one is I don't know if the game can handle sound barring off a wall. How easy that is to do. Like you'd have to make a new animation of how he like drops the beat into the wall or something. I don't know. Don't beat off walls, they don't enjoy it. Hey yo. No, I'm not gonna do any more of the history of our series. I've put that one to bed. Sorry, Tonka. I didn't get as far through that as I wanted to, but life is getting in the way. It's just so much going on. Okay, chat. How do we fix Mercy? GG. Reworked straight up. Boost her heal for 2 seconds when getting a new target. So this isn't good. That's a similar thing that they tried to. You're essentially trying to fix the same problem that they tried to do with the heal people for more healing under 50%. Does that still exist? Or did they get rid of that completely? No, it's gone. I think it's gone, right? It's under the same idea. It's under the same idea of that, where it's like you're trying to incentivize people to do it, but if you're increasing the amount of healing that they get for 2 seconds, people are just going to bounce towards people and you're giving Mercy more healing. And that just feels really bad because like Mercy was just doing so much healing. Res on a 2-second cooldown. Hey, yo. Res should be removed. Okay, chat. We need to function within the real world where res is a core identity of Mercy's character and kit. So res is going to exist in some shape or form. Probably. I'm not trying to fight this. I'm not trying to fight this uphill battle, but resing is Mercy's identity. She can revive more than one hero if died in the same area. Okay, some of you guys are providing buffs to a hero that buffs are not going to be good for. Faster res target lives for 10 seconds, maybe with health cap 57%. The res target then dies and respawns instantly. It's a cool idea. It wouldn't be 10 seconds, it would be 8 seconds. But I see what you mean. I was going to say that's a bad idea because people aren't going to want to get rezzed because then their cooldown, their respawn is going to be longer. But if you're essentially eating into that, it makes sense and they're not alive permanently. That feels more like, not very like heroes never die and more like evil Frankenstein's experiment. That feels like more like a Moira ability, or honestly similar to my I'm literally doing that with my support character that I'm doing. For people that aren't aware of that hero, I'm the ultimate of the support hero that I'm adding is very similar to Renata's bailout in League of Legends, for anyone that knows what that is. So it's kind of like a nano boost that gives a second life. That's kind of what I'm doing with the support hero. Because I think that'd be cool in Overwatch. We're discussing other heroes. They're coming up. I wanted to do this video first, but we're going to do that. I don't want to rush through it. Gagana, thank you very much for the 4 months. Make it more stationary. But I don't think that solves the problem, right? I don't think this... I see a lot of you guys talking about Mercy like being able to move or res from distance or res behind walls. Is that really the big issue with Mercy? Like, it's obviously frustrating, but... What if we made it feel more like Sage from Valorant, where the target is exposed during the duration of the res? So the person is killable. So you can't just res them in the open or like res them in the line of sight of where they died. Yeah, they're exposed but immobile. They can't move, right? So it's like while the res is happening, they are targetable and killable. That might just feel really bad as the person being res. That does happen in Sage in Valorant, but it's an ultimate, so I think that would feel bad for the person being resed. It feels awful in Destiny. Yeah, that does sound bad. Let her charge up damage from boosting people, and she can disconnect the beam and fire an ion cannon of damage with her staff like a Matcha, but a rail. So you essentially said, let's give Mercy Sojourn Rail. Chat, what do we think? How do we feel about a Sojourn Rail for Mercy? At least they would have to aim. Custa, you gonna play TFT these next 2 weeks? So I was thinking of playing TFT these next 2 weeks. I was actually trying to join the Box tournament. You know, the one where you like stream and you have to stream your climb. And I was going to do that. But I applied and I didn't get invited. So, damn. I didn't get in. I didn't get in. I wanted to. I think that would have been cool. But I didn't get in. I was very sad. "99% of Mercy players would miss the shot anyway. See, it's fine. We can just buff them." What's TFT? Teamfight Tactics. Will Mercy Rail also be 2 foot diameter? No. So you said TF2? No. We're not going back that way. Oh my god, Hotmeister. Wait, I swear I saw your name. I haven't gotten an email. Wait, where is it? Wait, is there a website? Show me the website. If you saw my name on there, let me check because I just haven't received an email. On his tweet? Box. We go to Box. I assumed I would get an email, but maybe I don't. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit! Chat, we're in it! Casual. Alright, chat. We're playing TFT. Wait, we got a tweet about it. Let's go. Damn, might be time to play TFT. All right, we're in chat. All right, let's keep it going. So we're going pro in TFT today, this week, chat. Wait, when does the set come out? Wait, does the set come out tomorrow? Then I'm gonna have to get on the grind. What's a TFT? Teamfight Tactics. It's the League of Legends, auto chess. Wednesday. Okay, sweet. I'm hyped for the new set. Hell yeah. Wobble, motherfucker. Patch will be out tomorrow, but won't be active till Wednesday. Right, okay. Mercy can res only in Valk, otherwise the ability increases Mercy's damage for a short while. But why would you... the thing is, you need to stay with the identity for Mercy where her damage isn't something that's important to her. That's like buffing Lifeweaver damage. It's like, that's not really the point of the hero, right? We need to be realistic that Mercy's point of the character is not to do damage. But that's boring. But that's the character, right? Like, not every character... People like boring characters. This is actually, you know, goes into what, like, Petrick was saying earlier, where it's like, have you thought that maybe people just like not having to shoot? Or, like, people like having it this way and like driving an RC car and blowing it up. And it's like, yeah, you need to just accept that some people like doing that. There are Mercy players that just want to do that shit. Wrong. People should like shooting. Well, that's just not true. So we need to come up with a solution for Mercy that we're content with, that also allows people to play Mercy the way that they want to play it, right? The two contentious things that we can all agree on is damage boost is frustrating, res is frustrating, right? We all have jaws nipping at the back of our head being like, delete damage boost, delete Mercy from the game, teabag, right? Like, we need to find a way that isn't going to make Jaws go psychotic whenever he plays against the Mercy player. What if Rez just had Renata bailout effect? As I said, I don't think that really functions in the concept of the way Mercy works. Like, as I said, I love the Renata bailout effect. I think that's cool. I don't think it makes sense for Mercy's kit, right? Like, I don't even know how you would give that to people. Like, you just target them Like you latch to them and then you give them the bailout. I feel like that's just gonna feel. I don't know if that'll feel good for her the way her kit feels. I always like ML7's change for Mercy where Res was put back to ult and Valk was on a cooldown. I feel like that could be too much, you know. But also, if her ultimate is Res, it needs to heal more than one person. The ultimate is not good if it only heals one person. That's just not a good ultimate. It's not enough. Like, yeah, obviously Res is really good, but you could reduce the cost. Yeah, but then you're just like, the cost would have to be so low. Tiger, think of the 20 months. Couldn't her ult charge faster? So if her ult charge faster and be a solo, you'd probably need to give her instant res. Because it couldn't charge too fast. It could be one of the faster charging support ultimates, but then I feel like I don't know if that's good. We've had no wind up reses before where the person can, like, especially if they can use Valkyrie on cooldown. That sounds like Moth meta round 2, Electric Boogaloo. Tiger, thank you very much for the 20-month sub. Also, Adam, thank you for the 21 bits. Cool, okay. I like the idea of her res ability being able to be consumed for another effect. Trying to think of like what you could do. Maybe build it up like a meter, yeah. I don't know, I'm thinking, yeah, no, like, I'm also thinking, like, this is the one that, like, if fixing Mercy was easy, it would have been done by now. Like, it's such a complex problem. Make Res a skill shot that can be shooter. Well, that doesn't solve the problem that she's just going to link to someone in the back and then she's just going to insta-res them. All right, chat, what do you guys think is the big issue? Res or blue beam? Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. I think blue beam is worse. I actually don't think res is the worst thing in the game. It can be good, but I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think the worst thing in the world, I think blue beam is the bigger issue. Maybe that is a high elo thing. Maybe in lower elos, res is a bigger issue. How do you fix it? What if you made blue beam a cooldown? Yeah. What if you made it like 3-second blue beam on a 6-second cooldown? And if you cancel it by healing, then it goes on cooldown. Blue beam resource based? Resource based is interesting. How do we feel about resource based blue beam? Where you have to choose your times to give the damage boost. Because I think that adds a lot of skill expression within the Mercy player to know when you need to damage boost. And I think it's easier to manage. I think it's less confusing. And then healing targets charges your blue beam. Yeah, if you heal, you charge your damage boost, right? That makes sense? How do we feel about that? I think we're all in pretty good agreement. That seems like a good change. Okay, we like it. All right, let's do it. Blue beam is resource generated like Diva. Let's go Moira. Piss. No, Moira, healing. Blue bar can be charged by doing healing. Let's say like by 3 second to drain resource. How does Moira work? How like what is Moira's numbers looking like? So it takes 3 seconds to drain. Six seconds to... How long does it take to recharge? 3.74 for biotic energy per second. We don't have to answer this question, but we can just test 6 seconds to recharge. To recharge without healing. Yeah. Infinite blue beam during Valk. I think that's fair. You're in Valkyrie. Thoughts? I think being an ability would make more sense. I think it would make it clunkier. And I don't think I'd feel good. Love it. Good stuff. So for all of us with blue beam, the frustration that I have with blue beam and a lot of people have with blue beam is it doesn't cost them anything to just hold right click on the person. But now it means that they're going to have to make a meaningful choice of when they want to do the blue beam. And you'll be able to do a lot of blue beam if you're also healing, which means it's incentivizing proactive play. Now she does nothing in poke. What do you mean she does nothing in poke? You choose your windows to right click. I don't know, pull out the Glock, shoot in their general direction, right? Like, why should she be able to give permanent 30% damage boost in poke? I think this also goes in line with Zenyatta, right? Like, Zenyatta's Discord change, I think, has the same issue, same solution, where it's like, you're making a meaningful choice when you decide to Discord someone. In the same vein, you're making a meaningful choice when you decide to damage boost someone. You're not just sitting there damage boosting them permanently. You have to make your choice, which I think, especially with heroes like Sojourn, adds a lot of skill, because all of a sudden you need to be damage boosting when they're going to go for the rail shot or when they're doing damage. And it's not like you're going to never have it. Like 3 seconds to drain the resource, you can toggle it as well. It'll be like a toggle, untoggle. That's like 1 second. It'll slowly start to charge up. Every 2 seconds will cost 1 second of damage boost. If you're healing, it'll charge up really quickly. And she has the ability to res. Like, she's still super good in poke. Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is a good alternative. All right. Moira. Moira should have a damage reduced by 50% with no compensation. She's fine. I want to reduce her damage and healing. But if you're going to do that, you need to give her something, which is fine. But what do we give her? Like, we reduce her healing, damage and healing by like 20%, but we need to give her something. Yes, we're very skill expression based out here. Range. I'm trying to think of what you give her that like makes her interesting. Damage rolls real targets like Sonic? Nah, that's too good. It's huge. Small orbs, 2 charges. How do we feel about that? Small orbs, 2 charges, but but she does less healing and damage overall. So you can be more versatile and it doesn't feel you're just like waiting on an orb. Because I don't want to make her... Like, I don't want to give her... Like, remember, this character is supposed to be simple. I don't want to make her way more complicated. I just want... I think the orb gives you the option to do a bit of healing and a bit more damage. 4 orbs? Well, it's only 2 orbs. Remove her lifesteal? I think she needs her lifesteal. Ben's just cooked. All right, chat, how about this? How about the longer you charge a right click on someone, the more damage it does. Not by like a ridiculous amount, but it has like a small amount of ramp. But if it's broken, it resets the damage. So then there is a reason to track enemies, even though it's super easy to track. Or is that just broken? And we like reduce the amount of damage and healing done by the orb. Broken. Yeah, it didn't feel good to say out loud, if I'm being honest. Maybe don't let her get lifesteal as fast. But how? Like, how do you solve that problem? Like, when she moves slower while right-clicking? No, I think that would just feel terrible to play. We reduce the range on Moira. She's meant to play compact, but I think that would just make her feel terrible. Slow on the stock? No, you definitely don't want to give her... You definitely do not want to give her a slow. How about the damage dealt reduces the more you're focused on one target? I think that's too convoluted. What if you could only absorb a certain... But that's convoluted as well. But I was going to say, what if you could only absorb a certain amount of damage from someone for a short amount of duration, right? Like, so you can't just, like, permanently lifesteal someone. So, what is everyone's issue with Moira, right? Is it the damage, just the raw numbers of damage and healing, or is it the self-healing and the, like, solo style of play? Numbers and ease of escape. So it's like her numbers and her ability to punish her for those numbers. Don't like her range since the buff. Stats without context. Focus her kid on damage. See, I would go the opposite way. I think she should stay heal orientated. I think she needs to have survivability. I think that's the part of her kit that a lot of people like, is the fade. I think the fade is a fun button to press. We're not touching fade, 100%. I like the idea of the orbs. I think the orbs are fun to throw. But the orbs can be shot / destroyed. No, I think that'd be too easy to think. Like, it's already... Moira already feels terrible when they have a diva. Maybe left click charges healing orb. I shouldn't be able to suck off a DPS all on my own. Yeah, true facts. You don't want, like, it feels like, I think we can all agree, like, the idea of just, like, you go in, you fucking fade into the backline, you throw your DPS orb, and then you just, like, hold right click, suck them off, and just crouch spam in front of them. that is by far the worst part of Moira, right? Like, we can all agree that is like, it actually, I die inside every time I do that. But Bap, Kiri, and Illari. See, the difference between Bap, Kiri, and Illari is you have to aim for all of those characters, right? You need to hit shots, and there is a huge issue if you miss the shots. The problem that a lot of people have with Moira is she doesn't miss shots. It's not about missing shots. It's like they're not doing anything skillful to try and kill you. You're the one with the onus who has to overachieve to stop them from killing you. Maybe a resource on the right click too. But then, like, you could get in these awkward periods where you can't do anything. Like, I think Moira always needs to be able to do something, which is right click, right? Even if it doesn't feel good. Less reward for the skill involved. That's why it shouldn't be so much damage if it's not as much skill. Yeah. What if we just reduce the damage of the right click? Because I don't think you can get rid of the self-heal. But what happens if we just lowered the damage and it just becomes something that, like, doesn't do as much damage? So it can't be used as much for offensive utility. But does that just feel terrible when, like, so, like, if a tracer's running you down and you just don't do anything to the tracer? Yeah. The high burst damage plus slash heals that act like sim right click, but it costs you speed to charge up. I feel like you're convoluting the kit a little bit too much, Civi. Like, you know what I mean? I don't want to move too much. But then you right click, yeah, but then they dodge the right click. Then they dodge the orb, and then you're like, well, fuck, I'm dead. They need to have something. Start with high damage and ramp down. Yeah, but then it's like, well, then if you just stop shooting and then you start shooting again, does that trigger it? Then it's like, if it's no, then are you just charging off of a certain character? So does that mean every character needs to have like an internal damage done by Moira? Like, that just seems complicated. That's why I like info orbs instead of damage orbs, yeah. Could she be Lifeweaver's damage so she has to aim? Well, the character needs to say simple, right? The character needs to say simple. Characters like Moira exist for a reason, right? But I think everyone's biggest issue is that she gets too much for too little, right? So it's kind of like, let's reduce the numbers, right? Like, across the board, let's just go like, reduce healing orb by 15%. Reduce damage orb by 15%, right? So let's just flat take that from them, right? And all of a sudden their numbers come more in line with what other heroes are. But if you're going to take that from them, I want to give them something. Because Moira, if she's not doing a lot of damage and healing, she's kind of just, she doesn't offer anything. So the question is, how can we give her something that would offset this? Or like, even if you didn't want to do this, because like, I don't think the right click damage is the thing that makes Moira problematic, right? Like, that's not the thing that makes her damage go crazy. Mobility, she already has mobility, right? So that's kind of why, like, they were like, oh, let's give her the enfeeble orb, right? Or give her some form of play. We also don't have a button to give her, which is the issue, because she already has everything, right? She's got the shift for fade, she's got the E for orb, she uses the left and the right click, so we didn't even have a button to give her. So it would have to be something that's already ingrained in her current kit. The big issue with lower rank lobby, she carries a low elo. But that's sort of why we're saying if you reduce her damage and healing by 15% out of the orbs, I think that offsets that a lot. But as I said, I think if you give her some form of like, just a button or something, she does something upon death. They used to have the thing where you could fade and you would cleanse people when you faded. What if she fades through an enemy, they take like 50 damage or something like that? So we're buffing her now. Dude, we just reduced their healing orbs by 15% and damage by 15%. This ain't a buff. Actually, that's an interesting idea. What if you repressed E, the orb would come back? It just does a direct 180 and it would come back the exact same direction. How do we like that? Is that a cool button to press? But they bounce so much. But that's the point, right? So like, let's say you throw it, right? So the reason I'm thinking this, let's pull this up because I kind of want to explain what I'm thinking. I'd rather it stop the orb. This is more just like a way for you to like, if it flies into the distance, you can do something with it. She can't have it all. What do you mean she can't have it all? She just got nerfed by 15%. These orbs just got nerfed by 15%. No, so it doesn't come back to you, is the point. It is just like, let's say I press, so let's say I do this, right? So I throw my healing orb at these guys. It goes past them. I know it's not going to heal them anymore. So then it goes past. I can press it again now, and it would follow the, it wouldn't come back to me. It would follow the exact same trajectory that it once bounced. Is that broken? Going against oppositions? Like, you're gonna get so much more value with the orb. Do we have to nerf it more than it is? Like, what happens if... Okay, so let's say... Okay, we're like, it's broken, right? What happens if we reduce it by 30%? So you're kind of offsetting, saying, you're gonna get 30% more value because you can call it back now, right? And your thing. And you can get more value of it, but it doesn't do as much. And now it gives you a second bit of skill of when you're calling the orb back. We already get skill, but at least now that they're having to call it backwards, right? There is skill there. It sounds even more broken for 1v1s, but it doesn't do as much damage anymore. And it's also going in a very known path. Honestly, I'd rather it flies back to you. I think it would feel worse if it flew back to you. It would have to go somewhat far. Yeah, would give it like a 1.5 second cooldown. Like, or something like that. Like a 2 second cooldown. So if you throw it, like if I threw it all the way over here, 1, 2, and then I could pull it back, right? So it's like, but if it slows down, then you can value. It would slow down when hitting enemies on recall again as well, yeah. Yeah, this is not just about, like, the damage orb. This is about the healing orb as well. Because, like, how often does it feel bad you throw an orb past them? There's so much value and it just bounces into Narnia. So now you can be like, oh, I call it back because we're, like, camping this area. What's the chance that you get value? Well, it's, like, I think a lot. Primarily on the healing orb. But, like, even for, like, the damage orb, right? Like, I know, like... How often do you go like, oh yeah, let's throw this damage orb right here. Like, I'm throwing it into the choke. It does like 50 damage, you're like, damn. And then it just bounces into Narnia. But now you could be like, you see it go past, and then you go, I call it back. And I think there's like skill there of knowing when to call it back, and the timing of it, and all that type of stuff. And that's kind of like, it's not buffing it dramatically. We're nerfing it in the numbers, but then there's like a skill there. Maybe when you recall, it shrinks faster. Yeah, if it feels like broken. What if a fade was like an animate instead of a cleanse? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, like when you come out, you give bonus healing to everyone? I like keeping fade on a cooldown ability. What about... There are no hit marks created, but there are hit markers, so it's brain dead easy to blind skill orb someone down a hallway. But remember, I feel like you guys need to remember I'm offsetting this by giving it a percentage number. Like, what would the number have to be for you guys to feel like, okay, This is fair. So it currently does 50 damage per second. It only does 200 damage right now, right? So let's say they can hit you more consistently. It still only does 200 damage, right? It does 300 healing. If we reduce it by 20%, it now does maximum 160 damage, 40 damage per second. And that's it. Like, I'm not pretending to say this number makes the most sense. It might just be too much, right? Like, this might just kill Moira's ability to do anything, right? It's also 300 for AoE. Well, no, but it only does 300 healing. It's 300 healing max. 200 damage max. Like, it takes it from multiple people. It doesn't do 300 damage to each person healing this thing. When you're getting full charge from every orb. Yeah, and that's it, right? So it's like... I'm going to go 20%. And see the internet freak out when I propose this. No, so it will still only be able to do 200 damage, right? It slows down on target. It's still only... every single orb, if you guys weren't aware, every single orb can only do 200 damage, right? It would still only ever be able to do 200 damage maximum, right? Less with the nerfs, right? But... So it's just making it more consistent that you're getting more value from your orbs and giving you an option to be able to do that, right? No, you don't want to give people, you don't want to hinder people quintessence when they're right-clicking. I like this change. I'm going to die on this hill. And because my video and people are going to yell at me about it anyway. So you guys can blame me and tell them that you tried to talk me off the ledge. Skill orb is... reactivatable. Activate ball, yeah. After 1.5 seconds, it will return the same path it was sent. I'm on record hating this. I'm into it, not gonna lie. I would love to see how it feels, because it might just suck ass. You guys are right. Because who, boy? Well, I think I still want to go through this again. I want to go back through this and look at this, because there's definitely a lot more that I want to do. So we're going to go through this tomorrow as well. We should have scrims tomorrow for Overwatch as well. 70% reduction, but that was enfeeble. I think it goes back to the quintessence. It goes back to the idea of anytime you take people's ability to play the game, it's going to feel terrible if the Moira's just shooting you and you have damage reduction. Like, that doesn't feel interactable, especially because they don't have to aim to do it either, right? What happened to Symmetra? We said we'll come back to Symmetra. I think I have a lot more things to say now that we've seen her in action, but... This looks like a COVID project. What do you mean? There's something. All right, let's go. So one more, guys, and then I gotta go. I gotta go. So Zenyatta, what do we want to do for Zenyatta? I think Discord lockout, shorter duration. What's the lockout for generation? I like the Discord lockout. I don't like how long it is right now. Seven seconds. Let's go 5 seconds. 7 seconds to 5. Give him footsteps? No. Hell no. Alright, what else? How else do we feel about Zenyatta? Let him bounce his orbs? No. Because I think Zen's in a pretty good spot. I don't think I have a lot to change about Zenyatta. Harmony Orb adds 20 HP on hit. Yo, actually, I think you're cooking with that idea. What happens if you reduce the healing of Orb of Harmony to 25 HPS? All right, like let's just say for fun, right? Reduce Zen's healing by 10 feels like a lot. By 10 HPS. 30 to 20. Damage done by Zenyatta orbs. Heals Harmony orb target for 20 HP. Could Discord not hurt Tank so bad? Feels bad to play against him. So it's like you're nerfing him, but there's direct impact if you hit shots. Yeah, when he's primary flying. So where you're healing orb target, you can do more healing if you're doing damage to targets. Don't like the lifesteal. Well, he's not doing lifesteal for himself. He's doing lifesteal for the other targets. It could be broken. What if he's doing damage to targets with Discord? I don't want to fuck with that. Discord's already really strong as an ability. I don't want to get bogged down on this. I think I'm really happy with Zenyatta where they are right now. I think the Discord lockout is a little long. 5 seconds, maybe 4 seconds. I feel like it's just, you're locked out for way too long and it feels really clunky. I like the idea that there is a lockout. I think it adds meaningful choice, but I don't like how long it is. I think this is a cool, fun idea of like that you reduce Zen's healing of his Harmony Orb, and then it's like you're incentivized to do damage, and it does a lot. You could do like big bursts of healing if you hit a big right click. Could be broken though. Like you put an orb on a tracer and you're just sort of poking with them like that. I feel like that could be really strong. Like, or like you're playing like Zen Brig, you put the orb on Brig, and then a monkey dives them. You're just gonna be like healing like 20 HP every second. Trance is the weakest part, but I think Trance has a lot of value because Trance keeps the Zenyatta alive, gives them immortality, does a lot of healing outside, allows you to reposition. I actually think Trance is a pretty good ultimate. Like, I got no problem with Trance. Obviously got worse with the healing passive, but yeah. Yeah, how much fun? And that's the thing. It's a fun idea, but I think it could be broken. For fixing Ajax, we need to be able to cancel. Yeah, where's Transcendence confirm? Where's Ultimate confirm button for Transcendence? That's what we need. All right, chat. I got to get out of here. It's been a hell of a stream. I appreciate you all. Thank you very much for hanging out. I hope you guys had an amazing time. It was fun going over the matches. It was a lot of fun. Also, just like going over these heroes. I want to keep going through these hero changes tomorrow. We'll probably flesh some of these out a little bit more because I want to get this video done sooner rather than later. So tune in for that. Tomorrow, I believe we have Overwatch scrims from 4 to 6 p.m. EST, so make sure to check that out. Other than that, appreciate you all. Love you all. Hope you have an amazing night. I'll see you guys then.